Chapter 1. Actuan, it's been 2 months, you have to get out of the shadows. A clear and beautiful female voice rang in directly through the thick door panel, and the voice flowed into Zhou Xian's ears. I heard that in a few days there will be a session monitoring appraiser to appraise the qualifications of your restaurant's royal soul chef. If you can't inherit your parents' mantle, Sitianjian will take back your family's royal soul chef signboard. That's the end of the matter. You have to work hard to deal with this matter. Oh, it's almost late. I will go to the Taoist Academy to take classes, and I will see you in the afternoon. The outside sounds ceased, and Zhou Xian got up from the bed with a blank face. Unexpectedly, I also became a member of the thousands of traversing army and came to such a fantasy world. Zhou Xian sighed and went to the mirror to look at the handsome 16-year-old face. Even if his hair was messy and like a chicken coop, not only was it not sloppy, but it had the decadent handsomeness that fascinated women. This face is half as handsome as I used to be, but this body is extremely healthy and full of vitality. The confusion in Zhou Xian's eyes was gradually replaced by surprises. In his previous life, he had a congenital heart disease and spent almost all days in the hospital, and his body was worn down by a lot of medicines and operations. However, Zhou Xian in his previous life has the title of a beautiful man in 1,000 years. Because of a heart attack, his face looked pale, and Roar was called His Royal Highness the Blood Demon by countless fans, which translates as like a vampire. The Prince of Strange Charm. But rather than being beautiful, Zhou Xian hopes that he has a body full of vitality. Now, this wish has come true. Since crossing over last night, Zhou Xian has also learned about the world on the internet after receiving the memory of this body. In a word, this is an incredible world. This planet is called Blue Star, and its volume is 10 times that of Zhou Xian's original world. There are only 2 vast expanses of continents, east and west, and hundreds of islands distributed in the ocean. Zhou Xian is in the most powerful country in the eastern continent, Suanlong Kingdom. Since 3,000 years ago, a frenzy of deception has swept the entire world suddenly, and this world has become different. All kinds of demons and ghosts events are erupting, human beings are reduced to blood foods of crooks, and civilization is almost extinct. At the very moment, an old man in the eastern continent came riding a blue ox. The purple air spread 30,000 miles in the sky, and the ghosts went extinct under the purple air. The old man's name was Li Er, and then he transformed the 3 Qings into one spirit, becoming the Taking Moral Tianzun, the Yuking Yuanqi Tianzun, the Shangqing Lingbao Tianzun, and the 3 Tianzun stepped away in the sky, and now they become the 3 supreme gods of the Dao League. There is another Xingyi scholar named Kankaiu, holding a spring and autumn pen in his hand, dots the red sun as golden ink, and splashes ink in the sky. Each dot of ink is turned into golden characters, and he writes a great masterpiece, the Analects of Confucius. This Analects of Confucius has a total of more than 120,000 characters, which turned into more than 120,000 golden thunders, and killed more than 120,000 demons and evil creatures. Today, Confucius is revered as a saint by the Confucian Academy. Another bald man came out of Lingshan, calling himself Buddha Sakyamuni, chanting the Aham Sutra, and crossing the 30,000 evil spirits and ghosts in the world into reincarnation. Now Sakyamuni Buddha is the Buddha of the Buddha sect. The 3 most sage masters came out one after another, so that the whole East continent was silent, and in order to prevent the deception from erupting again, they all left the inheritance and soared away. Furthermore, in the Western continent, there were also 3 strong men who were regarded as the supreme gods appearing, quelling the deception in the Western continent. These 3 gods are Odin, the god of the temple of Aesir, Zeus, the god of the temple of Olympus, and the Lord of Eden, believed by the Holy Light Church, and the god believed by countless priests of the Holy Light Jehovah. So far, although demons and ghosts have appeared in the entire Blue Star world from time to time, with the inheritance left by these 6 gods, human beings are able to deal with these crooks. Zhou Xian patted his cheek to wake up from his thoughts. In short, this is an extraordinary world. If I don't want to be eaten by ghosts as soon as I cross over, I must have enough strength to protect myself. In his previous life, he was seriously ill, and his greatest wish was to live. In this life, in this world full of tricks, his greatest wish is to live. To gain power in this world is easy to say, and difficult to say. The three major inheritances of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism in the Eastern continent are open to the world, but if you want to achieve something, you must have the ability. Confucianism cultivates abundance of righteousness, and only people with agility and talent can develop their talents under the light of Wenkyuxing, recite poetry with their talents, and possess incredible ability. Taoists cultivate the spiritual energy of the heaven and the earth, and only the person with the spiritual root of the five elements in the body can absorb the spiritual energy from the heaven and the earth, cast spells with their own spiritual power, and have the ability to move mountains and fill the sea. Buddhism cultivates the law of cause and effect, and only the three generations of wisdom roots can stimulate karma and drive the karma of all sentient beings to perform prajna magical powers. Zhou Xian discovered that in his memory, this body had been tested and had no wisdom root. Although it had spiritual roots, it was only a mixed spiritual root. What makes Zhou Xian even sadder is that it looks like the only choice of Confucian heritage, he has also missed the best time to practice. Confucian scholars need to start with a baby. At the age of 3, they are enlightened, at the age of 5, enlightenment, and at the age of 12, they can choose a book from the 4 major categories of the scriptures and history as their own natal essays. If Zhou Xian wants to cultivate Confucian righteousness, he also needs to start with enlightenment, looking for scholars with talented literature, and use his own talent to open the palace of literature in Zhou Xian's mind. Before I became a Confucian child, I'm afraid I would have died 100 times long ago, Zhou Xian yelled unwillingly. He just wants to be good, wonderful, and alive. Ding. The sign-in system of God of Kitchen is online. Host, Zhou Xian. Cooking skills, non-influenced, knife, LV3, heat, LV2, seasoning, LV2, the full level of this item is 10. Cooking skills, none. Kitchenware, none. Whether to sign in, you can get a novice gift package the first time you sign in. Zhou Xian's eyes flashed, and his capital to survive appeared. Asterisk. Chapter 2. God of Cooking Sign-in System. My travel benefits have been accounted for. Zhou Xian looked at the picture in his mind with surprise, and said with joy, sure enough, the online novels are true. Every traveler will be accompanied by Goldfinger. In his previous life in the hospital, Zhou Xian only relied on various online novels and movies and animations to pass his boring time. He had seen many such routines. Sign in. Zhou Xian manipulated his consciousness without hesitation and pressed the sign in button. A burst of dazzling firework appeared on the system screen. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for the first time and handing out the novice spree. Package 1, a luminous package for a super chef. Appetizer, bouncing turtle jelly. Main course, magic mapo tofu, reincarnated spring rolls. Staple food, golden fried rice. Soup, creamy mushroom soup. Remark 1, each food in this menu is scored 90, which will produce special effects. With a score of 95, it can touch the realm of light and has incredible power. Remark 2, it is the first time that the host makes the dishes of this menu, which can touch the luminous realm 100%. Pack 2, renovate the restaurant. Note, the identity of the perception host has been bound to Zhouji Yahan Shiju. The host can use this package to upgrade the restaurant in an all-round way. Pack 3, special cooking skills, abnormal cooking heart. Remarks, the host can create a delicious illusion for each dish with a score of more than 60 with his own mind, allowing the diners to be in the illusion of food. The higher the score, the more real the illusion. An intense flow of information instantly flooded Zhou Xian's mind. Every dish and every meticulous step from the super chef's luminous set meal was printed in his memory. Zhou Xian discovered that this luminous cuisine seems to be similar to Yuhan cuisine. As long as I can keep the sign of Yuhan Chu, then Si Tianjian will inevitably send someone to protect me nearby, and then I will have a fragile insurance for my safety. Before he could directly strengthen his own strength, Zhou Xian could only hope for the protection of others. But Zhou Xian also knows that putting hope on the protection of other people is ultimately vulnerable, just like his parents in this world. Zhou Xian's parents are both imperial soul cooks, a monk who uses cooking to purify the grievances of evil spirits and relieve hungry ghosts. However, Yuhan Chu's own power is relatively weak. At first, Si Tianjian sent 3 guards to station nearby to help Zhou Xian's parents to overcome the evil spirits. But 2 months ago, Zhou Xian's parents' soul-repelling cuisine attracted a ghost from the path of hungry ghosts from hell, and that ghost possessed a 6th-grade cultivation base. The 3 guards were afraid of Li Gui's cultivation base and were directly scared away. In the end, the Li Gui was killed by the Sishan supervisor's 5th-rank master. Although the 3 guards were sent by Sishan's supervisor to guard the Mingqi in Zihai, Zhou Xian's parents were also killed by the Li Gui. In addition to keeping the sign of Yuhan Chu, I have to find a way to improve my own strength. Zhou Xian stared at the system screen in his mind and made a decision. Use the 2nd package to upgrade Zhouji Yuhan Shiju. With Zhou Xian's mind manipulation, the words "renovate the restaurant" in the system screen turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Then, Zhou Xian suddenly heard the clanging sound from the restaurant in the front yard. Zhouji Yuhan Shiju is a large house with an area of more than 300 square meters. The structure of the front shop and the back house. The front house facing the street has been transformed into a restaurant, and the house behind is the residence of Zhou Xian's family. In the open-air yard, there is a gate on the east wall of the yard, where the family enters and exits. There is a 500-year-old cherry tree in the yard, which requires 2 people to hug it to surround it. The sturdy tree patterns are coiled together like vigorous vine dragons. At the moment it is spring, and the pink cherry blossoms on the old trees are very beautiful. Zhou Xian's gaze passed through the cherry blossoms and looked directly at the restaurant in the front yard. At the moment, it was already covered by a baffle, and even the roof was covered, as if there were workers decorating it. The system screen in his mind showed a green reconstruction progress. When the progress bar reached 90%, Zhou Xian couldn't wait to rush out. Walking through the shade of the old cherry blossoms, Zhou Xian just walked to the baffle. The progress bar in his mind was complete, pieces of wooden boards were removed, and a brand new restaurant was exposed in front of him. The exterior walls and roof tiles did not seem to have changed. However, comparing Zhou Xian with the pictures of the old store in memory, some small cracks and stains on the walls disappeared, and some damaged tiles were completely repaired. Opening the back door of the restaurant, Zhou Xian walked in. The area of the restaurant is small, the decoration is that kind of izakaya style. The open kitchen, there is a slender counter seat, can seat 6 people. Diners and chefs can communicate face to face. In addition to the counter seats, there are 6 tables in the empty space of the restaurant, and each table is equipped with 4 chairs. All the furniture is made of logs, and the overall style of the restaurant is also fresh and elegant, coupled with different kinds of green plants. It makes people feel refreshed. Coming here, Zhou Xian's inner urgency suddenly relaxed, as if all the melancholy was gone with the wind, only the sound of howling came from his stomach. The renovation of the late-night cafeteria is complete. Restaurant function after upgrade. First, the restaurant owner, host, has absolute authority, and the owner, host, in the restaurant is in a non-harmful state. Second, in a restaurant, all diners will find peace in their hearts, only the appetite is opened. Third, the front door of the late-night cafeteria will randomly appear in different other worlds, and otherworld diners will enter. Please the restaurant owner, host, pay attention to the reception. Remarks: when a foreigner is satisfied with the cooking provided by the chef, the restaurant owner, host, can obtain a special gift from the foreigner. Fourth, the restaurant owner, host, has the opportunity to purchase ingredients from otherworld through the front door of the restaurant once a week. Please cherish the restaurant owner, host. Several lines of subtitles are displayed on the system screen, all of which disappear after a while. While Zhou Xian was shocked, his mood was instantly replaced by surprise. As long as I am in the cafeteria, I won't be harmed. This can be my second line of defense. Contacting Otherworld and going to Otherworld will be the key to my becoming stronger. Zhou Xian wanted to move his bedroom to this restaurant. When he was considering the feasibility of doing so, the front door of the restaurant was opened. Accompanied by a pleasant ringing, a beautiful figure appeared. Actuan, have you changed the name of the store? The late night cafeteria, a very meaningful name, it seems that you have cheered up. Asterisk. Chapter 3. Outside the open door, bright sunshine came in, and the tall figure was bathed in the sunshine. As the thick wooden door closed, a beautiful woman in a black robe with gold patterns appeared in Zhou Xian's eyes. The exquisite pretty face has white skin diametrically opposite to the color of the Taoist robe, a red cloud appears on both cheeks, Zhou Xian's figure is reflected in the water-clear eyes, and there is a trace of concern and relief in his eyes. This woman is Zhou Xian's childhood sweetheart Ling Xinzu. When she was 6 years old, she was found to have an extremely pure water-based spiritual root. Therefore, she was admitted to the Taoist Academy. Now she is the second seat of the Taoist Academy's 10 outstanding council. The Taoist Academy is the highest Taoist school established by the Taoist League, and it is the school that all Taoist students in the Qianlong Kingdom dream of wanting to enter. Zhou Xian asked a little amusedly, the second master of the dignified Taoist Academy, the goddess in the minds of all Taoist practitioners in Longdu, would actually skip class. Longdu, where the capital of Qianlong Kingdom is located. Facing Zhou Xian's ridicule, Ling Xinzu's eyes flashed with a smile, but her face wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction, and said, I skipped class because of you. You don't appreciate it? After that, Ling Xinzu looked at the restaurant's new renovation and said happily, I thought you would be in a slump, but I didn't expect you to renovate the restaurant secretly. That's fine, let him pass the past, work hard for the new beginning, I will always stand by your side and support you. Ling Xinzu immediately frowned Lu Ye's eyebrows, and said, but for up to 3 days, Si Tianjian's assessor will come to inspect your cooking skills, otherwise Zhouji Yahan Shiju, no, it's the signature of the Yahan kitchen in the late night cafeteria. You have been taken back by the Sishan supervisor, are you planning to do it? The law enforcement agencies established by Sishanjian, Qianlong National Dao League, Confucian Academy and Buddhism specialize in all matters related to spiritual affairs of Qianlong Kingdom. Zhou Xian smiled confidently and said, don't worry, I have been prepared, I have prepared a secret weapon, and you will not be disappointed. Seeing that the originally decadent Zuma regained his former cheerfulness, Ling Xinzu, who was a green plum, also completely relieved, covering his mouth with a smile, looking at you so confident, can I see your secret weapon in advance? No problem. Zhou Xian also wanted to try the super chef's luminous cuisine for a long time, whether there is really such a magical system to say. Golden fried rice is Zhou Xian's first choice. This dish does not require knife skills, and the demand for seasoning is not high. You only need to cook it well. Zhou Xian's eyes are full of light, he has already selected the dishes, he will not hesitation, and directly mobilize all the steps of the golden fried rice from his memory. Zhou Xian moved his hands in an orderly manner, starting with steaming rice. Wash the polished rice. Instead of using a rice cooker, Zhou Xian took out a bamboo steamer and spread a layer of clean and moist cage cloth underneath. Then spread the polished rice evenly on the cage cloth, and steam the rice over the water. Cooked. Seeing Zhou Xian's actions, Ling Xinzu asked curiously, "Are you cooking egg fried rice? But is it too late to steam the rice now? My mother said it would be delicious with overnight rice." Zhou Xian laughed and said, "There are two main reasons why we use overnight rice to make fried rice. One is that the freshly cooked rice has too much moisture and the rice is not easy to fry. The other is because there is no waste of food. But if you want to eat the best fried rice, you still have to use freshly steamed rice. Only fried rice made from fresh rice can reach the highest level of fried rice." With steam rising from the top of the steamer, the air was filled with a sweet fragrance of rice. Almost. Relying on the rice fragrance captured by the sense of smell, Zhou Xian estimated the steaming state of the rice at the moment, which was just right. Zhou Xian opened the freshly steamed rice stall to cool down for a while, then walked to the stove to start the pot and burn the oil. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Xian took out 6 fresh eggs from the refrigerator and directly beat them into the pot. "Ah, Xian, don't you break the eggs and stir them well." Ling Xinzu was startled by Zhou Xian's unreliable steps. "Don't worry, I can mix the eggs evenly in the pot," Zhou Xian casually explained, and the spoon in his right hand was stirring quickly in the pot. The self-contained egg yolk and stray egg whites in the wok quickly integrate, and quickly become pale golden under the tempering of the hot oil. As the egg had just entered a semi-solidified state, Zhou Xian sprinkled the chilled rice into the pot. Fire! Zhou Xian turned the stove fire to its maximum, and the flames more than half a meter high rushed up. The scorching high temperature made Ling Xinzu sitting on the counter seat involuntarily mobilize water and spiritual power to protect himself. This golden fried rice is most demanding of heat and has a systematic quality control. Zhou Xian at the moment can clearly feel the state of the fried rice in the pot. Seasoning. Zhou Xian took some fine salt and pepper from the seasoning box with a spoon and sprinkled it into the pot. At the moment, the rice grains in the wok are separated, and each rice grain is evenly covered with solidified egg liquid. The original pale golden egg liquid is changing to a golden color. At the same time, the Marvel world. Shi Stark resisted the fatigue of his body, struggling to move in the desolate desert. He drove the Mark I and escaped from the terrorist base. Dr. Ethan died in order to cover him, and now the heart that supports Shi Stark's survival is self-salvation. He wants to go back alive and close the weapons department of the Stark Industries Group. At the moment, the scorching sun was in the sky, Shi Stark was hungry and thirsty, and his physical condition was extremely poor. Hallucinations appeared before his eyes. A dilapidated wooden house abruptly appeared in front of Shi Stark. The dilapidated wooden house originally didn't deserve Stark's second look, but when he saw the wooden door, Shi Stark was stunned. The exquisite wooden door, even if you look at it from Stark's eyes, it can be regarded as a work of art. It's written in Huxia. Late at night, the cafeteria. Damn mirage, how can there be a Huxia restaurant in this ghost place? Shi Stark tried to push the wooden door, but the wooden door didn't move. Not an illusion. The real touch on the body excited the exhausted Shi Stark, then knocked hard and shouted, "Open the door, no matter who lives inside, as long as you open the door, I can give you $100,000. In the restaurant, Zhou Xian just served 2 plates of fried rice, then covered it with a lid, and mysteriously said to Ling Xinzu that the time to witness the miracle has come, and he heard a voice outside the door. "Have you locked the door?" "No, it's just closed." Ling Xinzu tilted his head and turned back. Zhou Xian walked over and opened the wooden door. Whoosh! A man with a terrible breath rushed into Zhou Xian's arms. "Boy, give me food and water. It's better to have a cheeseburger." "No, I want to." Hurry away from Xian." Ling Xinzu gave a soft drink, and a cold stream of water shot Shi Stark away from Zhou Xian. Then, Ling Xinzu walked to Zhou Xian's side and glared at Shi Stark. "Dare to shoot the old lady's bamboo horse? Zhou Xian looked at Shi Stark with a weird expression, and then at Ling Xinzu, who was full of dissatisfaction. What's the matter with this inexplicable Shuluakang atmosphere? Asterisk. Chapter 4. Stark was beaten by the sudden current. However, with the help of the cold water, Shi Stark felt his own hot dry air washed away, and his whole body was awake. You just sent a stream of water from the palm of your hand, how did you do it? Shi Stark widened his eyes and looked at Ling Xinzu in disbelief. As a scientist, he felt that his worldview had been challenged. Seeing Shi Stark's embarrassed appearance, Ling Xinzu also realized that he was a little bit overwhelmed just now, and embarrassedly stuck out his tongue at Zhou Xian. Then he explained to Stark, Sir, I'm sorry, I was too concerned about a Xian just now, so I overreacted. As for the water flow, I am a Taoist practitioner of water Lingyan, so I can use water attribute spells. By the way, I suddenly remembered that there is still something to deal with in the college, I'm leaving now. Seeing Zhou Xian's increasingly weird expression, Ling Xinzu thought he could see through his own mind, and his pretty face became redder and could no longer be held back, and ran away in a hurry. Stark stared blankly at the closed wooden door, blinked his eyes, and asked in a crushing voice, what did she just say? What water spirit roots? Water spells? Is she the magician in those fantasy novels? Zhou Xian nodded and said, yes, but in our case, people like her are called monks. Are you kidding? Shi Stark gave Zhou Xian a dissatisfied look. At the moment, the strange color on Zhou Xian's face has not disappeared, and he tentatively asked the actor named Donnie in his previous life, and said, are you Tony Shi Stark? Huh? Shi Stark instantly became alert, looked at Zhou Xian vigilantly, and asked, do you know me? Zhou Xian looked at the sign of his late-night canteen and murmured, no, otherworld diners can only open the canteen door at night. Why can you be here now? Shi Stark was stunned by Zhou Xian's words, frowning and shouting, smelly boy, you opened the door to me, but you don't want to deceive me. I am Tony Shi Stark, the great genius scientist in the world, and otherworld shuttles. Shi Stark suddenly thought of the weird girl who had just left, her face turned weird, and he hurriedly looked at the illusion inside the restaurant. The area here was obviously much larger than the dilapidated wooden house he had seen. Through the window on the back wall of the restaurant, Shi Stark saw the tall old tree with cherry blossoms in the courtyard. Fack, I actually crossed to otherworld. Shi Stark's first reaction was not shock, but extreme panic. Damn it, can you go back? Stark asked impatiently. Zhou Xian nodded and said, definitely, you just need to get out of this door. Goodbye. Shi Stark turned his head and left. Mr. Stark, aren't you hungry? Would you like to taste the fried rice I just made? Zhou Xian asked with a smile. This was the first outsider diners he received, and it was Iron Man from Marvel. The Marvel world is a great place. If you befriend this Mr. Iron Man, maybe you can get an infinite gems for fun. Gilialo. Shi Stark's stomach screamed, and he froze on the spot. Since you are kindly invited, I'll try your cooking, but do I have to eat fried rice? Do you have burgers? No cheese. Shi Stark still couldn't bear the hunger of his body, and sat on the counter seat, but his mouth was very arrogant. This thunder a ghost. Zhou Xian amusedly put a plate of fried rice with a lid on Shi Stark's table. Cut it, it's just fried rice, and I added a lid without any extra effort. Stark opened the lid indifferently. Bang! The huge amount of heat accumulated in the lid erupted. In the white mist, a group of golden light bloomed violently, illuminating the entire restaurant. Fack, you put a bomb in the fried rice. Stark was startled and fell backwards involuntarily, and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Regardless of the embarrassment, Shi Stark hurriedly searched for cover, trying to avoid the impact of the bomb. After a while, the golden light faded and everything was normal. She Stark hid behind a table, a chuckle in his ear. "Mr. Stark, are you sure you are a scientist, not a comedy?" Being so mocked by Joshien, She Stark stood up and glared at Joshien, knowing that he was embarrassed just now. "Damn it, did you put phosphor in the fried rice?" She Stark looked at the golden fried rice. Every grain of rice was made of gold. "Are you sure you can eat this stuff?" "Definitely." She Stark put the golden fried rice into his mouth with a small spoon with suspicion, and chewed it a few times. This fried rice. Stark's eyes widened instantly. He had never eaten such a delicious meal in his life. The scent of eggs mixed with the fragrance of rice erupted in the mouth, and the soft fried rice grains were distinct. They beat on the tip of the tongue, and then turned into a warm light and penetrated into his stomach pocket. She Stark found himself in the vast and icy universe, with a hot ball of fire beside him. "No, that is the sun. Fuck, did I cross again?" Watching his body gradually move closer to the sun, She Stark struggled desperately. "No." She Stark closed his eyes in despair. But the imagined high temperature did not appear, and She Stark felt himself in a warm sun, like sunbathing on the beach in Los Angeles. Opening his eyes, She Stark found himself holding a sun that had shrunk countless times in his arms. At this moment, he felt that he became more and more energetic, as if his physical injuries had been expelled. She Stark embraced the sun. Joshien tasted another golden fried rice. The system gave him a score of 95, which barely reached the luminous state. At the same time, he also understood the effect of golden fried rice expelling all negative effects from the body, and this effect can last for 7 days. Ahem! She Stark screamed involuntarily, waking up from the food fantasy. The sound made his tanned face instantly turn red. As a playboy, he had only heard such voices from magazine cover girls before. Doraemon. The small spoon made a crisp sound when it touched the bottom of the plate, and a plate of golden fried rice had been eaten by She Stark unknowingly. Not even a grain of rice was left. Stark was silent for a long time, before finally speaking. "One more." "Sorry, Mr. Stark, each person is limited to one." Joshien refused, and letting him cook it would not be shining golden fried rice. Stark looked into the restaurant with regret, but couldn't find the menu, and said dissatisfied, "Is there only one dish in your store?" Joshien shook his head and explained, "This restaurant has not officially opened yet. If Mr. She Stark likes our dishes, please come again next time." "Huh, I won't come to this ghost place again." She Stark picked up a bottle of mineral water on the table and turned and left. When he opened the door, he paused and said, "Boy, there will be a check for 1 million in your hands in a few days. Since you can recognize my identity, it means that this is definitely not Otherworld. You can't fool my wisdom." After that, She Stark walked out of the late-night canteen with great confidence. Asterisk. Chapter 5. She Stark closed the wooden door easily, then glanced at the deserted desert, frowning. How can there be a Huxia restaurant in this damn place? The little girl said she would use water spells before. Is she really a magician? No, I'll go back and ask. She Stark turned his head and found that the wooden door behind him was missing. The dilapidated wooden house did not even have a door, and it was a mess inside. There were no restaurants or old cherry trees. It seemed that everything he had just experienced was just a dream. However, She Stark looked at the mineral water in his hand and the smell of fried rice in his mouth. He knew it was not an illusion. Did I really crossed into a Huxia restaurant in a parallel world just now? She Stark felt very absurd for the thought that had arisen in his mind. The pride of being a genius scientist made him not believe in the fact of traveling through parallel worlds, but everything that happened made him have to believe. Suddenly, She Stark's face became embarrassed. Damn it, who is my check going to? If you can't send 1 million checks, isn't the kid in the restaurant going to laugh at me forever? Stark suddenly thought that even if he gave the kid $1 million, the kid wouldn't be able to use it. After all, it is not the same world. I'm Tony Stark, I never owe favors. When I go out, I will buy here to build a base, unless the door doesn't show up again, but that golden fried rice is so fragrant, even more delicious than a cheeseburger. The damn kid said that it would be limited, and he must be embarrassing me. Stark walked towards the desert angrily, his whole body full of energy, no sense of fatigue at all, even the blazing sun in the sky didn't feel so dry. It didn't take long for Stark to be found by a rescue helicopter. On the plane, Stark was finally able to contact the outside world, and immediately contacted his assistant Little Pepper via satellite phone. Pepper, prepare a fund for me. I want to buy a piece of land abroad. What do I use for it? Definitely is to build a research base. This project is my personal investment and has nothing to do with Stark Industrial Group. In the late-night canteen, Zhou Xian locked the restaurant door after Stark left, ate his share of golden fried rice, and obtained the effect of removing the negative effects for 7 days, and then went crazy and took all the eggs in the refrigerator. Came out. The golden fried rice previously controlled by the system, Zhou Xian's control over the heat has been greatly enhanced, and Zhou Xian's absolute sense of cooking has so far become addicted. While I still feel a little bit, I have to practice more, at least fix the score of the golden fried rice at 90 points or more. Only golden fried rice with a score of 90 can trigger its function of repelling negative effects. Bang! The stove fire rose again. Zhou Xian found all the steamers, 6 layers full of rice. 3 eggs can be used to make golden fried rice for 20 minutes. Residents living nearby suddenly found that Zhou's restaurant, which had been silent for 2 months, became lively. I have never smelled such a fragrant taste. It seems to have the aroma of eggs and rice. Is it egg fried rice? Just kidding, how can egg fried rice have such a fragrance? Could it be that Zhou Jiahunshija changed his boss? How come I have never smelled such a fragrance before? Look at it, the restaurant's sign has changed, the late-night cafeteria, isn't it open only in the middle of the night? Daring people knocked on the door, but Zhou Xian was already immersed in the ocean of cooking, and couldn't hear the outside sound at all. 60 points, barely qualified, no. 65 points, not enough, come again. 75 points. A lot better this time, but the eggs are still getting old. Plate after plate of fried rice was placed on the countertop table by Zhou Xian. 20 groups of eggs have been exhausted. Zhou Xian went out to buy 300 fresh eggs and continued to practice golden fried rice. As the sun goes from east to west, the afterglow of the sky dissipates completely, and darkness occupies the earth. Tonight's night is good, the night sky is dotted with stars. Many residents walked out after dinner and unknowingly strolled around the late-night cafeteria. This scent has lasted for a day, I really want to go in and taste it. But the cafeteria didn't open at all. Maybe they didn't plan to open it yet. I feel hungry again. I obviously just had dinner. The neighbors gathered here were all talking about when the late-night canteen will open. Suddenly a child pointed to the sky and shouted, "Meteor, a green meteor, so beautiful." Everyone's complexion changed wildly, and they looked up at the night sky, and as expected, a terrible green meteor was dashing across the sky above their heads. No, it's the yin star crossing the border, everyone hurry home. Everyone panicked instantly. Those who see the yin star crossing the border will suffer. But I don't know when the alleys on both sides of the street suddenly filled with fog. These fogs are not white, but weird gray. From the gray fog came the sound of uniform footsteps, as if a team was marching in the fog. Then, clusters of horribly green ghost fires appeared in the gray fog, and soldiers in broken armors flashed out from time to time. It's the yin soldier crossing the border. Someone panicked and almost screamed, but they were covered up tightly by the person next to them. Everyone squatted on the ground, bowed their heads, shivering and desperate. I saw that the grey fog on both sides of the alleys finally became a piece of, the Yin soldiers walked out of the alleys, the fog dissipated, and the whole street was silent. Ling Xinzu dared to come to the door after calming down his shame in the morning, but as soon as he turned into the alley, he found a group of people lying in the doorway of the cafeteria late at night. Everyone closed their eyes and their hands and feet were shaking, as if they had lost their souls. Actuan, are you okay? Open the door. Asterisk. Chapter 6. 95 points. Seeing the golden fried rice that just came out of the pot reached a glowing state, Zhou Xian breathed a sigh of relief, and his tight body instantly weakened. At the moment, Zhou Xian was in a state as if he had fallen into the swimming pool, sweating profusely. However, at this moment of rest, Zhou Xian heard Ling Xinzu's voice outside the door. Wow! When the thick wooden door was opened, Zhou Xian saw that Ling Xinzu's pretty face was full of concern, and the latter heaved a sigh of relief when he saw his safe bamboo horse. Zhou Xian glanced at the 30 or 40 people lying in the street at the door, his face turned ugly, and he was shocked. What is going on? Are they victimized by weird things? Ling Xinzu shook his head and explained, they are not dead yet, but they have lost their souls. They should have collided with some feminine objects. Most likely it was a Yin soldier crossing the border. Just now, a cloudy star crossed the sky, which is most likely to happen. This kind of incident. But I have already called the police, and soon a guard from the Tianjian will come over. The two didn't wait too long, 5 Sishan police cars hurried into the street, and a dozen people came down from the top, headed by a Dao League monk. It's the police you reported. I'm Sishan Supervisor Sunchinjishi Wang Hao. Are you the second master Shi Ling Xinzu of the Taoist Academy? The Daomeng monk looked at Ling Xinzu and was directly shocked. The second seat of the student council of the dignified Taoist Academy, the 6th rank monk, how could it appear in such a small street? And standing so intimately with a young man, if the boys from Taoism Institute knew about this, I don't know how many people would be heartbroken. Regardless of Wang Hao is already the Sishan superintendent's city patrolling official, but his cultivation is only at the 7th stage, and his status is far below Ling Xinzu. Ling Xinzu nodded lightly, and said, there is King Lao Yishi, these residents have been detained by the Yin soldiers, and Wang Yishi should do the same to summon everyone's souls back. Wang Hao retracted his gaze from Zhou Xian, nodded solemnly, and said, please rest assured, the second master, I have brought all the relevant sacrificial vessels, and immediately opened the altar to call the soul. Zhou Xian watched the steps of Wang Hao's opening up with a lot of fun. He had only seen it in movies before. Boxes of items were removed from the car, and there was a long table of jujube wood. On the table are 6 plates of melon and fruit desserts as tribute, and there are 2 pairs of incense candles, a bronze stove, a stack of yellow symbols, a bowl of clear water, and dozens of paper ingots. Holding the peachwood sword, Wang Hao first lit 3 incense sticks and inserted them into the copper furnace. Then the Daomu sword provoked a yellow talisman, pinched the Jew to recite the spell, and the yellow talisman ignited spontaneously. Yin soldiers cross the border, detain the innocent souls, and return them quickly. The old man is anxious as the law orders. Bang! The prepared pair of paper ingots ignited spontaneously. The flame burned and the smoke filled. The green smoke condensed without dispersing, and quickly turned into dozens of human-shaped smoke flying in mid-air. Those earth souls have been summoned, but the sullen energy in these residents' bodies is crisscrossed, and the earth souls are not willing to return to their positions. Which one of you is a monk of the fire attribute, with your own life spirit fire can dispel the yin qi in their bodies? Ling Xinzu looked around a dozen or so guards, all shaking their heads. Wang Hao is still maintaining the ritual, otherwise once the flames burn out, these earth soul smoke will dissipate. Shouting, hurry up and call the branch and ask them to send a bald. The monk, scholars can also do it, send someone come to understand the aura of Heiran. Ling Zinzuqiao had a trace of anxiety on her face, clutching Zhou Xian's arm with both hands, and asked softly, "What should I do? I am afraid that life will be greatly reduced if you return to your position." Zhou Xian pondered for a moment and said, "I have a way to expel the yin qi in these people. Why don't you let me try it?" "You?" Wang Hao on the side looked at Zhou Xian questioningly. "Is this handsome guy who is suspected of Ling Zinzu's boyfriend a genius? But have you never seen a genius with such a face in the three major sects?" Ling Zinzu also quietly pulled Zhou Xian's arm, and whispered in his ear, "Axuan, are you sure? Now is the critical moment for you to evaluate Yahan Chu. You can't leave any handle." Zhou Xian smiled and calmed down. "Do you still remember the secret weapon I told you? It just happens to be able to handle this matter." Seeing that Zhou Xian was so confident, Wang Hao shouted, "So, it's a little brother, sir." Wang Hao hurriedly changed his words, secretly rejoicing in his heart, "This handsome guy is so close to Ling Zinzu, maybe he is also a genius. If I frivolously call him a brother, it would be wrong." Tian Yang almost affected his career. Zhou Xian returned to the restaurant, and it didn't take long before an incredibly attractive fragrance floated out. Those earth soul smoke hovering in mid-air seemed to be attracted by the fragrance, and they all stopped moving around the restaurant's exhaust fan. "What kind of smell? It is so sweet." More than a dozen guards, including Wang Hao, were directly conquered by the smell of fried rice. Roar! A cool breeze passed. Wang Hao broke free from the fragrance in an instant. His face changed drastically. "No, this fire is going to be extinguished." Sure enough, the strong wind directly blew out the last ray of fire after the burning of the paper ingot, and the green smoke died out. But what shocked Wang Hao was that after losing the maintenance of Qinjian, those earth souls not only did not dissipate, but became solidified. How can this be? Could it be that strange fragrance? Wang Hao was shocked and suspicious, and saw Zhou Xian walking out holding a tray. Without letting everyone wait for too long, Zhou Xian directly lifted the lid on the tray. Bang! The white mist erupted like a tornado, and a cloud of golden light rose up, instantly covering a small half of the street. "Damn, what's the matter?" Wang Hao stared at the golden light blankly, at a loss. "Look, the yin aura on these people has been evaporated by the golden light." A guard yelled. Everyone immediately looked to the ground, and as expected, strands of black aura spilled out of the residence, and then was wiped out by the golden light. And those dozens of wisps of earth soul laughed in the golden light, and then quickly merged into their bodies. In just 2 seconds, the golden light and yin air and the soul of the earth disappeared. "Oh, it's so hot, it feels like a hot spring. Why did I fall asleep, but I slept really comfortably this time. I just dreamed about the stove in winter. Where is this?" The residents lying on the ground stood up in confusion. How is this possible? Looking at the lively residents, Wang Hao seemed to have seen a ghost. No, even if he saw a ghost, he would not be so shocked. People who have lost their souls will suffer a serious illness even if they are rescued. How can they be like people who have nothing to do and seem to be in a better state of mind? No, all of this is related to the handsome guy who is suspected of Ling Zinzu's boyfriend. At the moment, Wang Hao's impression of Zhou Xian is only one astonishing. Chapter 7. I just dreamed of eating very delicious fried rice. That fried rice is like gold. I dreamt it too, sucking. I really want to taste it myself. The smell of fried rice in my dream is exactly the same as the fragrance in the air. Residents who had just sobered gathered together to exchange the fried rice in their sleep. At this time, someone spotted the golden fried rice on Zhou Xian's tray and screamed, it's this, the color is exactly the same." Huh! Dozens of eyes all around looked at Zhou Xian, the golden fried rice in his hand, and then swarmed. "It's Zhou Xian, the young master of Zhouji's royal soul eater. How is this possible? Xiao Zhou's craftsmanship is not comparable to that of Lao Zhou and his wife. Could it be that the aroma that came all day long today was Xiao Zhou's cooking rice? I thought I had changed the boss." Neighbors in the neighborhood rushed up. "Xiao Zhou, can you let us taste the fried rice in your hands?" Everyone stared at Zhou Xian expectantly, and the green hungry wolf eyes made the guards think that the yin qi of these people had not been cleared. Zhou Xian chuckled and said, "If you don't dislike it, please use it slowly." "Wow!" Everyone furiously rushed to the golden fried rice. Then, a soft moan sounded one after another on the street. "Ah, I see the sun. It is this warm sun that rescued me from the ice and snow. It's the smell of the sun. From now on, I can't eat other fried rice." Wang Hao looked at the sight with a dazed expression. As a Sishan supervisor's 8th rank patrol city, Wang Hao is proficient in the art of looking at breath. At the moment, these residents who have eaten golden fried rice have a breath as hot as a golden sun. I am afraid that there will be no femininity in the next few days. Dare to approach them. What kind of magical cuisine is this? How can Yahan cuisine be so powerful? From what the residents said, Wang Hao pieced together a complete message. The young man named Zhou Xian in front of him is actually the heir of this imperial soul food residence. Zhouji Yahan Shi Hao, Wang Hao knows as the Yushi Yushi. After all, some time ago, there was a lot of trouble. 6th grade ghosts appeared and killed the 2 people of the Shi Hao boss and his wife. There were also 3 guards who became head-shrinking turtles. Severe punishment. Didn't it mean that the heir of this royal soul food residence is not strong, and is highly likely to be disqualified? This is also called weak strength. This is so powerful that it is outrageous. Which dishes made by Mihanchu can shine? That light instantly cleared the yin qi from dozens of people's bodies, and also returned all the souls of the earth directly without any side effects. Perhaps this miraculous effect can only be achieved by a big boss who has entered the 3rd stage realm. No wonder I was able to become the boyfriend of the 2nd Shi Lingxinzu of the Taoist Academy. As expected, geniuses are only paired with geniuses. Wang Hao sighed, paying tribute to the male Taoist students in Longdu for 3 seconds, but soon he became excited again. You must befriend this genius. Wang Hao has already made his calculations in his heart. This is his own jurisdiction. There is such a genius who is proficient in magical cooking. If he can cooperate, then get a promotion and raise his salary and marry a daughter-in-law. On the other side, Lingxinzu, who was closely guarding Zhou Xian's side, had her beautiful eyes all on her own bamboo horse. What happened just now made Lingxinzu extremely happy. "Actuan, you are great." Lingxinzu hugged Zhou Xian's arm tightly and said, "I thought you might not pass the assessment by Sishan supervisor, so I wanted to ask a senior sister to take care of you, but now it seems that I don't need it at all." "Senior sister?" Zhou Xian wondered, "Why can your senior sister take care of me?" Lingxinzu's delicate eyes turned, and he directly changed the subject. "Oh, don't ask about these useless things. Anyway, now you can easily pass the evaluation of the Sishan supervisor with your own strength. It is even more difficult to become a Yahanchu. Right?" Zhou Xian nodded. The golden fried rice that he had cultivated to 95 points was enough for Si Tianjian to recognize his identity as the sole chef. The residents left contentedly after dividing up the golden fried rice. At the moment, Wang Hao finally got close to Zhou Xian, smiling, and said, "Hello Zhou Hanchu, I am Wang Hao, Yushi in this district. Thank you for your help tonight. I hope there will be more in the future. Opportunity to cooperate." Zhou Xian also intends to have a good relationship with Wang Hao, and the two had a very happy conversation. Then, Wang Hao led the guards and drove away. As the censor of the city, he needed to monitor more than a small street. "Let's go," there is the last egg and rice left, let you taste my golden fried rice. Zhou Xian recruited Roar and Ling Xinzu into the restaurant. 3 minutes later, Ling Xinzu looked at the blooming golden light, the shock in her beautiful eyes did not hide. Although I have seen it once, I still find it incredible, why does the fried rice shine? Ling Xinzu looked at Zhou Xian and asked curiously. Zhou Xian explained with a smile, because everything in this world contains its own energy, after the food has been processed by me, the energy contained in it is stimulated, and it naturally shines. Ling Xinzu nodded without understanding, and then took a bite of fried rice. Huh! Ling Xinzu felt a sun exploded in his body. The sun not only exudes light, but also the scorching heat. Ling Xinzu's face changed, feeling that the water spiritual power in his Danshan was violent at this moment. She is a monk with the attribute of water and fire are mutually restrained. The solar energy contained in this golden fried rice makes the water spiritual force a stress response. Go crazy. This thought flashed through Ling Xinzu's mind. But before she could react, the water spirit power of the riot had stabilized. The water spiritual power in the Danshan turned into a trickle flowing throughout her body. Under the shining of the sun, the water spiritual power was constantly growing. Snapped. Ling Xinzu felt a crisp cracking sound coming from his body. She broke through. From the peak of the 7th stage realm into the 6th stage realm. How can this be? Ling Xinzu's beautiful eyes looked at Zhou Xian in confusion and shock. Zhou Xian was stunned by her strange look, and asked, "What's the matter?" "I broke through, from the 7th stage to the 6th stage. But how is this possible? I just broke through with a bite of fried rice." Ling Xinzu felt that this breakthrough was amazing, and he didn't cultivate at all. Zhou Xian smiled and said, "This is a good thing." Ling Xinzu nodded, and said blankly, "Yes, it's a good thing." Suddenly, her face changed, she hurriedly took out her phone and ran out, not forgetting to turn back and say, "Actuan, I have left beforehand, and I will come to you tomorrow." Asterisk. Chapter 8. Early the next morning, Zhou Xian heard Ling Xinzu's voice like a lark in the bed. "Actuan, get up, today there will be a session monitoring appraiser to test your Royal Soul Chef's qualifications, you must be prepared first." Ling Xinzu knocked on the door of Zhou Xian's bedroom, then pushed in directly. She has the key to Zhou Xian's house, which is the privilege of being a green plum. Only when Ling Xinzu entered the door, Zhou Xian had already put on his clothes, and a trace of disappointment flashed in those smart eyes. Why did Si Tianjian suddenly send someone over? And he didn't call Roar in advance, Zhou Xian asked curiously. Ling Xinzu spit out embarrassedly, and said, "I said last night that I asked the senior sister to take care of you, but your golden fried rice will definitely pass the inspection of the session supervisor 100%, so I called the senior sister. The phone saved her from coming." Speaking of this, Ling Xinzu said with a trace of irritation and helplessness, "But the elder sister was determined to take a look, and also notified Si Tianjian to evaluate you in advance." "Who is the senior sister you are talking about? Is it a senior monk of Sishanjian?" Zhou Xian at the moment was full of curiosity about the senior sister Ling Xinzu said. Ling Xinzu frustratedly threw himself on Zhou Xian's bed and rolled, covering his head with a quilt, and then said with an irritation, "It's senior sister Nangongli. She is the special advisor of Sishan supervisor, a 6th rank monk. She wants to act. An assessor must be more than enough." Nangongli, what a familiar name. Zhou Xian searched in his memory, "Is it the chief of your Taoist academy, right?" "Yes," Ling Xinzu replied with a long tone. In his memory, Zhou Xian captured information about Nangongli. This was the first genius of the Xianlong kingdom, a monk of the mutant Lingen Lei Lingen. At the beginning, the saint son of Olympus Temple in the western continent challenged the younger generation of Xianlong nation, almost hitting invincible hands in the world. Until Nangongli shot, With the hand of thunder, the holy sun who could also drive thunder and lightning was beaten with no power to fight back and fled. If Ling Xinzu is the princess in the minds of all Taoist practitioners in Longdu, then Nangongli is the queen. It is said that this person not only has unparalleled beauty, but also has the extremely rare domineering temperament of a woman. Well, the above information was all told by Ling Xinzu to Zhou Xian. "Actuan, you are tired of you." Ling Xinzu peeped his head from the quilt, and looked at Zhou Xian with tears in his eyes. "If it weren't for my extra effort, senior sister would not deliberately target you." Zhou Xian asked a little surprised, "Why did she target me?" Ling Xinzu blushed, and after a long time, she said softly, "Senior sister said, she wants to see which man is fascinated by me. If you can't get her approval, you will take me away." Hiss. Zhou Xian looked at Ling Xinzu in astonishment. He didn't expect this to be the case. Looking at Ling Xinzu, who buried himself in the quilt like an ostrich, Zhou Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, you are my green plum, how can someone snatch you away from me?" Ling Xinzu in the quilt trembled all over, not even daring to show his head. "Okay, I'll go buy the ingredients first, then you can help me take care of the house." After speaking, Zhou Xian went out to the vegetable market to buy ingredients. He was going to buy all the ingredients used in the special kitchen menu. When Zhou Xian rode his beloved motorcycle back to the store, he found that the store was full of people. In addition to the nearby residents joining in the excitement, there are also TV station staff who seem to be setting up filming machines in front of the store, and several anchors who seem to be broadcasting live. "The shopkeeper is back!" someone yelled. "Huh!" Hundreds of scorching gazes fixed on Zhou Xian, and then the crowd crowded in front of the store backed a few steps, leaving a passageway for only one person to walk. Click. Someone is taking pictures of Zhou Xian, and those anchors are even going to break through the crowd and want to get in touch with Zhou Xian first. One of the petite female anchors quickly shuttled through the crowd by virtue of her height advantage and ran to Zhou Xian quickly. "Wow, are you Zhou Xian, the owner of the late-night canteen? So handsome, I am Xue Linglong, and a Taoist monk from Taoist Academy. Can you please call on Roar for the friends in the live broadcast room?" Zhou Xian glanced at the interface of Xue Linglong's mobile live broadcast room. There were more than 3 million fans, and he could advertise for the late-night cafeteria. "Hello everyone, my name is Zhou Xian, the sole chef of the late-night canteen. No, before you get my approval, you are not the royal sole chef." A cold voice came from the store. The entrance of the shop, which was originally quite lively, immediately fell silent. The icy breath rushed to his face, and it was cold. Xue Linglong's body shook involuntarily, and then whispered to Zhou Xian, "To tell you an internal news, Her Majesty the Queen is very dissatisfied with you abducting Ling Mei." Zhou Xian leaned over and asked quietly, "Then do you know what Nangongli likes to eat?" Xue Linglong rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Definitely, it is a delicacy that can beautify your face. As a woman, you can't change your beauty." Watching the two figures interacting in front of the camera, the audience in the live broadcast room was angry. "Damn brat, stay away from Linglong cutie." At the moment, the cold voice came again, "Xue Linglong, I found that you have been a little bit off recently." Xue Linglong's face changed, and Roar said anxiously, "Your Majesty the Queen, please spare your life." Click. A ray of purple lightning fell from the sky, hitting Xue Linglong's head, and the cute ball head instantly turned into an explosive head. He, Her Majesty the Queen loves whipping, so comfortable." Xue Linglong's eyes turned into the shape of love. Looking at Xue Linglong, who was about to break down, Zhou Xian shrugged and walked into the store. As soon as he entered the restaurant, Zhou Xian saw a purple gold figure sitting in front of the counter seat, and Ling Xinzu winked at him. The beautiful iceberg beauty in purple and gold robes looked back at Zhou Xian, and said coldly, "If you can please me with cooking, you can become a royal sole chef, Let's start. P.S. Let's continue to walk tomorrow. Asterisk. Chapter 9. In addition to Zhou Xian, there are only 3 people in the store: Ling Xinzu, who is half the owner, Nangongli, who is a part-time assessor, and the petite anchor Xue Linglong. Hundreds of people gathered outside the shop, all of them admiring Nangongli. As the chief of Taoist Academy and the first student of Xianlong National Road, Nangongli has huge amounts of popularity. However, Nangongli's itinerary was revealed by Xue Linglong, a small gangster, who, even if he entered the store, was still broadcasting live. Nangongli glanced at the ingredients in Zhou Xian's hand, and said coldly, "I got a report from the Sishan supervisor, Wang Hao, who patrolled the city last night. The report says that you have a luminous soul cuisine that can disperse it. Yin Qi can bring the soul back to its place, so let's do this first." Zhou Xian chuckled softly and said, "Don't worry, you won't be disappointed." Bang! As the stove fire rose, Zhou Xian put the washed white rice into the steamer. With the rapid fire, the rice is steamed in just 10 minutes with the control of the level 5 heat, and the restaurant is filled with the fragrance of rice. Then, when the pot was heated and the 3 eggs slipped into the pot, the frying spoon in Zhou Xian's hand turned into a series of after-images. Damn, what kind of fairy cooking is this? This speed is so bad that I can't keep up with my eyes. Don't you stir the eggs first? Such a big turkey egg will definitely be burnt. After seeing Zhou Xian's almost unreasonable cooking skills, the audience in Xue Linglong's live studio were all confused. Is this really Chef Mihan? Doesn't even cook Xiaobai count? Finish. As Zhou Xian brought a plate covered with a lid to Nangongli, all the doubts reached a peak. Damn little white face, do you want Nangong goddess to eat your fried rice? The egg fried rice must be dry and hard, don't eat Nangong goddess. Not only the barrage riot in Xue Linglong's live broadcast room, but even the audience around the store couldn't help it. Nangongli's handsome eyebrows frowned slightly, and she glared at Zhou Xian dissatisfiedly. She also thought that the scumbag who had hooked Ling Xinzu in front of her was perfunctory. "Senior sister, you will know when you open the lid, a Xian's golden fried rice is like a work of art." Ling Xinzu's sweet voice came. "Humph, I want to see, what kind of trick are you doing?" Nangongli lifted the lid unconcernedly. Roar! Massive white mist gushes out from the cover and turns into a white cloud. A golden sun burst out of the white clouds, and the whole restaurant was illuminated. "Wow!" One after another voice sounded abruptly. Everyone looked at the sun gradually dissipating in the mist in shock, and some people rubbed their eyes in disbelief, thinking they had seen an illusion. How can this be? They are just ordinary ingredients, and there is no special technique. Why does it shine? Doesn't the eggs glow if they are fried in the pan without breaking them? Both the live broadcast room and the audience were stunned. "Wow, this fried rice is really like gold!" Xue Linglong exclaimed Huan roar. Everyone looked at the plate in front of Nangongli, and the golden rice grains glowed with oil and exuded a delicate fragrance. The scent made everyone who smelled it feel lighter. "Please taste, my golden fried rice." Zhou Xian stretched out his hand and motioned. The astonishment in Nangongli's eyes has faded, and with a hint of curiosity, she picked up the spoon and sent the fried rice to her mouth. "Yeah." A faint soft moan appeared from Nangongli's mouth, and Xue Linglong on the side was stunned. "My queen is broken? How could such a delicate voice appear from the mouth of my Majesty the Queen?" Xue Linglong stared at Zhou Xian fiercely. "Did you drug my queen?" One bite after another, Nangongli's use of the soup spoon speeded up a lot in vain, until the last grain of rice disappeared between her lips and teeth. She put down the soup spoon in her hand with a faint sigh. "It's delicious." The cold color on Nangongli's face loosened a lot in an instant. Xue Linglong awoke from the shock, and seeing the soft expression of her own queen flashed by, her whole body was dazed again. "Your Majesty, he is your enemy, you can't surrender so quickly. Boom. A fist hit Xue Linglong on the head of the ball, and the latter grumbled as if biting her tongue. Nangongli looked at Zhou Xian and said, as the assessor of this time, I recognize your ability. This luminous golden fried rice contains the power to dispel evil. It is full of light like the sun. It is stronger than any soul-defying dishes I know. Starting from today, you will be an imperial soul chef, and there will be staff from the Tianjian to confirm your information. Awesome, Xian, you succeeded. Ling Xinzu happily said to Roar. If it weren't for the counter seat, she would have liked to rush to Zhou Xian's side. Xue Linglong pursed her mouth in dissatisfaction. This is not the same as the plot I planned. Her Majesty, is the fried rice really that delicious? You almost broke it just now. Boom. The ball sank number 1. Nangongli remembered her groan just now, and a red cloud flashed across her cold face. In order to conceal a trace of embarrassment in her heart, she watched Ling Xinzu lose the excitement of her usual lady gesture and directly suppressed it. On the side, Xue Linglong quietly showed her head, winking at Zhou Xian, and said, Zhou Hanchu, I'm hungry, is there any milk here? I'm still growing, so I can't be hungry. Milk. Zhou Xian took out a bottle of pure milk from the refrigerator and handed it over. Xue Linglong's small hands shrank as soon as she touched the milk bottle. It's so cold, can you heat it up, Zhou Hanchu, please? By the way, just use this bottle of milk to make a dish. Whoops. Xue Linglong's ball was hit with a hand knife on her head, holding her head in tears, and looked at Ling Xinzu, who had retracted her hand in disbelief. Sister Ling, I'm not your little cutie, you have the heart to beat me, it is really a girl who has a boy. Oh. Xue Linglong's mouth was covered by Ling Xinzu. Zhou Xian looked at the noisy Xue Linglong. It was a black belly, but wanted to embarrass herself? Impossible. Is it right to make a dish with milk? Simple. Asterisk. Chapter 10. Xue Linglong struggled to show her small head from Ling Xinzu's hands, and looked suspiciously at Zhou Xian. You would be so kind? Wouldn't you give me medicine like the golden fried rice just now? Boom. Nangongli's fist hit Xue Linglong's head neatly. Why did this guy jump so much today? Zhou Xian smiled without saying a word, and at the same time quickly mobilized the steps of cooking cream mushroom soup in his mind. In my mind, the sign-in system of God of Cooking quietly appeared, and the word sign-in was shining with golden light. By the way, I haven't signed in today. Manipulating consciousness, Zhou Xian clicked the sign-in button. Congratulations to the host for getting the sign-in reward, bacon leaves, 3 pieces. The system also gives information about the ingredients intimately. Name, bacon leaf. Place of origin, the captive world of food. Measurements, 20 centimeters in length, 3 centimeters in width, and 1 kilogram in weight. Description, it is a green vegetable with high fat content comparable to beef. With high salt content, although it is delicious to taste directly, if it is eaten with other ingredients, it can accentuate its flavor. This is a good ingredient. Zhou Xian surprised 3 pieces of bacon leaves. The emerald green leaves have a steak-like texture, and they are also top-notch snowflake steaks. Zhou Xian cut off a piece with a kitchen knife and put it in his mouth. He immediately felt the tenderness of roast beef, and the full gravy erupted in his mouth with the aroma of roast beef. What are you eating, so delicious? 3 pairs of eyes looked straight at Zhou Xian. With her petite size, Xue Linglong climbed onto the counter seat and looked at the cyan leaves in Zhou Xian's hand. The fragrance was emitted from it. Green cabbage leaves? How do I feel that it has beef flavor? Let me taste it. After that, Xue Linglong stretched her head to bite the bacon leaf in Zhou Xian's hand, but was dragged by Ling Xinzu. Ling Xinzu looked at Xue Linglong with a trace of vigilance. She can clear up how black this little cute is, and she must not let her approach A Xian. I'm going to make a creamy mushroom soup. This is the ingredient. Zhou Xian took out the pan and put a piece of butter in the bottom of the pan when it became hot. Stabbed. The butter melted quickly, and a scent of milk filled the air. Afterwards, Zhou Xian put the prepared flour into the butter and stirred to make the white flour become light yellow and loose, and then take it out for later use. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Xian put the sliced bacon leaves into the pan. An incomparably attractive beef aroma came out. The aroma of this beef does not have the greasy feeling of meat, but has a peculiar fragrance. Is this an alienated ingredient? It is obviously a plant, but it has the characteristics of meat. Nangang Li's purple eyes looked at Zhou Xian with interest. The crisis alert in Ling Xinzu's heart kept ringing. Xian, you can have a snack and stop exuding charm. The bacon leaves are rich in fat, and golden oil blossoms appear under the hot roasting. Zhou Xian puts the chopped onion and the mushroom slices into the pot separately. The aroma of beef is mixed with the aroma of mushrooms. After seasoning, Zhou Xian put the milk in the pot. After the thick white soup is boiled, put the flour that has been fried with butter in the pot. The soup became thick in an instant, transforming from white to pale golden. Turn off the heat, put it in the soup bowl, close the lid, and move in one go. System, give a score. 99 points. The big red characters appear in the system interface. There is also a small print description below the score. The host has added special ingredients to the cooking, which has improved the quality of the whole cooking. Can you eat it? This is what I ordered. I want to lift the lid. Xue Linglong struggled to put her hand on the lid of the soup bowl. Snapped. A jade hand opened the lid first, and Nangang Li squeezed the lid. Shiren glanced at Xue Linglong, who was about to lose her color, and a smile flashed in her eyes. Hum. A white jade-like beam of light lifted into the sky, and the beam of light hit the ceiling of the restaurant, and then shattered into white light scattered throughout the restaurant. It's really an amazing sight. Even if I have seen it once, I am prepared for it, but it still feels incredible. It's like snowing. Ah, the spot of light fell on my arm. Wow, your arms have turned white and your skin has become so delicate. Really, a stain on my arm is gone. The two girls standing in the front of the store were screaming, so that everyone could hear their conversation. How is this possible? That's it, it's just one dish, even if it's Yuhan cuisine, it won't be. Someone did not believe in evil and reached out to touch the light spot that was about to fall. The white light spot merges into the palm, melting like snowflakes. And that person's palm became as delicate as suet jade. Damn, this turned out to be true. The man exclaimed. Everyone stared at the light spot that fell to the ground and disappeared, with regret in their eyes. However, those women quickly stared at Zhou Xian with scorching eyes. Wow! Xue Linglong had already eagerly digged a spoonful of thick soup with a spoon and put it in her mouth. Wow! Xue Linglong only felt that she was being washed away by a rushing creamy river. Her spiritual power and spells were all imprisoned, and she was struggling helplessly in the river. After finally waiting for her to climb ashore, she saw a green bowl full of mushrooms coming towards her. Bang! Huge amounts of ox horn slammed Xue Linglong into the water without any mercy. No, don't! Xue Linglong shouted and waved her hands to wake up from the food illusion. Xue Linglong blinked and looked at the familiar restaurant in front of her, and Zhou Xian with a smile. Humph, you really gave me medicine. Xue Linglong pouted her mouth, then flushed her eyes to Nangang Li, shouting, Your Majesty, he bullied me. Nangang Li held the ball head that Xue Linglong arched in her left hand, and held the spoon in her right hand to deliver the thick soup into the entrance. The salty, sweet, and fragrant taste, and the smooth taste directly caused Nangang Li to fall into it. Nangang Li felt herself in a forest, transformed into a little girl picking white mushrooms by a stream flowing with milk. Then there was a wave of waves, and Nangang Li was soaked in milk. In Ling Xinzu's food illusion, She wore a white wedding dress and walked in the Yuelau hall, with the groom waiting for her in front. The groom held a bunch of roses with green leaves in his hand, and his appearance was exactly the same as Zhou Xian. Ling Xinzu blushed. A cream of mushroom soup was divided up by the three in a very short time. Actuan, I want more. Ling Xinzu stared at Zhou Xian with beautiful eyes. The food illusion lasted only 5 seconds. She woke up just as she touched Zhou Xian's hand. On the other side, Nangang Li's cold face also softened a lot. She seemed to realize that her current self had lost the majesty that the chief of Taoist Academy should have, so she got up and prepared to leave. However, before leaving, Nangang Li turned around to look at Zhou Xian, and said, "This afternoon Si Tianjian will send someone to rank your Yahanchu information, and Si Tianjian will also send guards to station nearby to ensure your safety. The Yahan dishes you make are priceless, so I will try to increase the safety level as much as possible and will not repeat the same mistakes again." Asterisk. Chapter 11. Nangang Li carried Xue Linglong and left. The latter was like a cat caught by the nape of fate, but she made faces at Zhou Xian, shouting silently, "I will be back." The onlookers at the door did not leave. After losing the coercion of Nangang Li's powerful aura, these people swarmed into the restaurant. Several of the women wanted to rush into Zhou Xian's arms. "What are you doing?" Ling Xinzu said softly. After all, it was the second seat of the Taoist Academy. With Ling Xinzu's deterrence, the few women who were about to lose their minds finally became sober. "Hello Zhou Hanchu, I am a reporter from Longdu TV station. Why does your Yahan cuisine shine? Zhou Hanchu, your creamy mushroom soup actually has the miraculous effect that can make people whiten quickly. What is the principle? Chef Zhou Han, what is the price of your creamy mushroom soup? Can you give me a copy?" Several female reporters stared at Zhou Xian as if they were looking at treasures. As women, they did not hesitate to buy expensive cosmetics or even get beauty injections in order to make themselves more beautiful. But the effect of these external forces was not as good as a creamy mushroom soup, which made the women on the scene crazy. Zhou Xian explained with a smile, "In fact, every ingredient contains its own energy. If the energy in the ingredient can be completely released, it will be able to shine, and at the same time, it will also make the cooking has an incredible effect. In addition, everyone has seen the sign of our store. The late-night cafeteria will only be open from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. the next morning. Because I have just inherited the store, I am planning to open the store after a while, and the prices of all the dishes have not yet been determined." The women were so sorry that they asked to add Zhou Xian's microchat friends, and wanted to wait for Zhou Xian's restaurant to order creamy mushroom soup. Ling Xinzu looked like a little fox guarding food, watching the women trying to get close to Zhou Xian warily, and waited for everyone to leave before heaved a sigh of relief. "Actuan, I'm jealous." Ling Xinzu stared at Zhou Xian pitifully. Zhou Xian touched Ling Xinzu's head funny, and said, "You are the second seat of the dignified Taoist Academy. Don't be such a small woman, okay? Besides, I'm just an ordinary soul chef, and you treat me as a treasure." Ling Xinzu plunged into Zhou Xian's arms and said with dissatisfaction, "It's not necessarily right now. Look at those women and wish you could be wiped out." Zhou Xian calmed down for a while, until Nangang Li called and Ling Xinzu reluctantly left. In the afternoon, Zhou Xian closed the door of the restaurant as usual, and then constantly practiced the creamy mushroom soup, raising his score to 90 points. Unfortunately, replacing the bacon leaves with other meats is a bit worse after all. If you use bacon leaves to make creamy mushroom soup, I am confident that I can increase the score to 95 points. When Zhou Xian was hesitation whether to use bacon leaves to practice, a sweet bell rang from the restaurant door. The special ringtone indicates that the visitor is from another world. Wow! The wooden door was pushed open, and Zhou Xian's sight moved to the door. A short old man wearing a Japanese bathrobe appeared. This little old man is quite strange, with a long bald head, like a bamboo shoot. As soon as the old man saw Zhou Xian, the sharp eyes flashed away. The old man just went to the toilet, opened the bedroom door and came here. Your Excellency is really good for cultivation. Zhou Xian looked at the back of his head like a bamboo shoot, and asked in an uncertain tone, "Are you slave slipper?" In my memory, Nuliang Slipa comes from a character in The Grandson of the Slick Ghost, the first general of the Nuliang group of the monster organization, and the master of demons and demons. What impressed Zhou Xian most was the long and big back of his head. He was a handsome monster when he was young, but he was a virtuous man when he was old. Nu Liang frowned and asked, "Do you know the old man? Where are you from the monster? No, you are a human." Nu Liang Slippery felt that Zhou Xian was not evil, and the whole person was shocked. Are all human roads so wild now? Are you on Myoji? Zhou Xian shook his head and said, "No, I am Yahan Chu, Imperial Soul Chef." Nu Liang searched his memory for hundreds of years, but did not find a relevant occupation. Zhou Xian explained with a smile, "Don't think about it, I am not a person in your world, and since you stepped into this place, you are no longer in the original world." What? Nu Liang was shocked, and hurriedly looked out the window on the front wall of the restaurant, where there was a view of the wall of his courtyard. But through the window on the back wall of the restaurant, Nu Liang slipped and saw a cherry blossom tree that opened more splendidly than his own. Don't be surprised, this is just a restaurant that connects the heavens and the world. Zhou Xian first briefly explained the existence of the late-night canteen, and then asked, "Guest, what do you want to eat?" Nu Liang sat in front of the counter seat in surprise, reluctantly accepting Zhou Xian's explanation. As an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years, he thought that he had seen all the tricks in the world, but now Nu Liang Huapiao knew that he was sitting in a well and watching the sky. "Do you have any recommendations?" Nu Liang couldn't find the menu, and there was no menu card on the wall, so he had to ask for it himself. Zhou Xian smiled and said, "Because I just inherited this store, I don't have many dishes, only a golden fried rice and creamy mushroom soup." Nu Liang looked at Zhou Xian in amazement, with an expression that seemed to say, "Just this, do you dare to open a restaurant? Then let's have a golden fried rice." Nu Liang said indifferently. Zhou Xian was silent for a moment, and said, "The dishes I cook have incredible effects. Golden fried rice has the power of light like the sun, and it can dispel all negative and evil things. Are you monsters considered evil?" Nu Liang slipped a black thread, and the monster did have evil attributes. Fortunately, the other party explained it first, otherwise a golden fried rice would send him to hell, and then he might become the laughingstock of the monster race. "What effect does the creamy mushroom soup have?" Nu Liang asked calmly. "Oh, this soup has the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin. It can make your skin tender, slippery, and white," Zhou Xian explained. "Farewell." Nu Liang couldn't sit still, he suspected that the young man in front of him was full of malice towards him. Just as Nu Liang slid open the door, a voice full of temptation came from behind him. "Nu Liang Slippery, can your grandson Lu Sheng be alone now? Do you want to return to the peak of your strength and protect your grandson from the wind and rain until he fully grows up?" Nu Liang Slippery Scoop suddenly turned around, staring at Zhou Xian sharply and in astonishment. "Do you have a way?" Asterisk. Chapter 12. Nu Liang Huapiao suddenly turned around, his old and serious face with a hint of shock. At the same time, he wondered again in his heart, is this really a restaurant in Otherworld? But why is this young person so familiar with himself? Do you know what else you said? Aging is a natural rule. Although the lifespan of monsters is extremely long, aging is also inevitable. Why are you confident that you can restore my youth? Zhou Xian squeezed his chin and said with a smile, "But your aging is not a natural law, is it? Your heart is captured by the feather fox, causing your own demon power to drop drastically, and you will become this old-fashioned look, right? Hiss. Nu Liang's slippery face showed undisguised shock, looking at Zhou Xian in disbelief. He also knows this top secret? Are you from Yi Fox? Nu Liang once again raised his vigilance. Hey, don't be so suspicious of the master of dignified sprites. Zhou Xian looked at Nu Liang's slippery ladle speechlessly. At any rate, you can come up with a bit of spirit as the general of the group of Nu Liang. Sliding the scoop was silent for a moment, and then paced again to the counter seat and sat down. Is there any wine? Nu Liang suddenly wanted to drink a few cups. When he was young, he was addicted to alcohol, but as his demon power was greatly reduced and his aging became unnatural, he began to drink tea to keep in good health. Is beer all right? Zhou Xian took out a bottle of cold beer from the refrigerator. Nu Liang slid the scoop and waved his hand. It seemed as if he was really like an old man. Later, Zhou Xian offered a bottle of hot rice wine. Nu Liang drank a cup of hot wine carefully, and asked, Since you are from another world, why are you so familiar with me? This, Zhou Xian thought for a while, found a suitable reason for himself, and said, You should treat this as my privilege. After all, I am serving diners from the heavens and all realms. If I don't know more about it, how can alien information entertain guests well? So that's it? Nu Liang squinted his eyes, and after the previous preparation, he began to ask the question he cared most. Do you really have a way to restore my strength? Zhou Xian shook his head, and said, There is no guarantee of 100%, but you can try it. Then what do you want? Nu Liang naturally didn't believe that Zhou Xian would help him kindly. He needed to know the price of the other party before he could decide whether he could pay. Remuneration, I heard that there is a demon knife in your world called the Devil's Little Cone. I want that knife. Zhou Xian put forward his own terms. The Devil's Little Cone. Nu Liang slid his brows, his name faintly in his memory. Zhou Xian knew that Nu Liang's puzzled expression hadn't come before Yu Zhang appeared on the stage. Don't worry about this for the time being, you will encounter it in the future. This knife is on the side of the Four Kingdoms monsters. Zhou Xian waved his hand indifferently, and then began to deal with the ingredients in his hand. A chilled snapper. The crimson fish body glowed with red scales under the light. I almost forgot. If you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools and make a special kitchen knife. Zhou Xian patted his forehead, and then took an electric drill from the backyard. Slippery face Nu Liang was ignorant. Do I need an electric drill to cook? I saw Zhou Xian drill dozens of neat holes in the kitchen knife with an electric drill, and found a slender wire to be inserted into the hole of the kitchen knife. The steel wire 100-hole kitchen knife is finished. Zhou Xian split the C-beam in half and peeled off the skin completely. Then turn on the stove, put a steel wire 100-hole kitchen knife on the fire and bake. Afterwards, Zhou Xian wore anti-scalding gloves to hold the kitchen knife and chopped it directly on the tender white fish. Bang! Snapped. Soybeans, file-size fish pieces, leapt into the air, spread out like firework, and fell neatly onto the plate next to them. What a skill this is! Nu Liang couldn't help but exclaimed. All the fish meat was turned into pellets and served on a plate. Zhou Xian chopped the prepared shiitake mushrooms, cabbage, spring bamboo shoots, green peppers, leeks, and carrots into minced pieces and mixed them with the fish, and seasoned them with seasonings. Then, Zhou Xian divided the peeled C-beam skin into 10 equal parts. Each portion of the fish skin was wrapped with a mass of meat, and then it was coated with starch and fried in a frying pan until golden brown. Nu Liang's sliding scoop watched Zhou Xian put the fried spring rolls on the plate with his own eyes, then covered it with a lid, and then pushed it in front of him. Are you sure this ordinary fried tempura can restore my demon power? Nu Liang Huapiao stared at Zhou Xian with "You are teasing me," and the sense of expectation that rose in his heart turned into a deep disappointment at this moment. Human kid, even if you are from another world, but you dare to play with the old man. Old monster, don't jump to conclusions lightly, just open it and take a look. Zhou Xian didn't care about the threat of Nu Liang's slippery scoop. He didn't even have the interest to look at him more. There was a messy chopping board there. Forget it, the old man is too extravagant, just treat it as a midnight snack. Nu Liang's slippery scoop controlled his emotions well, and opened the lid without expectation. Roar! A cloud of golden aerosol burst from the plate, accompanied by the rich aroma, making Nu Liang's slippery directly indulged. How can this be? Food that shines. Nu Liang slid and stood up from his chair in horror. When the golden light broke out, he found that the demon power in his body was boiling involuntarily. The enticing fragrance came over, and Nu Liang's sliding scoop couldn't control his hand, and quickly picked up a piece of spring roll and put it in his mouth. Click. The crispy skin is broken, and a very fresh taste erupts in the mouth. Ah! Nu Liang couldn't help but yelled out, his squinted eyes suddenly opened, and he saw a big red fish that was already dead. Suddenly, a group of flames fell from the sky, and the huge red fish was instantly in the flames. Bang! The flames flew everywhere, and the sea bream that had died miraculously came back to life. It is reborn from the ashes. At this moment, Nu Liang felt that the sea bream was beating on the tip of his tongue. When Nu Liang's sliding scoop swallowed the spring rolls in his mouth, the sense of jumping of the sea bream hadn't disappeared. Is it beating in its own belly? Nu Liang slid and opened his eyes wide in horror. Boom! 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 A drum-like sound came from his chest. Asterisk. Chapter 13. What was it that I ate just now? The food that has been fried and eaten is still active? Nu Liang's slippery scoop was startled by the drum-like sound in his stomach. But soon Nu Liang felt something was wrong with the slippery scoop, and the sense of jumping took root in his heart. Boom! 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 Ah! A heart-piercing pain came from Nu Liang's slippery heart. He had never experienced such a sharp pain when he was instantly snatched from his heart by the feather fox. However, Nu Liang's slick old face flashed with shock, and was immediately replaced by surprise. Ah, the chest that has been silent for hundreds of years has this intoxicating noise again. After all, Nu Liang's slider is a big monster and can easily perceive his own changes. At the moment a whole new heart is gestating in that empty heart. The blood vessels were clustered into balls, giving some outlines of the heart. Nu Liang started to eat the reincarnation spring rolls on the plate. Not enough, this is not enough, there is still a little missing, only a little too close. Then he swallowed the last mouthful of spring rolls into his belly, and Nu Liang lay down on the chair in relief, his face shining with happiness. It's really delicious food. Bang! 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 3 times in a row, a violent sound like firework bloomed from his chest, and Nu Liang's originally squinted eyes stared again. The sea bream appeared again. The sea bream reborn in the sea of fire flew to the sky, and a tall dragon gate stood among the white clouds. Fish leap! Nu Liang was stunned by the shocking scene. He held Roar's breath and stared at the red snapper. You must succeed. Nu Liang's heart was filled with hope. The red snapper crossed the dragon gate under the blessing of flames. Moo! A huge and slender figure quickly shuttled through the clouds, the white cloud was broken through, and a red dragon appeared in front of Nu Liang's slippery eyes. At this moment, Nu Liang's slippery felt that the heart in his chest was completely formed. Nu Liang snorted, the short head less than 1 meter tall seemed to inflate like a balloon. 1 meter. 1.2 meters. 1 meter and 5. 1.8 meters. The bathrobe on Nu Liang's sliding scoop was torn and turned into a ragged strip of cloth to hang on him. The thin body regained its strength at this moment. The lack of demon power caused by the lack of a heart regained its full state. The back of his head, which was like a bamboo shoot, returned to normal. Ah, I feel that my scalp is itchy, as if I have just passed the winter awakening the earth, and under the spring breeze, I am alive and waiting for a breakthrough. But all this is just an illusion. Nu Liang's light golden hair did not appear. How is this going? Nu Liang slid his heart. He was only one step away from his peak strength. This state of inability to keep up makes Nu Liang feel very uncomfortable. Zhou Xian knew the effect of this dish long after the system gave the reincarnation spring rolls a score. Treatment. This dish can treat any injury, even disease. However, only a full score of 100 can be achieved for 100% treatment. However, Zhou Xian's score for the reincarnated spring roll this time is 95 points, which is only 95% of the therapeutic effect. The remaining 5% is the reason why Nu Liang's slippery hair cannot appear. After listening to Zhou Xian's explanation, Nu Liang was almost mad at the sliding scoop, and couldn't wait to say, "Can you make me another rebirth spring roll, please?" Zhou Xian shook his head and explained, "Unless I can make a perfect dish, how many reincarnation spring rolls you eat, your hair will not recover. Maybe you can try a hair restorer." Nu Liang slid down on the chair and smiled as he looked at his sturdy arms. "Forget it, this result has made me very satisfied. The demon sword that promised the boss the little cone of the devil, I will find out its whereabouts, and then give it to you. But, can I come to this place again?" Nu Liang looked at Zhou Xian expectantly. There is such a magical late-night canteen with magical dishes, and the endless monsters in the future do not want to miss it. Rest assured, the late-night cafeteria opens at 10 o'clock every night. Since the door of your world binds your bedroom door, you only need to silently enter the late-night cafeteria after 10 o'clock in the evening to come here. Nu Liang got up and said goodbye, opened the door of the shop and walked out. The white light flickered, and Nu Liang slipped to find himself standing at the door of my bedroom. It seems that what I have just experienced is an illusion. No, this is not an illusion. Nu Liang watched as he regained his tall body, and his appearance became like his 30s. He now has 80% of the demon power at his peak. "Who are you? Why are you standing in front of the general's bedroom door and attacking?" Since then, the straw-headed Nato monk screamed, making the monsters hidden in this huge courtyard boil. But when they saw the tall Nu Liang sliding scoop, everyone was shocked. Although it has changed its appearance, that demon power can't be faked. The cow ghost was so excited that his voice was trembling and asked, "General." With a wicked smile on the corner of Nu Liang's mouth, he said, "Cow ghost, I'm back." Although Nu Liang's slippery scoop has always existed, he has returned. The Nu Liang group, which had been precarious in the past, will become extremely strong from tonight. Asterisk. Chapter 14. Sign-in reward, 10 yolk eggs, 10. Name, 10 yolk eggs. Place of origin, the captive world of food. Measurements, length 9 cm, width 6 cm, weight 300 grams. Explanation, from cherished poultry eggs laid by 10 chickens. 10 chickens lay eggs only once in their lives, so they are very precious. The flavor of 10 yolk eggs is more mellow and sweeter than ordinary eggs. Although it contains an egg yolk, its cholesterol content is not high. It turned out to be 10 yolk eggs again. Have you been possessed by a non-chief these few days? Looking at today's sign-in rewards, Zhou Xian murmured silently. It has been 5 days since receiving Nu Liang's sliding scoop. 3 days of the 5-day sign-in reward were 10 yolk eggs. In addition, this time, there are already 30 10 yolk eggs in the refrigerator in the kitchen. I don't know if there will be new guests tonight. Zhou Xian looked at the dim street outside the restaurant, looking forward to the arrival of new diners. Ever since Zhou Xian decided to open this late-night canteen, ordinary diners did not dare to come at 10 o'clock late at night. In this world, night is the time for activities of those weird feminine things. Except for the monks of the three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, few people in Qianlong dare to go out late at night. Residents nearby know that Zhou Xian's cuisine is incredibly magical, and the fragrance that wafts every day makes them salivate. They have been begging Zhou Xian to open during the day on more than one occasion. A few days ago, Longdu TV broadcasted Nanggong Li's video about Zhou Xian's qualification as an imperial soul chef. Every day there are a large number of people here who want to witness the luminous cooking. There are even many food magazines who want to interview Zhou Xian. The most famous food magazine in the Western continent, the Michelin Food Guide, gives a guarantee that as long as they see the glowing dishes with their own eyes, they will give the late-night cafeteria a 3-star Michelin rating. There are also rich people who want to ask Zhou Xian to cook a dish for a price of 100,000 yuan. And that creamy mushroom soup has been fired by many rich women to the price of 500,000 a serving. All of these were rejected by Zhou Xian. He is not interested in money. Moreover, the last time he used golden fried rice to recover dozens of soul-lost residents, he handled a trick perfectly, and Si Tianjian gave him a bonus of 100,000 yuan. The way that Ye Hunchu makes money is to solve tricks by cooking, and then get bonuses from Sishanjian. Similar to bounty hunters. Jingle bell. The wind chime hanging on the dining door suddenly rang. Zhou Xian didn't care at all, thinking it was Wang Hao, the Yishi Sunchinj who came. Since the last time the Yin soldiers crossed the border, Wang Hao would pass by the door of the late-night cafeteria every night, occasionally coming to sit down. According to Wang Hao's meaning, there is no accurate answer to the dispatch of guards at the Sishan Supervisory Bureau, so as the patrol Yishi who governs this area, Wang Hao temporarily took the role of protecting Wang Hao's safety. Task. Yo, Boss Zhou, where are you idle? What Zhou Xian didn't expect was that the person who came was actually Nu Liang. The old monster went on the counter seat and said, "A reincarnation spring roll and a bottle of rice wine." Zhou Xian first put the yellow wine in front of Nu Liang's sliding scoop, and said with a smile, "I thought you would only come after you got the little cone of the devil." Nu Liang took a sip of wine and said, "The general meeting of the Nu Liang group has been held these days, and all the group leaders have been gathered to shock the bad guys. So, now the Nu Liang group has stabilized." Zhou Xian kept moving his hands, chatting with old diners. Nu Liang shook his head and said with a chuckle, "Unless I become the general of the Nu Liang team again, I won't really settle down. Those guys still don't approve of Lu Sheng. But tonight, Lu Sheng should be able to prove himself. After all, the bull ghost had planned it a long time ago, and the old man simply planned it out, and hide in you quietly. Oh, by the way, I have also inquired some news about the little cone of the devil you mentioned. I heard that a monster organization of 88 ghosts and knights has appeared in the Four Kingdoms. Their leader Yuzhang has the same monster knife as you said, and they have already hit the Nu Liang group with their idea." Zhou Xian put the prepared reincarnation spring rolls in front of Nu Liang's sliding scoop, and said, "No hurry, I can't use it now anyway." Marvel World. In a mansion by the sea, Tony Stark suddenly felt a pain in his chest. "Damn it, it's starting again." Stark opened his shirt and saw that the area where the arc reactor was inlaid with strands of black aura penetrated into the surrounding blood vessels. Then, a ray of golden light appeared on his body, which forced those black auras back, and his body became relaxed again. J.A.R.V.I.S, check my body. Stark ordered. "Good sir." An electronically synthesized male voice came from the room. A purple light suddenly appeared, scanning Stark from the head to the soles of the feet. "Sir, you have a slight remnant of palladium toxin in your body. The golden light energy remaining in your stomach is no longer enough to completely clear the palladium toxin. You must solve the palladium toxin problem or replenish that magical golden light energy. According to my calculation, the golden light energy in your stomach will completely disappear tonight, please add it as soon as possible." Tony Stark listened to J.A.R.V.I.'s advice, but he couldn't help but look to the other side. On the wall over there is a wooden door that is incompatible with the decoration of the room. That's right, the inhuman Tony Stark bought the desert, and after a day and night of control, he found that the wooden door leading to the late-night cafeteria would appear every 10 o'clock in the middle of the night. So, when the wooden door appeared yesterday, Tony Stark drove the Mark III armor he just developed to take the wooden door back. J.A.R.V.I.s, how is the progress of the research on the golden light energy? The room was quiet for a few seconds. I'm sorry, sir, the current progress of the research on golden light energy is less than 20%. Tony Stark frowned. Wearing arc reactor, he knew about palladium poisoning a long time ago. This is chronic suicide. But if he doesn't fit the reactor, he loses the electromagnetic gravitation, and the shrapnel near his heart will flow into the heart quickly, and he will die sooner. Fact, if I went to see that kid like this, he would have to laugh at me. Tony Stark is proud like a swan, he never bows his head to anyone. Huh, it's an honor for him to have such a distinguished guest in that kid's restaurant. Tony Stark gave himself a reasonable excuse, the expression on his face relaxed a lot, walked to the wall and pushed the wooden door open. As soon as Tony Stark showed his head, he attracted two eyes from the restaurant. Zhou Xian smiled. Mr. Stark, are you here to send me a check? Asterisk. Chapter 15. Tony Stark had the urge to turn around in an instant. Too bully. I, Stark, have ever suffered such sarcasm in my life. Humph, I can write you a check for 10 million now, but can you use it? As a genius, Tony Stark immediately mobilized his wisdom and responded sharply to Zhou Xian. Seeing the friendly interaction between the two, Nu Liang drank a sip of rice wine with a smile, and asked with a smile, "Little brother Zhou, is this also a diner from other world?" Zhou Xian nodded and said, "Get to know, Tony Stark, the first outsider diners I served. You don't know, he almost died when he first appeared." Shut up. Tony Stark was shocked, and immediately ran to the counter to prevent Zhou Xian from speaking out about his embarrassment. Who said I was going to die? Although I was in a bad state at the time, I still have 1,000 miles to die, okay. Zhou Xian nodded, yes, so you are about to die now, right? Tony Stark's face changed, he became stiff and blue. Zhou Xian stared at him and asked, "How did you know? Did you watch me? Such a weird restaurant and such a weird owner can make magical luminous fried rice." If Zhou Xian could monitor himself unconsciously, Tony Stark would not be surprised at all. Monitoring you? Do you have anything worth seeing? Zhou Xian curled his lips in disdain. Huh, this genius is a billionaire, superhero Iron Man. Tony Stark raised his head proudly. Then you still pay for a meal in a small shop. Zhou Xian's knowing blow directly made Tony Stark frustrated again. His billions of worth is really useless to Zhou Xian, after all, the two belong to different worlds. A golden fried rice, I will definitely pay what I owe you, Tony Stark said irritably, and then fixed his gaze on Nu Liang, who was drinking. Is this someone from other world? After not thinking about how to reward Zhou Xian, Tony Stark had to change the subject first, and he was also full of interest in Nu Liang's slippery scoop. Do you look like the person on the neon side? Slippery Nu Liang nodded and said, Old man, Slippery Nu Liang is a monster who has lived in neon for hundreds of years. Monster? Tony Stark watched Nu Liang slide in shock, and directly questioned, Are you kidding? How can there be monsters in this world? Oh, yes, the old man in front of him is not from their world. Tony Stark felt that his worldview was reset again, from shock to curiosity before, with a hint of excitement at the same time. It's a species I haven't seen before, I really want to study it. Nu Liang's slippery scoop was stared uncomfortably by Tony Stark's eyes. As a monster, his perception of malice was obvious. The United States guy named Tony Stark is interested in him. Abnormal. Mr. Nuliang, you said you are a monster, can you prove it? Tony Stark sat in front of the counter. At the moment, he even forgot his purpose, and grabbed Nuliang's slippery scoop and asked if he would listen. Prove your identity as a monster. Nuliang slid and pondered for a moment, and then turned into a sky full of cherry blossoms in Tony Stark's shocked eyes. Then the cherry blossoms gathered again into Nuliang's sliding body. This is magic? Tony Stark asked in amazement. No, this is the fear of the old man Mingjing Zishui. Fear is the exclusive power of monsters, Nuliang explained, and even briefly talked about the world of monsters with Tony Stark. Even though Nuliang could see Tony Stark was just an ordinary person, since he can come to this late-night cafeteria, he must also be unique, so he is also willing to make friends with this guy from the United States. It's such a weird and novel world, if only I could go shopping, Tony Stark exclaimed. Mr. Stark, don't you think your world is just an ordinary world, do you? Zhou Xian put a golden fried rice with a lid in front of Tony Stark, sneered and said, Great genius, don't be a frog at the bottom of the well. Tony Stark did not rush to lift the lid. Instead, he frowned and stared at Zhou Xian and asked, What do you mean by this? It means literally, the world you live in also has ghosts, demons, magicians, and gods. Oh yes, there are aliens. Tony Stark didn't believe Zhou Xian's words at all and retorted, aliens definitely exist, but demons and magicians, and even gods, only exist in myths, at least in my world. After glancing at the living monster next to him, Tony Stark hurriedly changed his words. You don't believe it? Zhou Xian asked rhetorically. Tony Stark shrugged indifferently, and said, I am a genius scientist. If you want to convince me, at least you have to show evidence. Evidence, I have, but what are you going to exchange for? Zhou Xian looked at Tony Stark with a smile, and Tony Stark shivered with that malicious look. Tony Stark bit his head and asked, What do you want? I owe it first, now you don't have anything to my eyes. For Zhou Xian, this rather awkward tone made Tony Stark's teeth itchy with hatred. So, what about the evidence? Zhou Xian thought for a while, and said, In your world, there is an official organization called S.H.I.E.L.D. that specializes in handling all kinds of extraordinary events that occur around the world. And this S.H.I.E.L.D. actually has a lot to do with you. Tony Stark searched the memory in his mind, but couldn't find any information related to S.H.I.E.L.D. He simply asked directly, What do you mean by S.H.I.E.L.D. has anything to do with me? Zhou Xian said calmly, Your father, Howard Stark, is one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. What? Tony Stark stood up from the chair in shock, then sat down slowly. He suddenly remembered that when he was young, his father did have a close relationship with the government, not just the arms trade between the Stark Industry Group and the military, but also more. So, as long as I find S.H.I.E.L.D., can I know the truth of my world? Tony Stark asked in a deep voice. The truth of the world? Just rely on S.H.I.E.L.D.? What a joke. Zhou Xian pinched a small piece of fingernail with his little finger, and mocked, The truth that S.H.I.E.L.D. has is only the information about the ball where you are, and there is even a lack of understanding of the entire universe. S.H.I.E.L.D. claims to protect the Earth from maliciousness from the universe, but in fact they are just ants. The one who really protects the Earth is a low-key boss. Asterisk. Chapter 16. Tony Stark roar sucked and became hurried. He couldn't wait to ask, Who is that person you are talking about? Supreme Magician Ancient One. Zhou Xian didn't hide it at all, and spoke out the information he knew. In Nepal, there is a secret realm named Kamartaj, which is a holy place for magician cultivation, and the leader of the magicians is the supreme magician Ancient One. Led by Ancient One, the magicians are driving out malicious invasions from other dimensions. For example, Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, wants to get the Earth. The reason you think there are no demons in your world is because they are all blocked from the Earth by Ancient One. Tony Stark was stunned. He had never thought about this, but as a lover, he still had something to say. Why doesn't the Supreme Magician announce the truth to the public? Let everyone know that there are demons in the world. Zhou Xian looked at Tony Stark sarcastically, and said, "Big genius, don't be arrogant. Ordinary people know that the existence of the devil will only cause panic. Maybe there will be a group of idiots and crazy worshippers of evil gods, such as Hell Lord Mephisto and Lucifer. At that time, man-made disasters will be created and many people will die." Tony Stark was silent, and he felt insecure at the thought of the strange existence in his world. Can the newly created Mark III battle armor fight magic, or those magical powers? Cannot. Tony Stark's heart was heavy and depressed. At this moment, he opened the lid in front of him, and now only good food can comfort him. Roar! White mist billowed, golden light bloomed, and a rooster's crowing seemed to appear in Tony Stark's ears. At the same time, Nu Liang's slippery scoop, who was sitting aside, showed a look of horror, and he dodged directly to the side, out of the scope of the golden light. At that moment, Nu Liang slipped and felt that his demon power was unable to work. Fortunately, the golden light only lasted 3 seconds before dissipating, revealing the golden fried rice on the plate. This is golden fried rice. It really has the power to restrain monsters. Nu Liang was curious and fortunate. Fortunately, when he first came here, Zhou Xian didn't use this dish to entertain himself. Otherwise, Nu Liang shuddered from the sliding scoop and didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Tony Stark smelled the scent of fried rice, and instantly moved his index finger. He picked up the spoon next to him and took a big bite. Suddenly, Tony Stark saw a huge amounts of sun appear in front of him, emitting light and heat. Having experienced the food illusion before, Tony Stark is still surprised, but he has no fear. But soon he found out that it was wrong. The big shining golden ball in front of him was not the sun at all, but an oval shape. It's like an egg. Click. As if to hear Tony Stark spit in his heart, the big golden ball split. Bang! The sky was full of golden light, and a stalwart figure with divine light appeared. Tweeted. The rooster crowing that seemed to be true and false to hear before appeared in Tony Stark's ears again. This time, he heard very clearly, it was from the huge population. "I am the officer of the Pleiadian star, Si Chen Xiao Xiao, use the power of the sun to disperse the darkness and protect you." Then, in Tony Stark's shocked eyes, the giant named Subaru Stark turned into a golden rooster and flew in front of him, becoming one with him. Wow! The chair fell back, and Tony Stark stood up panicked, panting heavily. "What's wrong with you?" Zhou Xian asked curiously. Even Nu Liang's sliding scoop looked at Tony Stark from a distance. He didn't dare to come close at all. Even if he smelled the golden fried rice, he was a little uncomfortable. "I saw a god in the illusion," Tony Stark said absurdly. As a scientist, he doesn't believe in the existence of gods in the world. But at that moment, he almost knelt down like that giant. "God." Zhou Xian nodded, seeing Tony Stark's shocked look. He was quite satisfied. "It's not in vain that I used a 10-yolk egg. With the blessing of these magical ingredients, the golden fried rice score has reached 98 points, and the food illusion must be more real." Tony Stark woke up from his gaffe, stared at Zhou Xian and asked, "Do you know that there is a god named Pleiadian Star Officer?" Puff. Zhou Xian almost sprayed because Tony Stark spoke pure Huxia just now. "The god you saw is the Pleiadian officer." Tony Stark nodded and said, "He said he would shelter me. I can feel him inside me." Zhou Xian was also a little curious about Tony Stark's current state, but still slightly explained the Pleiadian officer's message. The Pleiadian star official is one of the 28 stars in the myths and legends of. The prototype is a rooster, a god who is in charge of breaking dawn and awakening the sun. Tony Stark felt the scorching power in his body, and the look in his eyes brightened. I suddenly felt cheered up, regardless of whether he was Mephisto or Lucifer, and the so-called Dark Lord Dormammu. As long as they dare to invade the Earth, my Iron Man will also drive them out. I have some new ideas. I want to make a special armor, temporarily named Mark X. I can add magical power to this armor. With the wisdom of this genius, you can definitely find the power to restrain these evil gods. Boy, you owe your account first, and when I come next time I bring you some interesting gadgets, it will be my meal expenses. Tony Stark ate up the golden fried rice, then pushed the door impatiently and left. At this moment, Tony Stark has no previous depression, no confusion, and no fear of the mighty enemies he might encounter in the future. Looking at Tony Stark's confident back, Zhou Xian vomited, "Is this guy beaten up?" Marvel World. Tony Stark turned his head and looked at the disappearing wooden door, still feeling amazing. He had built a lot of testing equipment before, but he still couldn't detect any spatial fluctuations, and he didn't know how the wooden doors of the late-night cafeteria came and went without a trace. J.A.R.V.I.S, check my body again. Good sir. With the sound of the electronic synthesis, the purple light enveloped Tony Stark again. Sir, the magical energy in your body has become stronger. It can always clean up the palladium toxin released by the arc reactor. The budget can last for 10 days. In addition, this special energy can also dispel your fatigue, restore your physical strength and spirit, and even adjust your endocrine, suppressing panic, worry, anger and other negative emotions. Hey, sir, the special energy in your body has become a miniature golden rooster. For a moment, the electronic synthesis sound of J.A.R.V.I.S was shocked and made a mistake. Asterisk. Chapter 17. Early the next morning, Zhou Xian checked in at the system interface. Congratulations to the host, get the sign-in reward, Super Chef Character Experience Card. A gold card appears in the system interface. Realizing that the prize is finally no longer 10 yolk eggs, Zhou Xian instantly wakes up from his dim sleepiness. What is the Super Chef Character Experience Card? The system displays a description. Name, Super Chef Experience Card. Information, the host can use this card to temporarily obtain the cooking skills of a super chef, including knife skills, heat, and seasoning levels will be upgraded to level 10. At present, the special chefs selected by the system for the host are, the young master Lu Pleiades, Lan Fi Hung, the steel baton master Xie Ren, and the first master, Dojima Jin, and Kaba Siakairo. Time limit, 1 day. Note, after using this card, the host can carefully perceive the cooking experience of the super chef, and there will be unexpected gains. Good stuff. Zhou Xian's eyes gleamed, and he couldn't wait to use the experience card immediately, but after seeing the time limit of only 1 day, he calmed down again. This kind of important props, let's wait for the critical moment to use it. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Axuan, I'm here. Without waiting for Zhou Xian's response, Ling Xinzu opened the door and saw the bamboo horse lying halfway in the bed at the moment, his eyes flashing with excitement. Ling Xinzu came to the bed with a flash of excitement, a red cloud appeared on his face, and said softly, Axuan, you haven't gotten up yet, do you want me to dress you? With that said, Ling Xinzu reached out and touched Zhou Xian's bed. Zhou Xian took Ling Xinzu's shoulders and hugged her. With a sound of sweet roar, Ling Xinzu found himself in Zhou Xian's arms, and immediately nestled on Zhou Xian's chest like a cat. What's the matter? I feel that your mood has become a little bit wrong. How can it be? Ling Xinzu pressed his head against Zhou Xian's chest and said muffledly. Yes. Zhou Xian smiled and said nothing. Ling Xinzu raised his head, watching his bamboo horse staring at him amusedly, and immediately hit Zhou Xian's chest with a slight hammer. Humph, you bullied me. Ling Xinzu pretended to be angry, but within a few seconds, he broke his skills, wrinkled his nose, and said dissatisfiedly, I got news from senior sister Nangong, the guard sent by Sishan's supervisor. It has been determined. Zhou Xian is also more concerned about this matter, because Wang Hao, the former Sunqinjishi, said that Sishanjian seemed to have quarreled several times over the number of guards. Although Zhou Xian didn't know why, his own soul chef suddenly became a sweet potato. Actuan, I failed. Ling Xinzu suddenly said such a sentence without beginning and ending. Zhou Xian was taken aback, some of them didn't understand, and asked, what failed? For the guards who are stationed around the late-night cafeteria to protect your personal safety, I also participated in the competition, but failed. Ling Xinzu looked at Zhou Xian, his eyes were a little red. Zhou Xian was dumbfounded, do you want to be a garrison guard too? Zhou Xian touched his youth's forehead, and asked with concern, are you sick? You are the second seat of the dignified Taoist Academy, a genius in the Dao League. If Sitian's supervisor agrees to you as a guard patrol, then the brain is sick. Although, Zhou Xian was very moved by Ling Xinzu's taking care of herself. The expression on Ling Xinzu's face became even more aggrieved, and said, but that girl Xue Linglong succeeded. She is the 9th seat in our university. Actuan, you don't know, this time Sitianjian selected a council seat from the Taoist Academy, the Confucian Sage Wen Palace, and the Garan Temple to form a garrison guard to protect you. The seat students are the 10 seats of the 3 major college councils, and they are all the top 10 geniuses in their respective colleges. How can this be? Zhou Xian was incomparably stunned. How could Sitianjian spend so much effort to build an imperial soul cooker in his own district? This is not normal. Ling Xinzu wrapped his hands behind Zhou Xian's back and hugged him tightly. Xian, don't underestimate yourself too much. Senior sister Nangong commented that your cooking is priceless. This is not groundless. This seems to be related to the prophecy of the gods. After senior sister Nangong handed over your evaluation process to Sitianjian, she immediately attracted attention. Senior sister Nangong revealed to me that your luminous cooking is very important. It seems that there was a semi-sage at the Confucian Sage Wen Palace who also cooked luminous cooking. Zhou Xian was once again surprised by the information Ling Xinzu brought. Do you know who it is? Zhou Xian asked hurriedly. Ling Xinzu shook his head and said, I don't know, after all, although the 3 schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism are in the same spirit, they also have their own secrets. But this time, the Confucian sage Wen Palace sent their chief Situ Jianese, who was a 6th-rank Jinshi scholar. The 3rd seat was sent from the Jialan Temple Shi Kaiju, who was 7. Pin Bhikkhu, it is said that he has the 9th wisdom root. Hiss. Zhou Xian took a deep breath. Sitianjian valued himself too much, right? The chief of the Confucian Palace, the 3rd seat of the Garan Temple, and the 9th seat of the Taoist Academy. These are the geniuses of the 3 major sects. If they join the Sishan supervisor, they must be at least at the consultant level. How can they become the lowest level patrol guard? Is it because of the so-called God language? And the Confucian sage Wen Palace directly sent the chief to come, definitely for the luminous cuisine. But why does the half-sage of the Confucian sage Mangong also cook luminous dishes? Zhou Xian was full of curiosity about this. Ling Xinzu seemed to feel much better being held in Zhou Xian's arms, and complained, I originally wanted to win this place in the Taoist Academy. It was all the fault of senior sister Nangong, and she stopped it? The other seats are not interested at all, except for the black-bellied little girl Xue Linglong competing with me. Originally, I wanted to deal directly with Xue Linglong's girl, but Sister Nangong took the shot. Senior Sister Nangong said that she would like to show her hands to vote and choose one between Xue Linglong and I. She first voted for Xue Linglong to represent the Taoist Academy. The students in the other seats didn't want to be right with Senior Sister Nangong on matters that had nothing to do with their interests, so 4 of the students in the other seats chose Xue Linglong, and I only got 3 votes. Zhou Xian said amused, since that Nangong glass stick beats a Mandarin duck, the cafeteria will no longer entertain her late at night. Ah la la, Your Majesty, you seem to be hated by others. The bedroom door opened and a small head poked in. Seeing the blushing face, Ling Xinzu hurriedly jumped out of Zhou Xian's arms. Xue Linglong's eyes beamed. Oh, what game are you playing? I want to play too. Asterisk. Chapter 18. Little girl, what do you want to do? As soon as Xue Linglong rushed over, Ling Xinzu grabbed the back collar, hanging in the air like a hamster. At the moment, Ling Xinzu's eyebrows were cold, and she looked cute like a puppet cat that protects food. Immediately afterwards, another person walked in the bedroom. Nangongli was like an iceberg, and the whole room became refreshed as soon as he came in. Sister Nangong, why are you here? Ling Xinzu asked a little shyly. Your Majesty, you didn't see it just now, Senior Sister Xinzu and Zhou Xian were rolling their sheets, you. Xue Linglong's mouth was firmly covered by Ling Xinzu, who was ashamed and angry, and said, Xue Linglong, if you dare to talk nonsense, I will seal your mouth. Speaking of the pinch of the right hand, wisps of spiritual light gathered in the palm of the hand, turning into a seal character. Xue Linglong immediately became obedient, and made a zipper action on her mouth with her hand. Nangongli looked at Zhou Xian and said, Sidu Jianese and Shi Kaiju have already arrived, and they have opened a bookstore next door to you. They are going to visit you. Xue Linglong struggled to escape from Ling Xinzu's hand, and ran to Zhou Xian's side to stand on her toe, raised her hand and patted him on the shoulder, and said old-fashioned. You are the boyfriend of Senior Sister Xinzu, and that is the family member of our Taoist Academy. I will cover you. Ling Xinzu was so embarrassed by Xue Linglong's words that water vapor was about to come out of her head. Zhou Xian looked at Xue Linglong with some curiosity. She felt her hair exploded. He stared angrily and asked, What are you doing staring at me like this? I tell you, don't pay attention to me. My love is all. Dedicated to Her Majesty the Queen. Click. A faint lightning fell on Xue Linglong's head, and the soft long hair turned into an explosive head in an instant, while Xue Linglong smiled idiotically. The whipping of Your Majesty's love is still so enthusiastic. Zhou Xian looked at Xue Linglong, who was like a st, and smiled, I'm just curious, how can you cover me with such a small man? Xue Linglong immediately woke up from the state of fascination, pinched her waist proudly, and said, Don't think I am only the 9th seat of the Taoist Academy, but it is more than enough to deal with a nerd and a little bald donkey. Nangongli frowned and reprimanded, Xue Linglong, you don't need to be silent. Since you have joined this guard team, you represent our Taoist Academy. Got it, Xue Linglong agreed, but soon the sly gaze in the black and white eyes of the sky flickered, and she whispered to Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian, I protect you, should you pay a protection fee? I have no money, Zhou Xian shook his head. Xue Linglong said with a smile on her face, based on your relationship with Senior Sister Xinzu, wouldn't it be too strange to charge you money? Do you know that I am an anchor? I have millions of fans on the Tiger Shark live broadcast. Zhou Xian asked curiously, so what? Let's cooperate. Last time I broadcasted live at your restaurant, your luminous cuisine brought me 300,000 new fans. Now my fans are clamoring for me to continue broadcasting your cooking. Zhou Xian squeezed his chin, looked at Xue Linglong, who was staring at him with expectation, and said, It's not impossible, but you have to pay for it. What, want me to give you money? Xue Linglong was stunned. She stretched out her hand to pinch Zhou Xian's face. Why is she so thick-skinned? Okay, stop making trouble, Sidu Jianese and Shi Kaiju are already waiting outside. Zhou Xian looked out the window and saw two figures, one big and one small, standing under the cherry tree. Sidu Jianese was in his 20s, wearing a blue shirt, eagerly reached out to pick up the fallen cherry blossoms, and then carefully clamped a petal into the book he was holding. The little figure was a little monk. He looked like he was only 8 or 9 years old. He was spotlessly dressed in a white monk robe, his hands clasped together, his eyes drooped, as if nothing in this world could arouse his attention. When Zhou Xian brought the three daughters to the courtyard, he immediately attracted the attention of the two. If you want to come, this is Zhou Hanchu. I'm going to Sidu Jianese. Please take care of me in the future. Sidu Jianese nodded to Zhou Xian, with an appropriate smile on his face, but his eyes scanned Zhou Xian back and forth several times, as if he wanted to see through everything about Zhou Xian. Amitabha Buddha, little monk Shi Kaiju, Dharma name Wukong, met Zhou Donor. The little monk Shi Kaiju meticulously struck Zhou Xian with a Buddhist ceremony. His eyes were also fixed on him, and curious eyes finally appeared in the eyes that were originally indifferent to anything. Zhou Xian invited the group to the restaurant to take a seat, and then asked Sidu Jianese, I heard that there was a Confucian who made luminous dishes. Sidu Jianese nodded, and said, that's a semi-sage in my Confucian sacred literary palace, named Sudongpo. He invented dongpo meat, which is braised pork. According to the Confucian history records in the Wen'ong collection, Sudongpo Banzheng was originally a 4-ranked Confucian, but he comprehended the saying of Confucian sage not tired of eating fine, not tired of meticulous, and based on this statement, he created a dish of dongpo meat. When dongpo meat was first born, the sky was red, and the fragrance floated in the house for 3 days before it dissipated. And Sudongpo made a breakthrough immediately and achieved the 3rd rank and half-saint status. Sidu Jianese asked suddenly, Zhou Hanchu, do you know why my Confucian sage Wen Palace attaches so much importance to your luminous cuisine, and even the chief of mine came to cooperate with you? Zhou Xian shook his head, which is exactly what he wanted to know. Sidu Jianese sighed, and said, my Confucian Menke Yasheng once said that the gentleman is far away from his house, which caused many scholars to stay away from cooking, but Sudongpo's half-sage changed his stereotypes and became a half-sage with a piece of dongpo meat. It happened to confirm a conjecture of Kong Shengren. Kong Shengren once said, whoever can master the secrets of food will be able to understand the way of heaven and become the 7th supreme god. Asterisk. Chapter 19. The 7th highest god. The news of Sidu Jianese shocked everyone. The little monk Shi Kaiju didn't even read the Buddhist scriptures, and sat there blankly. The expressions on other people's faces didn't improve much, but they all looked at Sidu Jianese suspiciously. Xue Linglong jumped out first and questioned, you scholars like to make up stories the most. Wouldn't you have read too many novels, or the gossip you found in the wild history to fool us? Sidu Jianese shook his head and said, this matter is not top secret. It is just a sentence from Confucianism that Saint Confucius mentioned when he gave a lecture to his disciples. Confucian history is the history of Confucianism compiled by the Confucian Academy, and its authenticity can be guaranteed by specialized historians. Will there be a 7th highest god in this world? Is this person a Xian? That's why your Confucian Academy values it so much. Others looked at Zhou Xian with stunned expressions. No matter how they looked at them, they didn't think that this person was going to be a god. Sidu Jianese hurriedly waved his hand and said, I'm not saying that Soul Chef Zhou will become the next god, but his luminous cooking is exactly the same as Dongpo semi-holy, that's why it attracted our attention. I have a saying in Confucianism that has been circulated to this day, the people take food as the sky, so being able to control the power contained in food is not a psychokinesis that conforms to the way of heaven and also gathers all living beings. Sidhu Jiani's statement is a collection of the common doctrines of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Nangongli nodded and said, "No wonder Sci Tianjian attaches so much importance to Zhouxian, and for the past 10 years, Sci Tianjian has been focusing on developing the scale and power of Yuhan Chu. Amitabha, the same is true of my Buddhism. I donate the ghosts of hungry ghosts with vegetarian food every day." The young monk Shi Kaiju also showed an expression of enlightenment. Sidhu Jianese continued to explain, "In fact, it's not just us, other countries, especially the Western continent, are also exploring the way to control the mystery of food." Nangongli suddenly turned to look at Zhou Xian, and said, "You are right that you did not accept the interview with Michelin magazine a few days ago. Michelin magazine was co-founded by the 3 major temples in the Western continent." Zhou Xian thought he already knew the world, but the news Sidhu Jianese brought to him today made him feel that the information he knew was just the tip of the iceberg of this world. In an instant, Zhou Xian thought of his own system. God of kitchen sign and system. God of cooking? Then I have already decided this God position by default. Zhou Xian muttered. "Actuan, what are you talking about?" Ling Xinzu on the side looked at him and asked suspiciously. Zhou Xian shook his head and evasively said, "It's nothing, just think about it again. Is the power contained in food really that powerful?" Stare. The 3 beauties who have tasted the luminous cuisine stared at Zhou Xian, and they felt the power of the food from the luminous cuisine. A creamy mushroom soup makes women radiant. Even with the natural beauty of the 3 daughters, with the blessing of the creamy mushroom soup, they become more beautiful and moving. Well, the matter of the 7th Supreme God is too far away from us. Let me talk about the matter of your guard team first. Nangongli, as a consultant to Sci Tianjian, is nominally the leader of the patrol team. The 3 of you are mainly responsible for protecting the safety of Zhou Xian. At the same time, you also need to be responsible for handling the tricks that occurred within a radius of 10 miles from the late-night canteen. When the time comes, Sun Chinjishi Wanghao will also assist you. Ah, so troublesome. I knew I wouldn't grab this place, so I just let senior sister Xinzi go, Xue Linglong pouted, complaining dissatisfied. Boom. A Xiu punch hit Xue Linglong's bald head. This guy looked at Nangongli in a daze, only to find that the other party's attention was not here. Looking at it again, the master of this show turned out to be Ling Xinzu. "Senior sister Xinzu, you hit me unexpectedly, am I not your cutie anymore?" Xue Linglong rushed towards her crying. Ling Xinzu pushed Xue Linglong away in an angry manner. The little girl knew that she wanted to stay with the Xian, but she deliberately said that, really begging. "By the way, let's say that, we will be busy tonight." Sidhu Jiani's expression became serious. "Is there anything special today?" Zhou Xian asked curiously. "Today is Qingming Festival." Sidhu Jiani's words made everyone's expressions a little solemn. Tomb Sweeping Festival is a festival for offering sacrifices to ancestors. At the same time, this day is also a day of alternating yin and yang. The changes in the solar terms of the world and the climate change from cold to warm are also the beginning of the change of heaven and earth from yin to yang. Qingming Festival is the day when the yin qi fluctuates the most, so there will be a lot of tricks happening and we have to guard against it. Xinzu, we have to return to the Daozang Academy, there are still many things waiting for us to deal with. Nangongli got up and walked outside the door. Although Ling Xinzu was reluctant to separate from Zhou Xian in this way, he knew the priorities, and after bidding farewell to his bamboo horse, he hurriedly ran after him. "Two sisters, did you leave me here?" Xue Linglong wailed, her voice as desolate as a cuckoo cuckooing blood. In order to increase her rendering power, she also held a handkerchief in her hand and waved it in the air. "Okay, stop acting, you can't even hold back your tears. Besides, can you not laugh so happy?" Zhou Xian pierced Xue Linglong's acting cleanly. "Humph, we are sisters, ah ha ha ha, We finally got rid of the control of Her Majesty the Queen. From then on, I am just, oh. A righteous hand knife was added to Xue Linglong's head. The little girl stared at Zhou Xian angrily. The latter shrugged indifferently, and said, I feel like you were almost going to blacken just now. Could it be that you are possessed by a demon? Fortunately, I saved you back, no thanks. Xue Linglong's teeth tickled, and when he was about to retaliate, the wooden door of the restaurant was pushed open again, and Wang Hao walked in an embarrassed form. A clandestine thing happened in a nearby apartment, and you need your support. Asterisk. Chapter 20. On the North Shore block. Here is close to the Qinghe River, and a large number of willow trees have been planted on both sides of the river. At this time, the green branches have been drawn out. Near noon, the sun is at its strongest. The power of the current spring sun is not strong enough, but under the shining of the sun, the surrounding scenes show colorful colors. Except for an apartment. This is a single-family apartment located on the north bank of Qinghe River, surrounded by beautiful scenery, convenient transportation, and complete living facilities nearby. It is very popular among young people. As soon as Zhou Xian saw this apartment, he found that it was incompatible with the surrounding environment. It's like a black and white photo inlaid in a bunch of color photos. In front of the apartment door, there are several guards' handles, and passers-by on the surrounding roads hurriedly walked here whenever they came here, with a look of horror on their faces. This apartment has been reduced to a ghost domain. Wang Yushi, are you crazy? Dare to control this? You are still leading us to death. You are so brave. Xue Linglong opened her eyes wide and looked at Wang Hao in disbelief. If you don't give me an explanation, I will make you look good. Wang Hao smiled bitterly. Auntie, Grandma, listen to me first. As everyone knows, if you can turn a place into a ghost realm with your own yin qi, this ghost has at least a 5th grade realm cultivation base, which is far from what I can resist. I'm the 7th rank, and I'm giving it for nothing, but the nerd and the little monk are the 6th rank. Maybe the two of them will be enough for the fierce ghost to drink a pot. Xue Linglong looked at Situ Jianese and Shi Kaiju maliciously. Situ Jianese had long heard that the 9th seat of the Taoist Academy was known as the Little Witch, and now it seems that the rumors are not exaggerated at all, and then he smiled bitterly and shook his head. What kind of grudge? I can't deal with the 5th rank realm ghost. The little monk Shi Kaiju recites a Buddha's name and said, if the little monk enters the ghost domain, I am afraid he will also go to see my Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva in advance. When Wang Hao saw that the foreign aide he had invited was going to pick up, he hurriedly persuaded him. Several big guys, listen to me and finish talking first. Although this apartment has become a ghost domain, the lord of the ghost domain is a bit special. She doesn't hurt people. Zhou Xian couldn't help being curious, and asked, there are still ghosts in this world that don't hurt people? Wang Hao nodded and began to tell what happened. There was a treacherous thing in this apartment 5 days ago. People who live here say they hear a woman crying in the corridor every night. At first, everyone thought it was a girl who was broken in love, so she cried sadly. Later, someone saw a woman in a white dress wandering in the corridor. Then the people in this apartment often encounter ghosts hitting the wall, and they have nightmares when they sleep at night. There is always a woman in the dream asking, did you see my grandma? The scene is very scary, isn't it? Wang Hao sighed, and said, we didn't care about it. A situation like this can only be regarded as a little weird. So I sent a few guards to the apartment to do the demon exorcism. The result was stable for 2 days. Just yesterday, the female ghost reappeared, her white coat has turned blood red, and she can even appear directly during the day. And this apartment was turned into a ghost domain last night. We have emptied everyone who lives here this morning. While talking, several people had already crossed the cordon under the leadership of Wang Hao and walked to the door of the apartment. Whoosh! As soon as they approached the apartment, Several people shuddered involuntarily. What a heavy yin air. Sidhu Jiani's face became difficult to look like. Even Xue Linglong didn't have the strange appearance before, and was rare and serious. Sidhu Jiani's took out a brush and wrote directly in the void. At sunrise, the river is more prosperous than fire, and the river is as green as blue in spring. The character instantly turned into a piece of river water of Wangyang. A red sun rose from the surface of the water, and then hovered above Sidhu Jiani's head. The icy feeling on everyone melted instantly and became warmer. Heaven and Earth Xianzong, the root of all qi, extensively cultivates thousands of calamities, proves my supernatural powers. Xue Linglong pinched the formula with both hands, and chanted the golden light mantra in her mouth. The golden characters appeared out of thin air, and after they were connected together, they turned into a light golden light cover, isolating them from the continuous yin from the depths of the apartment. Wang Hao took the lead into the apartment, and at the same time he did not forget to turn around to explain, "We have also found out the identity of the lord of this ghost domain. It is a young woman living here." Afterwards, Wang Hao handed over the documents that he had prepared. Seeing that everyone else was wary of the surrounding environment, Zhou Xian took the documents as his own. Qian Fang, 22 years old, an employee of the Lizuan Group, died a week ago because of falling from a high building. It is a shame to die so young. There was also a photo posted on the file. She looked like a beautiful girl, but unfortunately it disappeared. No, if it's just an accidental fall, how can the dead soul become a ghost? Unless the dead soul is unwilling and will stay in the sun world with great obsession, Xue Linglong asked. Zhou Xian took the topic and said, "Moreover, this Jian Fang turned into a 5th grade ghost with a ghost domain. Then her resentment is not trivial. Could it be possible that there is something hidden behind her death?" Wang Hao nodded and said, "Yes, this is a murder case. Qian Fang's boss is an old-fashioned critic. Qian Fang, who just graduated from university a year ago, joined the Lizuan Group to work. When her boss saw that she was beautiful, he often greeted her. After coming and going, the two came together. Unexpectedly, Qian Fang's boss was married long ago, and Qian Fang was just like this. Qian Fang, who learned the truth, went to question his boss, but the two of them were arguing. The boss pushed Qian Fang out of the window. The height of the 20-story building fell down and Qian Fang died on the spot. This case is not difficult. In addition, the case was solved on the same day as the evidence was conclusive. Qian Fang's boss was also arrested and executed after waiting for prosecution to confirm the crime. Speaking of this, Wang Hao also had doubts on his face and said, "It's the blame here. Obviously the case has been resolved. We also announced the verdict in the apartment last night. The ghost of Qian Fang shouldn't have such a big resentment, but just after we left, this apartment was directly reduced to a ghost domain, which is really evil." Roar. A gloomy wind blew past and turned into a whirlwind in front of everyone. Amidst the gloomy wind, a shadow wearing a red shirt flashed by, and the scene before everyone's eyes instantly changed. "No, it's a ghost hitting the wall." Zhou Xian only heard the sentence and found that Wang Hao and others walking around him disappeared. There was only one person left in the entire hall of the apartment. Asterisk. Chapter 21. Damn it, it's pitted. Zhou Xian let out a low growl, turned his head and walked outside the apartment. He is still just an ordinary person now, facing the 9th rank ghost. He can only kill him, let alone facing the 5th rank ghost. He can only choose to escape. Now I can only beg for Wang Hao's information to be true. This powerful ghost named Qian Fang has never harmed anyone. Out of the apartment, Zhou Xian found that the guard who had been guarding the door was gone, and the street was empty. It's not right, it's not normal. Zhou Xian's complexion became very ugly, his eyes seemed to be wearing a pair of light gray sunglasses, and the surrounding scenes lost their color. It's a ghost hitting the wall. Zhou Xian suddenly remembered Xue Linglong's reminder just now, and the whole person seemed to have fallen into the ice cellar, and it was cold. No matter what, even in the illusion, I have to go back to the restaurant first. Zhou Xian began to run towards the restaurant. As long as he returned to the late-night cafeteria, he was in a state of invulnerability, and only the late-night cafeteria could bring him a sense of security. This time I'm taking care of it. You shouldn't be driven by curiosity to follow along. You can never make the same mistake again without self-protection ability. Fortunately, the apartment is not far from the restaurant. Zhou Xian ran for 5 minutes before returning to the late-night canteen. He had never seen anyone on the way. Wow! When the wooden door was opened, Zhou Xian was surprised to find that the restaurant turned out to be colorful. Zhou Xian hurriedly looked back at the door, and found that the outside scenery was still gray and white, as if the restaurant's wooden door separated the area into two worlds. Now I'm still in a state of a ghost beating the wall. But what's going on in the restaurant in front of me? Zhou Xian wondered whether he was still in the apartment or really returned to the late-night canteen. But the layout of the restaurant is so real. Zhou Xian came to the kitchen. From the chopping board to the kitchen knife is full of cordial familiarity. When I opened the refrigerator, everything in it was what Zhou Xian remembered, and the location did not change. For an instant, Zhou Xian's gaze was fixed on the boxes of eggs. 10 yolk eggs. From the captive world of gourmet food, the eggshell is as white and smooth as carved from suet jade, twice the size of a normal egg. Yes. Zhou Xian quickly took out 3 10-yolk eggs from the refrigerator, and then quickly steamed the rice. Bang! As the stove fire rose, Zhou Xian quickly beat 3 10-yolk eggs into the oil pan. The spoon in his hand waved out a series of after-images, and quickly stirred the egg liquid in the pan evenly. Before the golden egg liquid had solidified, Zhou Xian put the cold rice into the pot and combined it with the egg liquid, and then simply seasoned it with salt and pepper. Having thoroughly grasped the heat and taste of the golden fried rice, Zhou Xian has already mastered this dish. Shiquan golden fried rice is complete. Zhou Xian put the fried rice on the plate and then put the cover on. This is also a necessary step. Success or failure is in this one action. Zhou Xian is a little nervous. If this golden fried rice can shine, it proves that he really left the apartment and returned to the restaurant. If it can't shine, then he is still in the ghost realm, and can only wait for Xue Linglong and the others to break the ghost, hit the wall and rescue himself. Things have reached this point, why bother with fear? Zhou Xian reached out and lifted the lid. Bang! Masses of heat rise into the air like huge waves. Tweeted. In this huge wave, 10 golden crows cried and flew into the sky and turned into 10 suns. On the same 10th day, the scorching golden sunlight makes it impossible to look directly at it. Snapped. Suddenly, Zhou Xian heard a crisp cracking sound, like the sound of glass breaking. Ah! Immediately afterwards, a woman's scream followed. Zhou Xian only felt his whole body tight, as if something had been taken away, but the whole person was much more relaxed. I saw strands of black yin on Zhou Xian's body constantly converging, resisting the brilliance of the 10 rounds of the sun, and after a full 5 seconds of light dissipating, a woman fell from the mist. Oops! The woman in red got up from the ground, pain in her pale face. Obviously I am in the state of soul now, without a physical body. Why do I still feel the pain of falling? The woman in red looked at Zhou Xian incredulously, with a dazed expression. Qian Fang Fang. Zhou Xian looked at the woman in red who got up from the ground in amazement. At a glance, he recognized that the woman looked exactly like Qian Fang Fang's picture on the death file. Yes, it's me. Qian Fang Fang nodded obediently, then looked at the plate of golden fried rice on the counter seat. His ghost face was full of fear. A plate of fried rice will shine? What's more terrifying is that the golden light almost let her ghost fly away. At the same time, in the apartment. Click. The illusion in front of the few people in Xue shattered, and everyone was astonished to find that they were still in the apartment lobby, unable to make any progress. A terrible ghost hit the wall. I almost got lost in it. Nerd, is this you broken? Xue Linglong looked straight at Situ Jianese, lamenting that she deserves to be the chief of the Confucian Sage Wen Palace. There are indeed two of them. Brush. Situ Jianese held the brush in his hand, looked around vigilantly, shook his head and said, "It's not me, this ghost hits the wall really well, I can't break it." Huh. The two of them looked at Shi Kaiju with their gazes. The little monk took a step back in fright, and shook his head quickly. "It's not the little monk can't break this ghost hit the wall." "Then who broke this ghost and hit the wall?" The three frowned and thought. Wang Hao, who has no sense of existence on the side, is full of grievances. "Why can't you ask me?" "Huh, this ghost domain has also been broken. Yin Qi is disappearing. Has Li Gui been resolved?" Several people discovered that the scene in front of them had regained their color. After losing the control of the Lord of the Ghost territory, the Yin Qi entrenched in the apartment was melted by the sun's rays. "Ah, that fellow Zhou Xian is missing!" Xue Linglong screamed, and her calm face instantly became panicked. The three of Situ Jianese looked around, and as expected, there was no sign of Zhou Xian. For a time, the faces of several people became very ugly. The first task of their group is to protect Zhou Xian, but now the goal of protection has disappeared unclearly. This is their serious negligence. If Zhou Xian had an accident, even if they were the seat students of the three major colleges, they had to be punished. Wang Hao was even more desperate. He felt that his future was extremely bleak. What really happened to Zhou Xian? His best result was also to be sent to Zihai to guard the Mingqi. Xue Linglong's big eyes were already full of tears, and she muttered, "If something happens to Zhou Xian, senior sister Zinzu must kill me." Situ Jianese's eyebrows were almost frowning, his eyes lit up suddenly, and he said, "You said, could this ghost domain be broken by Zhou Hanchu?" Asterisk. Chapter 22. "So, you attached to me and left the apartment?" Zhou Xian asked. Qian Fangfang nodded happily, touched the cup on the counter seat with both hands, and then touched the teapot on the side. After turning into a ghost, she could no longer touch the real object. But in this restaurant, Qian Fangfang found himself as if he had become a living person again. "I felt a very cordial taste in you, so I attached it to you," Qian Fangfang explained. Zhou Xian sniffed himself, there was no smell, and frowned and asked, "Then what's the reason why you became a ghost?" "Your old-fashioned boss has been arrested, and he was sentenced to be executed after the fall. You wishes it closed." "Humph, who cares about that BD, his life and death have nothing to do with me." Qian Fangfang curled his lips and said, "My obsession has nothing to do with that damn BD, but there are other knots that have not been completed." After speaking, Qian Fangfang's ghost looked directly at Zhou Xian, with some memories in his eyes, begging, "Mr. Zhou, you are the chef here, right? Can you help me make an Amy Kueh? Amy Kueh? Zhou Xian knows that this is a kind of glutinous rice cake made with wormwood and glutinous rice, which is a southern snack. "Yes, I originally wanted to do it on the Qingming festival to worship my grandmother, but who expected me to have an accident a week ago?" Qian Fangfang's face was lonely. "I am an orphan, and I have lived with my grandmother since I was a child. When I was a child, my favorite was the Amy Kueh made by my grandmother on Qingming festival. This is one of the few times when I can eat all my snacks. Later, I was admitted to university, and people went to university outside of the country. Every time around Qingming festival, I would receive various flavors of glutinous rice cakes from my grandmother, but my favorite is Amy glutinous rice cakes. When I finally graduated, got a good job, and finally had ability to honor my grandma, she left. Clear tears slipped from Qian Fang's pale face. As an orphan, all my love comes from grandma. My grandma is gone, and my whole person collapsed. My BD boss took advantage of it, and that's why it happened later. Qian Fang was crying with a headache. She was sobbing and said intermittently, after my grandma left last year, I wanted to make an Amy Kueh to worship her during the Qingming festival. I even planted a piece of Amy Kueh on the balcony. Grass. But when I knew that I was deceived by my boss, I was very angry and went to him to reason, but he pushed me downstairs. In fact, I regretted it when I fell downstairs. I didn't regret being cheated by that BD. I regretted that I didn't have time to make Amy Kueh for my grandma. Later I fell to death, soul astral. At that time, my sanity was still sober, and the only thought in my heart was to go back to the apartment. Fortunately, I didn't become an earthbound spirit. After returning to the apartment, the souls of the newly dead will experience a muddle-headed state for a few days. I didn't wake up until yesterday. After checking the time, I was impatient to make Amy Kueh. But in the spirit state, I can't touch physical objects at all, and I can't be Amy Kueh. Under extreme anger, the entire apartment was affected by me and turned into a ghost domain. Becoming the lord of the ghost realm, I have more powerful power, and I also thought about possessing other people to make Amy Kueh, but the dragons are all north, and the people in the apartment are all northerners except me. We'll make Amy Kueh. Qian Fang raised his head, looked at Zhou Xian with hope shining in his tears, and said, but when you arrived at the apartment today, I felt an extremely cordial taste from you, just like when my grandma was carrying food from the same smell comes out of the kitchen. Mr. Zhou, you can be Amy Kueh, right? I beg you to help me make an Amy Kueh. You can let me do anything. This will be the case for the rest of my life, and I will repay your kindness as a cow and a horse in the next life. With that said, Qian Fang was about to kneel down and kowtow to Zhou Xian, but Zhou Xian grabbed him. No, Amy Kueh. I agree. Although Zhou Xian couldn't do it, he had never eaten it, but he still agreed. It just so happens that I still have a special chef character experience card that I haven't used. Zhou Xian's consciousness was immersed in the system, and he found out the experience card. Using the Super Chef character experience card, choose the role, Steel Stick. Thank you, Master. As the world's #1 pastry chef in the world of Little Master, although Master Xie once lost to Little Master, Master Xie, who specializes in pastry, must have more basic skills and experience in making dim sum than Little Master. The Super Chef character experience card is successfully used, and the host can temporarily gain the muscle memory and pastry experience of Master Steel Bar Xie. As the golden card in the system screen shattered, it turned into a little bit of starlight and merged into Zhou Xian's body. Bang! Zhou Xian suddenly felt that his whole body swelled up like fermented dough. The casual clothes were supported like tights by the bulging muscles. Feeling the explosive power, Zhou Xian felt that he could kill a cow with one punch now. There is still a steel bar worth 100 pounds. Zhou Xian found a solid iron rod from the warehouse. It was 2 meters long and had a cross-sectional diameter of 8 centimeters, which was barely enough. But wormwood. Before Zhou Xian could finish speaking, Qian Fang couldn't wait to say, I have it in my house. I planted a large piece on the balcony. It is very fresh and tender enough to make a lot of Amy Kueh. Really? Then I will call them and ask them to pick some wormwood. In the apartment, Xue Linglong has searched every house in the entire apartment, but they have not found Zhou Xian's trace. Several people gathered together with sullen faces. It's over, shouldn't Zhou Hunshu die with the ghost of Qian Fang, right? Wang Hao was sweating profusely and was constantly pacing back and forth. Jingle bell. Suddenly Xue Linglong's mobile phone rang, and the little girl's expression changed. She thought it was Ling Xinzu who was calling, but found that the caller ID was Zhou Xian. A call from Zhou Xian. Xue Linglong exclaimed, and the people from Situ Jianese rushed forward. Quick, quick, feel like picking up. Xue Linglong's excited hands trembled, she clicked to answer, and couldn't wait to ask, "Are you Zhou Xian?" "Who am I?" Zhou Xian asked curiously. "He's still alive." Xue Linglong almost cried with joy, and the big rock hanging in the hearts of others finally fell to the ground. "UBD, where are you?" From despair to joy, Xue Linglong went through a lot of ups and downs, and she became gritted with Zhou Xian. "Oh, I'm back to the restaurant. Now I have something to look for you. Go to the balcony of room 302 and pick me up all the wormwood." Room 302, pick wormwood. Xue Linglong was filled with black lines by Zhou Xian's weird request. Wang Hao jumped up, his face panicked and said, "Room 302 is where Qian Fangfang lived before his death." Asterisk. Chapter 23. Hiss. Hearing the information Wang Hao said, Xue Linglong breathed in shock, and suddenly felt scalp numb. Oops, could it be that Qian Fangfang's ghost possessed Donor Zhou? Shi Kaiaji's face was pale, and he stared at Situ Jianese. After all, the little monk was still a 9-year-old boy. At the moment he had no idea. Situ Jianese frowned slightly and said calmly, "There is a possibility, but since Qian Fangfang chooses to possess Soul Chef Zhou, he must have her own demands. Before her goal is achieved, Soul Chef Zhou will at least not be in danger. Now, we must first stabilize Qian Fangfang." Xue Linglong lost her usual liveliness at the moment, and a touch of anxiety emerged in her heart. If something happens to Zhou Xian, senior sister Xinzu will definitely not forgive me. No matter what, I have to go back and take a look to determine Zhou Xian's current situation. After speaking, a magic talisman appeared in Xue Linglong's hand, and the talisman quickly burned under the urging of spiritual power, and then Xue Linglong's whole body flashed with golden light and turned into a series of after-images and rushed out of the apartment. Hey, it's still not certain that Soul Chef Zhou was really possessed, don't be surprised. Situ Jianese wanted to persuade Xue Linglong to calm down, but seeing that Xue Linglong's back was about to disappear, she had to use sound transmission to gain magical powers and exhorted Xue Linglong. "Hey, are any of you listening?" Zhou Xian only heard a noisy sound from the mobile phone, but could not distinguish the content of the sound. Situ Jianese was holding Xue Linglong's mobile phone in his hand, and tentatively asked, "Zhou Hanchu, how did you escape the ghost and hit the wall, and then return to the restaurant?" Zhou Xian told the story again. Situ Jianese breathed a sigh of relief instantly, his frowning brows had been loosened, and a faint smile appeared on his face again. "It's Zhou Hanchu, he was not possessed by Qian Fangfang, and this ghost domain was also opened by him with luminous cooking." The little monks Shi Kaiaju and Wang Haju relaxed, and the latter cried with joy. Wang Hao almost thought he was going to be sent to Zihai to guard Mingqi. "So, Zhou Hanchu, did you kill the ghost made by Qian Fangfang's ghost?" Situ Jianese asked. After all, they had already inspected the entire apartment and found no trace of Qian Fangfang's ghost. "Oh, you said Qian Fangfang, she's in my restaurant." "Ah." Situ Jianese's heart just dropped, immediately suspended again. Zhou Xian guessed Situ Jianese's scruples, and explained with a smile, "It's okay, Qian Fangfang is now a customer of my late-night cafeteria. She ordered an Amy Kueh, but there is no fresh wormwood in my store. There is a piece of fresh wormwood on the balcony of room 302, which was planted by Qian Fangfang during his lifetime, and I have to trouble Mr. Situ to pick all the wormwood leaves back." Situ Jianese's eyes lit up in an instant. In the past few days, he had been hearing information about luminous cooking, and he had also watched Nangong Li's internal video uploaded to Sishan Supervisor, but he had not seen Zhou Xian's cooking skills in person. I have never tasted that kind of magical luminous cuisine. But isn't it a good opportunity now? Don't worry Jo Hun-chu, I will definitely deliver the wormwood leaves as quickly as possible. Sidhu Jianese said loudly, and almost swore his chest. On the balcony of room 302, a piece of lush wormwood grows on an area of about 3 square meters. Sidhu Jianese wrote in the void with a brush in hand. The autumn wind blows the Weishui River, and the fallen leaves are full of Chang'an. The black characters instantly turned into a gust of wind, and the messy small wind blades were wrapped in the wind, which accurately cut off the leaves of the wormwood. For a while, emerald green mugwort leaves fell on the balcony floor. Receive. Those AI flew up like butterflies, and then accurately fell into the plastic basket in Sidhu Jianese's hands. Then, Sidhu Jianese waved the brush again in his hand. Fairy bait in a moment, as fast as a flying wing. The black character turned into a pair of black wings and appeared behind Sidhu Jianese, leading him directly into the sky from the balcony. Shiziao, Wang Yushi, take the next step first. If you want to witness Jo Hun-chu's luminous cuisine with your own eyes, don't miss this opportunity. Wang Hao looked enviously at Sidhu Jianese who was flying away, and said, sure enough, it's still a great scholar, this is simply saying what you say. As long as the talent is enough, the awesomeness can be achieved. When the little monk heard Sidhu Jianese's voice, his eyes lit up. Amitabha, the little monk is already awakening, I am afraid I have to take a step first, and I hope Wang Yushi will forgive me. I saw the little monk stepping out and disappearing on the balcony. Huh, it's so great that you have a high realm. If you say it disappears, it will disappear. Anyway, I have seen luminous cuisine a long time ago, so I don't want to hurry, Wang Hao comforted himself sourly. Midnight Canteen. Zhou Xian first steamed the cleaned glutinous rice in a pot. Compared with the looseness of the rice used in fried rice, the glutinous rice used to make glutinous rice cakes requires a certain amount of moisture, so Zhou Xian gave the rice cooker the job of steaming glutinous rice. Zhou Xian also steamed red beans, ready to be made into red bean paste and filled into the ziba. In addition, Zhou Xian also sautéed sesame, peanuts, and soybeans separately, then crushed them into fine pieces, mixed them with honey, and prepared them to be smeared on glutinous rice cakes. Qian Fangfang sat quietly in front of the counter seat, his eyes moving following Zhou Xian's figure, and reminiscence and tenderness flashed in the cold ghost eyes. This was an emotion that Li Gui could not have, but at the moment appeared on Qian Fangfang, shocking Xue Linglong, who had been on the alert. It's a hell, how did Zhou Xian do this? Wow! The wooden door was pushed open, and Sidhu Jianese walked in with a basket of wormwood leaves. Jo Hun-chu, the wormwood leaves are here. Thanks for your hard work, just put it here. Zhou Xian called roar and put the wormwood leaves in a clean water pool to wash them, put them in hot water and blanch them briefly, then beat them into a fine blue slurry. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Xian put the steamed glutinous rice into a thick stainless steel basin, and then added the wormwood after blanching. In the eyes of everyone's astonishment, Zhou Xian raised the iron rod with a weight of 100 jin. Zhou Xian held the iron rod upright in his hand, and then quickly beat it up and down. A section of the iron rod fell like raindrops. The glutinous rice in the pot is crushed into rice puree at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fineness is better than that made with glutinous rice flour, and the rice has a stronger fragrance. The original green and white rice ball has become emerald green, just like a fine emerald. Sidhu Jianese looked at the stainless steel basin blankly, and withstood thousands of heavy blows from the iron rod, but he was safe. What a powerful control! Sidhu Jianese has only seen this kind of familiar strength and perfect control of his own strength in some physique masters. I thought that Soul Chef Joe himself was not strong, but now it seems that he is a hidden master. Asterisk. Chapter 24. The special Amy Kueh in the late-night cafeteria is completed, please taste it. As Zhou Xian yelled, A white porcelain plate was placed in front of everyone sitting in front of the counter. On the plate were 4 green balls of uniform file size, like precision-cut emeralds, glowing with a moist luster. There is also a small dish of dipping sauce in the porcelain plate, which is stir-fried and ground sesame, peanuts, and soybean powder mixed with honey. Sidhu Jianese looked at Zhou Xian in astonishment, with a strong look of doubt on his face. Zhou Hunchu, are you sure you have finished it? Zhou Xian smiled and nodded. Don't you feel any shortcomings? Sidhu Jianese prompted unwillingly. There is nothing missing, please feel free to taste it, this is a dish with a score of 96. Zhou Xian didn't seem to understand Sidhu Jianese's prompt at all, just urging a few guests to taste it as soon as possible. Hey, don't pretend you don't understand, okay? The nerd's words mean why this Amy Kueh doesn't shine. Xue Linglong looked at Zhou Xian dissatisfiedly and asked, are you perfunctory to us? Sidhu Jianese nodded to the side. He was here to experience the luminous cooking for himself, but now Amy Kueh is not luminous, and he is disappointed now. Zhou Xian didn't care about the questioning gaze of Sidhu Jianese, but smiled at Jian Fang, who was eager to try and prepare to taste it, the Amy Kueh I made, you should find a familiar taste. Then I'm welcome. Jian Fang eagerly stretched out his hand and twisted a piece of Amy Kueh, not eager to dip it in the sauce, but tasted it with white mouth, feeling the most original taste of Amy Kueh. As soon as he entered the mouth, the soft and waxy rice ball was easily bitten by the teeth, and the fragrance of wormwood burst out on the tip of the tongue instantly. Jian Fang's entire portrait was shocked by the electric current, and his whole body trembled. The glutinous rice skin mixed with wormwood was bitten open, and the bean paste wrapped in the glutinous rice flowed out like magma, and the rich bean aroma attacked the taste buds with a slight sweetness. Ah, delicious! A happy expression appeared on Jian Fang's pale ghost face. The nostalgic taste, the sticky glutinous rice is constantly entangled with the teeth, the scent of wormwood and red bean paste bursts out again, and then mixed together, it is so delicious. An idyllic scene emerged in front of Jian Fang's eyes. The spring breeze is slightly cold, and the earth has just recovered, showing its tender green vitality. A winding road leads from the fields to the village. A little girl in a white dress, holding a handful of wormwood just picked in her arms, rushed to a wooden house with joy. Grandma, I picked the wormwood back. The little girl rushed into the room happily. At the moment, an old figure in the kitchen was busy, and the scent of glutinous rice was spilling out of the steamer. Good girl is back. Are you tired after picking so many wormwood? The old figure turned around with a kind smile, and the wrinkled hands carefully pulled the hair that fell from the little girl's forehead to behind her ears. Yeah, I'm sweating, watch out for colds. The wrinkled hands carefully wiped the little girl's sweat, the rough palms rubbed the little girl's chubby face, and the itchy little girl giggled. Grandma, I'm not tired, I want to eat Amy Kueh. The little girl looked up at her grandma, a big smile appeared on her small cheek. Okay, Grandma will make Amy Kueh for Gwinan. The sight in front of him gradually dissipated, and Jian Fang realized that he had eaten 3 pieces of Amy Kueh unknowingly. Only a lonely piece of Amy Kueh was left on the white porcelain plate, with untouched dipping sauce beside it. Jian Fang hesitation dipped the last piece of Amy Kueh with honey sauce. A gleam of sparkling light bloomed, but Jian Fang put it into his mouth in an instant. Roar! Another spring breeze passed. It was still the wooden house, or the kitchen with the fragrance of glutinous rice. The gracious figure was getting older, and the little girl became a big girl. Grandma, I have graduated from university and have found a good job. I will take care of you from now on. The old grandma, who was bent over, smiled and looked at her sweetheart eating Amy Kueh, and said with satisfaction, Okay, good darling is the most filial piety. Next year, Grandma will make Amy Kueh for you. Grandma, when I have money, I will buy a big house and take you to live together. Good girl, a big house costs a lot of money. I will work hard. That's too tired, Grandma will feel distressed. Grandma, I'm not tired. Qian Fang's eyes became blurred, tears falling like raindrops. Oh, Grandma, I miss you so much. At the moment, the few Xue Linglong who were on the sidelines looked at Qian Fang's body with a blue glow in surprise. The yin qi lingering on Qian Fang's soul is rising, constantly condensing on the top of her head, and then turning into a black whirlpool, and a gloomy world can be seen in the whirlpool. This vortex exudes extremely violent power, which can shatter everything. Hi, this is the channel connecting the underworld. What's the joke? Can a mere 5th rank realm ghost open the underworld? Even a 1st rank master can't do it? Could it be the power of this Amy Kueh? Everyone looked at the Amy Kueh on the plate in front of them in shock, no one dared to eat it for a while. Suddenly, Qian Fang, who was crying, heard her grandma's voice. Good girl, my poor child, why are you here? Qian Fang raised her head in surprise and looked at the whirlpool above her head. Her gaze penetrated the whirlpool, and she saw the grandma whose world was talking to her. Grandmother. Qian Fang flew into the whirlpool. Do not want. Xue Linglong wanted to grab Qian Fang's hand in a panic, and with Qian Fang's 5th grade soul body, entering this violent underworld passage, she would instantly be torn to pieces. But at the moment, Qian Fang's soul burst into a cloud of blue light, resisting the violent power in the underworld passage, and rushed to that world. The whirlpool was dissipating, and everyone saw Qian Fang happily rushing into the arms of an old lady. That's the grandmother she is thinking of. Mr. Zhou, thank you. When the vortex dissipated completely, Qian Fang's gratitude came from Zhou Xian's ear, and at the same time a white light shot out at the end of the vortex dissipated, hitting Zhou Xian straight. At the moment, the silent system in Zhou Xian's mind suddenly moved. Congratulations to the host for getting the gift from Li Gui Ghost Skill, Supernatural Combination. Explanation: the magical combination technique is born out of the ghostly possessing technique. After the host uses the magical combination skill, he can temporarily borrow the power of a close person to integrate with his own power. The time limit, 10 minutes. Asterisk. Chapter 25. Ghost, God's Harmony. Zhou Xian looked at the introduction in the system with surprise. This ghost technique gifted by Qian Fang was the first magical skill he controlled when he came to this world. Can you borrow the power of someone close to you? Zhou Xian's gaze swept over the few people sitting at the counter seat who were undecided to hesitation, wondering who had the closest relationship with him. It's a pity that my childhood friend Ling Xinzu is not here. Xue Linglong was staring straight at Zhou Xian's gaze, and shouted angrily, "What are you guys looking at us unkindly?" Sidu Jianese pondered for a moment, then smiled. The white light just now was a gift from Qian Fang to Zhou Hanchu, right? A gift from a ghost, usually a ghost. Zhou Xian looked at Sidu Jianese with some surprise. He actually knew? Seeing the expression on Zhou Xian's face, Sidu Jianese knew that he had guessed it correctly, and explained, "This is recorded in many books. If someone can fulfill Li Gui's wish, Li Gui will generally give the other party to accomplish this cause and effect. My most precious thing." Qian Fang was just an ordinary person before she was alive, and she has no precious inheritance to give you, but after all, she is the lord of the ghost realm of the 5th stage. Although she has not cultivated for a long time, she can learn some ghost skills without a teacher. Zhou Xian smiled and nodded, and accepted Sidu Jianese's explanation, but he didn't say the name of ghosts. Instead, he looked at the intact Amy Kueh on a few people's plates and said, "Everyone eats it? This Amy Kueh is delicious." Everyone had a stiff expression on their faces, looking at the green Amy Kueh, at the moment still exuding the scent of wormwood and glutinous rice. It felt delicious. But if you eat this Amy Kueh and go to the underworld like Qian Fang Fang, wouldn't it be too scary? Even the step of death is omitted, from a living person to a dead soul, one step directly. Seeing the concerns of several people, Zhou Xian explained with a smile, this Amy Kueh has two effects. One is to cross the soul, which is to cross the dead soul of the sun world to the underworld. This effect is not effective for living things. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The little monk Shi Kaiju was most interested in this Amy Kueh, and couldn't wait to ask, then what is the second effect? Requiem. Zhou Xian himself ate a piece of Amy Kueh, feeling the joy of the soul, and said, this second effect of Amy Kueh can enhance the soul power of the eater. Ah, awesome. The little monk stared at the Amy Kueh on the plate blankly. The others were also taken aback, and their gazes at Amy Kueh were filled with enthusiasm. There are very few things in this world that can enhance soul power. But they watched Zhou Xian make this Amy Kueh step by step with their own eyes. The ingredients used are all ordinary things. And the ability to turn ordinary things into miraculous things with magical effects, this kind of ability to turn decay into magic, is enough to shock the top 10 of these 3 universities. Only then did Xue Linglong truly realize why Si Tianjian attaches so much importance to Zhou Xian's luminous cuisine. And I have a new understanding of the importance of Zhou Xian. This is a national treasure. The 3 eagerly tasted the Amy Kueh on the plate. Well, it's delicious. The glutinous taste can also pull out long sticky threads like cheese. I feel my soul in the literary palace is more condensed. Sidu Jianese woke up from the deliciousness of Amy Kueh, with regrets appeared on his face, and said, unfortunately, it is a pity that I didn't see the light. Zhou Xian smiled and said, that's because the last step is still missing. What? 3 eyes stared at Zhou Xian hotly, full of expectation. Zhou Xian picked up the honey sauce and slowly sprinkled it on Amy Kueh. A ray of light golden light appeared quietly. Amidst the golden light, a verdant green bloomed. Several people in Xue Linglong suddenly discovered that the surrounding air became fresher, with the fragrance of plants, as if the whole person was in the field. What a beautiful light! Sidu Jianese looked at the dissipated light with blurred eyes, as if poems were brewing in his heart, his literary palace was trembling, and his body was haunting talent. He fell directly into an epiphany. Amitabha. The little monk Shi Kaiju was sitting cross-legged, and the whole person entered a state of concentration. Only Xue Linglong, who finished eating Amy Kueh with a contented face, lay half on the chair, squinting comfortably, like a salted fish. Zhou Xian himself also realized that the super chef character experience card can only be used for 1 day, and he naturally can't waste it. Soon, Zhou Xian was pleasantly surprised to find that he not only temporarily possessed the strength of Master Steel Barcia, but also had 4 kinds of dim sum recipe memories in his mind. Golden ratio sumai. Big universe shayamai. Gold left. Sishan seafood 8 treasure steamed buns. These 4 dim sums are exactly the dim sum that Zhou Xian has seen in the 2 cooking showdowns of Master Gang Xie in the anime. The golden ratio sumai and the golden laugh are the cooking of Master Steel Barcia. The big universe shayamai was made by the young Master Lu Subaru, a huge amount of the deliciousness of a whole pig wrapped in a steamed bun. The 4 God Seafood 8 treasure steamed buns came from the hands of Logan, the leader of the Bailuo family in the dark cooking world. The skins of steamed buns made with old noodles that have been passed down for more than 1,600 years have the ultimate softness effect. Zhou Xian immediately became excited. With the strength of the temporary special pastry chef, he will completely master these 4 dim sum dishes. Asterisk. Chapter 26. An inexplicable sense of emptiness suddenly erupted. Zhou Xian struck a spirit, and awoke from the frenzied cooking practice. The explosive muscles gradually dried out like a leaking balloon. The intense exhaustion made every inch of Zhou Xian's muscles sore. He could only hold his hands on the table to prevent him from falling to the ground. Zhou Xian knew that this was a sequelae of the disappearance of the Super Chef character experience card ability. Roar, so tired. Zhou Xian panted heavily, a lot of sweat permeated his whole body instantly, and he almost collapsed. The three of Xue Linglong are no longer in the restaurant, so they went back last night. No one could see him embarrassed. Zhou Xian simply leaned on the refrigerator. At the moment, wherever things can be placed in the restaurant, there are all kinds of steamed buns and sumai, and the aroma of food fills the air. This is the result of Zhou Xian's all-day cooking practice. In order to be able to master the 4 types of pasta dishes, Zhou Xian used 200 caddies of flour. The various parts of pork add up to more than 500 caddies. There are also seafoods such as sea cucumbers, scallops, abalones, prawns, and sea crabs. More than 100 caddies, eggs and other vegetable seasonings will not be remembered for the time being. The cost of ingredients alone cost more than 50,000 yuan, which made Zhou Xian very distressed. This is all money. Especially Sichuan seafood babao baozai, which uses a lot of high-level ingredients, is the most difficult noodle dish. Zhou Xian managed to reach the 90-point mark many times, and there is still a long way to go before it shines. Fortunately, he broke the ghost realm created by Qian Fangfang and sent Qian Fangfang's ghost to the underworld. The Sichuan Supervisory Committee gave a generous bonus. The problem with these 4 Shen seafood and 8 treasure steamed buns is the old noodles. There is not a group of old noodles that are old enough. The steamed buns always lack a soft texture. Zhou Xian started to summarize the gains and losses of this cooking practice while resting. But having said that, it is impossible to find an old face that has been in existence for more than 1,000 years, unless one day I can enter the world of the young master of Daxia, or it is a system of sign-in rewards. By the way, I haven't checked in yet today. Zhou Xian opened the system to sign in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the physique upgrade potion, 4 chefs. Explanation: as a chef, how can you do without a strong body? A powerful chef, even if you study the cooking for a month, you will not feel tired. A mere day will make you weak. You can't be a teenager. This physique upgrade potion can improve your physical fitness in an all-round way. After taking it, you can obtain powerful strength, agile speed, sharp eyesight, keen sense of smell, and rich and sensitive taste memory. At this moment, Zhou Xian suddenly felt that he was possessed by the Emperor of Europe. This physique upgrade potion came at a high time, and it is what Zhou Xian needs most at the moment. Extract the potion. A glass bottle with a height of 10 centimeters and a thick thumb appeared in Zhou Xian's hand. The glass bottle was filled with golden liquid. Zhou Xian didn't have the slightest hesitation, so he pulled out the rubber stopper of the glass bottle and stuffed the golden liquid inside. Sizzle, so spicy. As soon as the golden liquid was taken in, Zhou Xian felt a strong burning sensation spreading from the tip of the tongue to the entire mouth, as if there was a piece of burning charcoal in his mouth. Zhou Xian almost sprayed, but swallowed abruptly, his face flushed. The golden water seemed to turn into flames and began to burn in Zhou Xian's belly. Soon, Zhou Xian felt his stomach swell up like a balloon. Just when he thought he would explode, the gas in his stomach actually entered his blood vessels. Ah! Zhou Xian screamed and knelt directly. At the moment, the blue veins under Zhou Xian's skin burst out, and they are all blood vessels, as if an earthworm is surging halfway with that qi. An extremely painful tearing sensation came from every corner of his body. Zhou Xian's face was pale, and he felt that his consciousness was about to be destroyed by the endless pain. In order not to accidentally bite his tongue when clenching his teeth, Zhou Xian directly put a rag in his mouth. Although it was extremely painful, Zhou Xian could also perceive that his main blood vessels were widening. If Zhou Xian's blood vessels were like a trickling stream, then it is now a surging river. Even Zhou Xian felt the scorching breath following the flow of blood, and began to transform his internal organs, as well as the 5 sense organs and 7 orifices on his head. Finally, the flesh and blood was transformed. Zhou Xian thought that he had passed this level. When he was ready to breathe a sigh of relief, the calm breath turned into hundreds of small insects and started to drill into his bones. Damn! Zhou Xian yelled in pain. Those breath bugs were like drilling their own bones with an electric drill. The pain was enough to drive people crazy. Suddenly, Zhou Xian, struggling on the ground, caught the Sichuan seafood babao steamed buns on the table. He spit out the rag from his mouth and began to chew the steamed buns in his hands frantically. After one bun was swallowed into his stomach, Zhou Xian suddenly realized that the pain that made his soul tremble became less unbearable. 4 God seafood and 8 treasure steamed buns have the effect of calming the soul. This effect of making the soul extremely stable is better than the special AMEKUEH I made before. Soon, Zhou Xian didn't know he was limited to eating Sichuan seafood and 8 treasure buns. He even ate Jinjin and laughed. A sense of joy that spread from the bottom of my heart made Zhou Xian smile. Damn, I'm not shaking I'm so happy. Obviously, there was severe pain in the body, but the joy in Zhou Xian's heart became more and more intense. He even started to enjoy the sharp pain. This golden smile is poisonous, so I don't want to enjoy the pain. After only one bite, Zhou Xian threw the golden steamed bun aside. He was afraid that his hobbies would change after the meal. Fortunately, as that breath gradually melted away and thoroughly integrated with his body, Zhou Xian was completely relieved. Even though he was tortured by the physique upgrade medicine and felt as embarrassed as if he had just been fished out of the water, Zhou Xian found that his whole body seemed to have inexhaustible strength. Directly hitting a carp, Zhou Xian jumped up from the ground and even jumped 2 meters high. Fortunately, the ceiling of the restaurant is high enough, otherwise Zhou Xian would have plunged on the roof. The physical modification of Zhou Xian's body by the physique upgrade potion is all-round. Zhou Xian not only felt his strength increased, his eyes became clearer, and he could see a piece of hair falling from Xue Linglong on the ground 5 meters away. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Xian can quickly distinguish every smell mixed in the air. The smell of steamed buns in his mouth, Zhou Xian's tongue quivered slightly, every kind of food and every seasoning flashed in his mind one by one. Asterisk. Chapter 27. This physique upgrade medicine brought huge amounts of surprise to Zhou Xian. It would be great if I could get a few more potions. Zhou Xian clenched his fists, feeling the power surging from his body, completely forgetting the unforgettable pain before. But soon Zhou Xian became disgusted from the joy of increasing strength. Zhou Xian hates the sticky sweat all over his body and the impurities directly removed from the skin during physical transformation. In his keen sense of smell, Zhou Xian felt that he smelled like a fermented stinky fish. Ah, no, it's not all good to be too sensitive to taste. Zhou Xian wailed and rushed into the bathroom. Then, Zhou Xian's surprise cry came from the bathroom. Damn, 6 angular abs. Ah, there is also this inverted deltoid muscle, which is the golden ratio visually. 10 minutes later, Zhou Xian, who changed his clothes, returned to the kitchen with a happy smile on his face. Anyone whose body becomes more beautiful is proud of him. Moreover, the physique upgrade medicine brought Zhou Xian's appearance to change far beyond his figure, but also his height and skin. The first is the change in height. Before Zhou Xian was only 1.75 meters tall, but in this short period of time, he was directly elevated by 5 centimeters by the medicine and became a tall man of 1.8 meters. Moreover, Zhou Xian at the moment's skin is like mutton jade, not as white as a maiden, nor as pale as a sickness, but as white as healthy and sunny. If this is Zhou Xian putting on an ancient costume, he would really have complimented the phrase "the stranger is like jade, and the sun is unparalleled." Wow! The wooden door of the restaurant was opened, and the little dwarf Xue Linglong walked in first, followed by Sidu Jianese and the little monk Shi Kaiaju. Wang Hao, the censor of the city, followed. The four of them were exhausted and sat slumped on the chairs in front of the counter, not wanting to move. "What's the matter with your appearance like a salted fish?" Zhou Xian asked amusedly. Xue Linglong didn't pay attention to him at all, and the ball head was sleepy in her arms. Sidu Jianese waved his hand and sighed, "It's hard to say a word." Although the little monk Shi Kaiaju was very tired, he was very considerate to explain to Zhou Xian, saying, "Yesterday on the night of Qingming festival, when the demons and ghosts were most active, our newly established guard team assisted Wang Yushi to deal with it all night." Trickery. "It's just finished now." The little monk showed an unbearable look on the slightly fat faces of the babies. Zhou Xian asked curiously, "Isn't the task of your group responsible for protecting me?" "Protect you?" Xue Linglong jumped up, her pretty face was full of irritation. "You fellows still use us to protect. We can't break the ghost realm, you can easily destroy it. You also directly opened the underworld passage and sent the ghost of Qian Fang Fang, a 5th grade ghost, into it? Do you still want us to protect you?" Sidu Jianese nodded in agreement, a wry smile appeared on his face, and said, "Han Shizhou, with your current ability, you are alone, so Sidu supervisor will let us assist Wang Yushi in solving the tricks of last night." Xue Linglong grumbled dissatisfiedly, "Huh, did Si Tianjian treat us as coolies? I haven't been so tired since I was a child, and I haven't stayed up all night, and I feel that my skin is getting rough." After that, Xue Linglong blinked her big watery eyes, and pitifully pointed at Zhou Xian and said, "Brother Zhou, can you make me a creamy mushroom soup for me to replenish my body?" Zhou Xian rolled his eyes and vomited, "Don't come to this set, and this shop is open late at night, and we won't entertain you during the day." "Huh, ruthless." Xue Linglong glared at Zhou Xian angrily, looking at the various steamed buns and su meis. The Sichuan seafood babao steamed buns have been eaten by Zhou Xian. The universe dumplings and golden ratio steamed buns are all cold, so the hue is not good. Only the golden smiley steamed buns look golden and full of appetite. With quick eyes and quick hands, Xue Linglong immediately picked up a golden bun with a smile. Giggle giggle. The steamed bun made a crisp sound. This golden laughing bun is the last bun Zhou Xian made before taking the physique upgrade potion, so it is still hot now. "Ah, the bun monster." Xue Linglong was startled and threw the bun in her hand directly. Sidu Jianese and several others are also facing the enemy. Huh. Zhou Xian flashed his body, his whole person was like a fast-running cheetah, and then he grasped the bun firmly in his hand with precision. His sudden skill surprised Sidu Jianese, and at the same time he became more and more sure that Zhou Xian had concealed his strength. Zhou Hanchu is definitely not a cook without the power to bind chicken. It seems incorrect to describe a chef without the power of using your hands to bind the chicken, but Zhou Hanchu definitely has the ability to fight against demons and ghosts. Giggle. The golden bun in Zhou Xian's hand once again heard the weird smile, shocked Sidu Jianese's scalp numb, and no longer thought about Zhou Xian's hidden strength, but looked at the nearly 100 people on the table with horror. Golden buns. The four people who had made a defensive posture, while alerting the Baizai monster, also flashed doubts in their eyes. They did not perceive the evil spirit from the Baizai monster, including the evil spirit. Zhou Hanchu, where did this bun monster come from? Sidu Jianese asked bitterly. Zhou Xian was about to open the golden and crisp bun skin. He showed a few people the filling of beef and vermicelli and the full gravy. He explained with a smile, "This is just ordinary fried buns, it's delicious." "Yes, try it." Fried buns. Ordinary. The four of them looked at Zhou Xian with an expression of "I believe you are a ghost." Xue Linglong was the one who was frightened. She pinched her hands and asked, "Do ordinary fried buns laugh?" "Cut," I said, "little girl, apart from teaching you Taoism, Don't your Taoist institutes teach you any scientific attempts? Do you have no cultural classes? Zhou Xian used his taunting skills. Snapped. A cold snowball came towards Zhou Xian. Fortunately, Zhou Xian's agility attribute improved, and he easily avoided half a snowball. Xue Linglong stared at Zhou Xian fiercely, categorically saying, "I am the 9th seat of the Taoist Academy. Whether it is Taoism or cultural classes, I am very good." Really? Then you have a taste. Zhou Xian took a golden bun with a smile and handed it to Xue Linglong, who grabbed the bun with a face full of dissatisfaction. Giggle giggle. With laughter, Zhou Xian's sharp eyes clearly saw Xue Linglong's arms exposed outside the robe, and goosebumps appeared on her delicate and white skin. Xue Linglong's big watery eyes became more hydrated, and the water seemed to overflow. Asterisk. Chapter 28. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Xue Linglong's forehead. Looking at the smiling golden bun in her hand, she took a bite decisively. By the way, he stared at Zhou Xian fiercely with death-seeking eyes, as if to impress him deeply. "It's this bad guy, if I have a long time and 2 short lives, I won't let you go as a ghost." Click. The crispy bun skin instantly shattered under the bite of the teeth. Zi. The scorching gravy flows into Xue Linglong's mouth from the gap in the bun skin. "Ah!" Xue Linglong said, roar, with a trace of crimson on her face. Her watery eyes widened with an incredible expression. "Good to eat?" Xue Linglong couldn't wait to take a big bite, and the beef and vermicelli entrance in the bun danced on the tip of her tongue. Click. Click. The crispy bun skin chewing sound is the most matching drum beat of this delicious dance. In an instant, Xue Linglong seemed to see a minotaur with white tentacles appearing in front of her. At the moment, Xue Linglong seemed to have become a delicate little girl, completely unable to resist the attack of the minotaur, and was bound by those dozens of tentacles. "No, don't." Xue Linglong was startled and struggling with roar, but the tentacles became tighter and tighter. Soon, several tentacles separated, and they reached the soles of Xue Linglong's feet and armpits. "Ha ha ha ha, no, it's too itchy, don't scratch, I can't stand it." Xue Linglong called roar to save her. Her exquisite pretty face was full of uncontrollable smiles. Bang! The food illusion broke, and Xue Linglong's consciousness returned to reality. At the moment, her pretty face blushed, panting lightly, staring at the buns in her hand that had been eaten for more than half a second, and then she couldn't wait to leave the rest. The bun was chewed. At the moment, Xue Linglong's heart was filled with joy. In the food illusion, she is forced to smile by the minotaur, but at the moment her smile is sincere. Forget the sadness, forget the worries, forget the dissatisfaction, only the joy in the heart is left. Under the leadership of Xue Linglong, Sidu Jianese and Wang Hao quickly joined the eating team. Only the little monk Shi Kaiju had some scruples. In this world, Buddhist cultivators advocate vegetarianism. Unless the body is ill and needs more nutrition, they will eat meat. But you also need to eat 3 pure meats. That is, I did not see, hear, or doubt, this is the meat of animals that are killed for myself. Amitabha. The little monk Shi Kaiju suddenly chanted the Buddha's name, and then said, "The meat and wine have passed through the intestines, but the Buddha's heart is left. It enters my reincarnation body, and causes great cause and effect." Then, the little monk grabbed a steamed bun and ate it, his mouth filled with oil, and a happy smile appeared on his little face. After eating 3 steamed buns in a row, Shi Kaiju sat cross-legged with unfinished talent. Zhou Xian smiled and beckoned roar, "Little monk, why don't you eat it?" Shi Kaiju said with a bitter face, "The little monk's mana is not enough. Today, he can only bear the cause and effect of these 3 meat buns. If he eats more, then the little monk owes it the cause and effect." Zhou Xian blinked, and vaguely saw a scalper nestled beside the little monk, and the phantom disappeared in a flash. This Buddhist practitioner is a bit interesting. On the other side, Xuelinglong and the three of them ate all the golden smiley buns, and they all lay down on the chairs contentedly, with a scent of happiness on their faces. Zhou Hunchu, the buns you made are so delicious, I really want to eat them every day. Situ Jianese squinted his eyes with a smile on his face, constantly admiring him. Zhou Xian smiled and said, "Did you eat delicious? Just settle the bill when you eat delicious." Gold laughed at 100 yuan each for the steamed buns. "What, why don't you grab a 100 yuan bun?" Xuelinglong jumped. Zhou Xian asked back, "Do you think it's not worth it?" Xuelinglong was guilty, and she didn't have the face to say anything against her intentions. Just relying on this golden open laughing steamed bun brings joy to people, even if it is 1,000 yuan, diners are probably in droves. Then treat it as if you are seeing us off, no, just treat it as a mess. Xuelinglong asked. "Disperse the meal." Zhou Xian raised his brows, looked at her with some puzzlement, and asked, "What do you mean?" Wang Hao on the side took the conversation and explained, "I reported the Qinghe apartment ghost domain incident to SI Tianjian, and I was very surprised at your ability to destroy the ghost domain and bring Qian Fang's ghost into the underworld. At the same time, the senior management of the Sishan supervisor re-evaluated your strength. They thought you didn't need protection at all, so they removed the patrol team." Zhou Xian gave Wang Hao a dissatisfied look. "You eat my meal and tear down my station. Believe it or not, I will send you to the underworld. My first line of defense is so gone? I think your secretary Tianjian made this decision too hasty. I need protection, very much." Wang Hao was stared at by Zhou Xian's eyes and his hair straightened, he shrank his neck, and smiled reluctantly, "Big brother, don't make trouble, Qian Fang's ghost has a 5th level cultivation level, and you can easily handle it. Solve, where do you still need protection? What if there is an evil thing above the 5th stage to harm me?" Zhou Xian was ready to stir up a wave, and couldn't just give up his defensive power so easily. Wang Hao replied honestly, "Well, the evil thing above the 5th stage, the 3 top 10 adults are also giving away food." Xuelinglong glared at Wang Hao in dissatisfaction. Even though he was telling the truth, if he said so bluntly, does this witch's face any more? Situ Jianese stood up to relieve the siege and said, "Actually, this is also the requirement of our 3 universities. At the time when Zhou Hunchu's luminous cuisine appeared, I was shocked by the sage's prophecy, which made me cherish the 3 universities, so I decided to send a member of the top 10 to protect Zhou Hunchu's safety. But now it seems that Zhou Hunchu, you absolutely hide a very powerful power, you don't need our protection at all, but our existence is still your burden, so the 3 universities decided to withdraw us." Having said that, Zhou Xian will naturally not be asking for it. And he also has his own scruples. At present, except for Ling Xinzu, no one else has ever come into contact with otherworldly diners, and Zhou Xian does not intend to expose the secret. Perhaps Xuelinglong's departure was the best result. That night, the cafeteria was quiet in the middle of the night. Zhou Xian sat on a chair in the kitchen, searching for the best fermented products in the world from his mobile phone. 1,000 years old is not available, he is ready to find a substitute, at least let the 4 God seafood babeo beazai shine. Wow! The thick wooden door was opened, and a tall figure strode in. "Gu la la la, your excellency is a good method, you can touch my boat without knowing it." Asterisk. Chapter 29. Jingle Bells. The wind chime hanging at the door rang with a crisp and peculiar sound. The sudden and unique laughter made Zhou Xian escape from the state of fishing. Zhou Xian raised his head and looked at the door, and he saw a pair of very eye-catching beards, like ivory beards. Whitebeard. No, he is Edward Newgate. One of the 4 emperors in the world of One Piece, the strongest man in the world, and the man closest to One Piece. Zhou Xian stood up from the chair subconsciously, erased the shocked expression on his face, and replaced it with a smiling face. Welcome to the late-night cafeteria, this guest, what would you like to eat? Baybeard didn't care about the weird scene before him. He didn't even think about why such a strange place suddenly appeared on the boat, and went straight to the counter seat and sat down. Are you a devil fruit ability? As far as I know, a Superman devil fruit with a door fruit can achieve this effect, but this fruit is in the hands of an agent raised by the world government, so you are a member of the world government? The people of the world government dare to board Lao Tzu's ship, what a bravery! Baybeard stared at Zhou Xian with a sneer, a majestic momentum crushing toward him like a mountain. This is not an overbearing domineering, just pure self-aura. Fortunately, after the physique upgrade potion, Zhou Xian stubbornly resisted the Whitebeard's imposing pressure, with an unabated smile on his face, saying, Mr. Edward, you may have misunderstood. I am not a member of the world government, I am just a man. Chef from Otherworld. Otherworld. The expression on Baybeard's face was startled, he didn't expect to hear such a ridiculous answer. Zhou Xian smiled and nodded, and explained, yes, since you stepped into this late-night canteen, you have left the original world, but after you taste the perfect food, you can go back through the door and start again. Go back to your boat. Gu la la la, Bai Huo's unique laughter sounded, seeming to believe Zhou Xian's statement, and said, it's an interesting explanation, but how do you know the name of Lao Tzu, a chef from another world? Every foreigner who came here was surprised that Zhou Xian could understand their information well, even if it was the Whitebeard who had experienced too many storms. Then you can treat it as a privilege of being the owner of the late-night cafeteria. Humph, pretend to be a fool, watch Lao Tzu break your ghost place. Whitebeard blasted out with a punch, and Ling Li's punches spread in all directions. With this punch, in addition to his own strength, Whitebeard also used the fruit-shaking ability. Zhou Xian only saw the appearance of the special effects that were broken like a mirror, but as if there was an eraser that could erase everything, all the power of the Whitebeard's punch was wiped out. Zhou Xian still has a smile on his face, but his expression is already stiff. But seeing that he was really in a state of unharmful, Zhou Xian's heart that was about to jump to his throat calmed down. The Whitebeard's face was calm, but the horrible waves in his heart had already turned up, and he looked at Zhou Xian with more vigilance. He, Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. No, he is already the uncrowned king of the sea. If he really wants Roger's seat, he can also get the so-called treasure of One Piece. He is not afraid of the other 3 emperors, the Warring States period and Carp, the 5 old stars, and the Tianlong Gren. Because Baybeard believes in his own power. But now, a young man took over his strength in an understatement. Suddenly, Bai Huo believed Zhou Xian's statement that this is really the cafeteria of Otherworld. Whitebeard is sure that this is definitely not a conspiracy by the world government. Tianlong people are not all idiots, they also hide masters, which Baybeard has known for a long time. But Baybeard is certain that Tianlong people are arrogant, and they will never become a chef. Gu la la la, I didn't think I could have such a wonderful experience in my life with the Whitebeard. Baybeard put down his guard, sat down with a grin, and said with a smile, brother, do you have any wine? The more the better. At the moments Whitebeard suddenly became like a wayward little old man, complaining, my sons are always worried about my body and refuse to let me drink more. But as a pirate, it would be too boring if you can't have a good drink. But I just indulge this night. After all, being here is a thing to celebrate. But I still have no problems with my body. I have to protect my sons for a while. Zhou Xian glanced at the medicine line tube still inserted in Baybeard's nostrils, and the metal shelf with medicine bottles hanging on the side, which was dragged in by Baybeard when he entered the door. At the moment's Whitebeard, the hero is late. Zhou Xian did not rush to fetch Baybeard's wine, but handed him a menu. Nowadays, Zhou Xian can barely produce a menu for the dishes that Zhou Xian has mastered. If you have wine, you can't have food. Can you see if there is anything you want to eat in it? Whitebeard laughed and said, as a man, as long as I have wine, I am not hungry now, and I don't want to eat, as long as I have wine. Jingle bells. The wooden door was opened, and a shadow in a bathrobe walked in from the outside. Nu Liang is slippery. Now he is no longer the shriveled little old man, but a tall male demon who looks like he is in his 30s, but his shiny forehead is shining brightly under the light. Yo, new guest. Nu Liang slid to look at the Whitebeard's ivory beard. The playful expression on his face was startled, and tentatively asked, Your Excellency is like a demon. Baybeard was asked, What looks like a demon? Oh, I'm sorry, I was wrong, it turned out to be a beard. Nu Liang slipped his eyes to see the appearance of the white beard, and smiled. In Xia Nu Liang slipped, he is a monster. Whitebeard froze for a moment. In the world of One Piece, although there are all kinds of weird devil fruits and fur tribes, the monster species is incompatible with their world settings. Although, there are also legends of monsters in the world of One Piece. Therefore, Baybeard's current state of mind is, seeing a fantasy species living in a legend and entering reality with his own eyes. My name is Edward Newgate and I am a pirate. Whitebeard looked at Nu Liang's sliding scoop with surprise, with curiosity in his heart, and finally couldn't help but ask. Mr. Nu Liang, how old did you live? Nu Liang thought about it for a while, and said, from the Neon Warring States period to the present, he is almost 500 years old. I can't remember the details. Age is meaningless to monsters. Baybeard looked at Nu Liang's slippery scoop, then looked at himself. So I'm still a young guy? P.S. Thank you to a reader today for your great reward and support, which gives me motivation to stick to it again. Please vote for some flowers and comments, I will become more active, really. Asterisk. Chapter 30. Nu Liang ordered a reincarnation spring roll as usual. Although Zhou Xian recommended a few new dishes to him, Nu Liang's sliding scoop was very cautious and refused. After all, every dish in the late-night canteen has a unique effect. If you eat it wrong, I am afraid you have to go to Huang Quan House to find yourself. Sun Li accompanied Reunited. The United States guy from Tony Stark ordered a piece of golden fried rice, and the bright and mighty power contained in that fried rice made Nu Liang's memory deep. While Zhou Xian was processing the sea bream meat, Bai Huo and Nu Liang started to talk about the wine. Whitebeard was holding a large glass of beer, and Nu Liang was holding a small sake cup. After talking for a while, he felt a sense of sympathy. Whitebeard, I am one of the 4 pirate kings. There are many pirates under my hand, and the territory is very large. Slippery Slipper Nu Liang, I am the master of Hyaki Yexing. There are many monsters under my hand, and the territory is not small. Whitebeard, I feel that I am old and abandoned by the times. Slippery Slipper Nu Liang, both of us are old guys, keeping up with the times of the past. Whitebeard, I don't worry about my sons, I want to protect them again. Slippery Slipper Nu Liang, I am also very worried that my grandson can lead the new generation of monsters to go further and keep escorting them. Whitebeard sighed, we are really like-minded people. Nu Liang slid in agreement, yes, in that case, why don't we just not Jinlan? Whitebeard, great idea. When Zhou Xian finished the reincarnation spring rolls and looked out of the kitchen with a plate, he was surprised to find that Baybeard and Nu Liang were worshipping the handle. Really, as long as there are peanuts, you can't drink it like this. Zhou Xian vomited. It has been a long time since Whitebeard has such a novel feeling, which gives him a sense of blood in his youth. As he gets older and stronger, he has experienced more and more wind and rain, and Baybeard has become more and more calm. Although he loves his godsons very much, he lacks a close friend. Roger was one at first, but he died. The golden lion Chiji barely counts as half because they are contemporaries, but the guy is now locked in Push City. Kaido and Charlotte Lingling, although both are the four kings of pirates, they are also competing against each other. The warring states and Carp are navy and enemy. And Nu Liang Huapiao has lived more than 500 years old, has experienced more storms, and the two have the same life journey, so Baybeard is quite happy. Baybeard thought he was a lonely person abandoned by the times. Although he was not afraid of this loneliness, when he met a person like him, the blood in Baybeard's heart was ignited again. The joy of finding a confidant made Baybeard quite excited. Seeing that Whitebeard was only drinking and not ordering food, Nu Liang pushed the covered reincarnation spring roll between the two and invited, "Brother Whitebeard, come and taste the craftsmanship of Joe's boss. It will definitely let you surprised." The Whitebeard laughed loudly, "Ghoul la la la, we pirates cross the sea, food is just to fill our stomachs, drinking is to enjoy." A mysterious smile appeared on Nu Liang's slippery face, and said, "Don't blink, old man with white beard, the next moment is the moment to witness the miracle." Nu Liang opened the lid by sliding the scoop. Bang! A golden beam of light bloomed from the plate, and there seemed to be a fish swimming in that beam of light. Whitebeard stood up in horror, blinked in disbelief, and watched such a magical scene. The golden light faded for a moment, leaving only the 8 reincarnation spring rolls evenly arranged in 2 rows on the plate. Food that shines. How can there be such magical dishes in this world? Whitebeard glanced at Zhou Xian blankly. He thought he was rich in knowledge and had never seen such a magical dish. Nu Liang explained with a smile, "This is Boss Zhou's magical cooking skills. He can stimulate the power in the ingredients to give the cooking unique effects." Nu Liang slid and looked at the shelf with medicine bottles hanging beside Baybeard. Under the perception of the demon force, he could clearly know the physical state of Baybeard at the moment. All kinds of hidden wounds and hidden diseases caused by aging of the body. "Brother Whitebeard, today you must try this reincarnation spring roll, it is what you need most now." Baybeard felt a little inexplicable, and asked, "Brother Slider knows what I need." Nu Liang didn't explain the slippery scoop, just pointed his finger at the plate and said with a smile, "Eat, eat, you will understand as long as you eat it." Unidentified Whitebeard, driven by curiosity, picked up a section of reincarnation spring roll and put it in his mouth. Click. The crispy golden outer skin is shattered, and the tip of the tongue touches the tender fish and fragrant vegetable pieces inside. Roar. Whitebeard roar exhaled, and a red color appeared on his face. Good to eat? Fish dishes are the most commonly eaten food for pirates. There are also very professional chefs on board, but Baybeard has never eaten such fresh and delicious fish dishes. It seems that a live fish is beating in the mouth. No. It's wrong, it's not right. Baybeard was shocked to find that he had come over a piece of Wanyang Sea and was doing a free fall. As a devil fruit ability person, unable to touch the sea, Baybeard subconsciously wants to save himself. But at the moment, a big red fish jumped out of the deep sea. It is the Aquaman category. Whitebeard has clenched his fists, ready to give this reckless Aquaman a fatal attack. Suddenly, a golden light bloomed from the sky above. Baybeard raised his head and squinted his eyes to the sky, and a huge amounts of Jinmen appeared between the white clouds, lying between the sky and the earth. The big red scale fish just rose from the feet of the Whitebeard, leading him to leap towards the golden dragon gate. At the moment, the Whitebeard was sitting cross-legged on the head of the big red scale fish. His thoughts seemed to be linked with this Aquaman kind of thought. As long as he leaps over that dragon gate, he and it will change drastically in a good direction. Whitebeard does not reject this feeling. Whoosh! When the red scalefish crossed the dragon gate, Baybeard only felt that his whole body was wrapped in golden light. The warm golden light was as comfortable as soaking in hot water. The golden light penetrated into the body, and the Whitebeard screamed out unconsciously. Ah! In an instant, Baybeard woke up, His old face blushed. How could he, an indomitable big man, make a squeaky voice like a little daughter? No guarantee for late festival. But at the moment, Baybeard also found that the big red scalefish under his feet had become a golden dragon swimming among the clouds. Click. The food illusion in front of him dissipated, and Baybeard found himself still sitting in the late-night canteen. Whitebeard sat there, dumbfounded. Puff. 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 Baybeard felt a live sea bream beating in dozens of places up and down his body, and his body became comfortable with every beating. The hidden wounds on his body are dissipating, and the hidden illnesses on his body are gradually getting better. His body became active and relaxed again. Baybeard looked at Nu Liang's slippery scoop in disbelief, and then stared at the initiator of all this, Zhou Xian. How sacred is this boy who claims to be a chef? Asterisk. Chapter 31. Crackling. Baybeard's whole body made a sound like popping beans, and his muscles were shaking. Ah! The Whitebeard sighed comfortably, and there was a hint of healthy rosy on his face. For years, I have never felt so relaxed. Baybeard ripped off the medicine line stuck in his nose, Roar sucked the active air, and it took a full minute to exhale the full breath. He hadn't used his lungs so presumptuously for a long time. Baybeard is very clear about his physical condition, the dark wounds left by the fighting when he was young, and the various complications that have now occurred with aging, all of which have now disappeared. No, there are some subtle problems, but this little problem is trivial to Whitebeard. But at the moment, the stormy sea was already turning up in Baybeard's heart, wave after wave constantly beating his heart, shocking him. One dish cured all his problems, even the best doctor could not do it. How did you do it? Baybeard was silent for a moment, but couldn't help but ask. Zhou Xian shook his head and said with a smile, Mr. Nu Liang just explained it. The Whitebeard looked at Nu Liang again. Nu Liang was very satisfied with the shocked appearance of the Whitebeard at the moment. After all, he was shocked at the beginning. And looking at the surprised expression on the Whitebeard's face, Nu Liang slipped a sense of pride in his heart, boasting, What is this? My heart was gone at the beginning. After eating this reincarnation spring roll, I grew another one. Heart, do you think Boss Joe's luminous cuisine is very good? Seeing the smug expression of the sliding cauldron he had just recognized, Whitebeard nodded blankly, but didn't think clearly. It is obviously a magical dish cooked by a chef boy. What are you so proud of? At this time, Zhou Xian on the side said, Mr. Whitebeard, your physical troubles have just been resolved, and you still need to consolidate them. I also have a dish that is very suitable for you, which can completely remove the negative energy from your body. Well, give me a copy. Snapped. Before Whitebeard finished speaking, Nu Liang's hand was grasped by the slippery scoop. I saw this old monster looking at Baybeard with a sincere face, and said, Brother Baybeard, please don't order this dish. Baybeard was unclear, so he asked, Why is this? A strong jealous look flashed across Nu Liang's slippery face, and he explained, that golden fried rice is full of sun and power, and has strong restraint on monsters like me. You don't want the elder brother you just recognized to be killed in Huangquan, right? A drop of cold sweat oozes from Whitebeard's forehead. Should you be so exaggerated? At the same time, in his mind, the importance of this late-night canteen and Zhou Xian, the chef, was once again raised by a level. At the moment, Baybeard's emphasis on the late-night cafeteria has reached a peak. He didn't want to come to such a magical place only once. So Whitebeard asked, Boy, cough, Boss Joe, can I still come here for dinner and wine in the future? Zhou Xian nodded and said, Of course, every time after 10 o'clock in the evening, you can enter here by the door you opened. But, Mr. Whitebeard, how are you going to pay for the meal? Nu Liang Huapiao worried that Whitebeard did not have a suitable payment, and kindly reminded, You can owe it first. Whitebeard asked, I can still use credit here. Zhou Xian pointed to the old monster beside him, and said, this one has never paid the bill. Nu Liang was a little embarrassed and explained aggrievedly, actually, I have found what Boss Zhou wants, but I haven't got it yet. At least I'm not like the guy Stark, who didn't even show me a bit. That's for nothing. Snee. In the Marvel world, Tony Stark, who was enthusiastically studying his new armor, sneezed. Giving money for meals is justified. Baybeard knew that the money in the world he was in, Bailey, could not be used here. Can gold and silver jewelry? Zhou Xian nodded and said, yes, but the price of the food in this restaurant is not low. I suggest you change the transaction method. Actually, I am very interested in the armed and domineering in the world Mr. Whitebeard is in. The expression on Baybeard's face was startled again, but he smiled randomly and said, okay, I can point you to these two domineering cultivations. Baybeard looked around and frowned, but the place here is too small to be used, and it seems to be a city. There will be a lot of noise at that time, can you settle it? Zhou Xian is afraid of troubles. Although he has the ability to solve these troubles, he does not want to face them. That's fine, I can go to your world with Mr. Whitebeard, where you can teach me domineering practice. Zhou Xian has the opportunity to go to other world to buy ingredients once a week. If he opens the wooden door by himself, he will randomly enter an other world. If he follows the diners out, he can come to other world where the diners are. Boss Zhou can come to my world. Not only Baybeard was surprised, even Nu Liang's slippery scoop also felt incredible. No wonder Boss Zhou is so familiar with me. Have you been to our world before? The two old guys looked at Zhou Xian with blazing eyes. Nu Liang couldn't wait to ask, then can I also go to the world of the Whitebeard brother? I heard Brother Whitebeard say that there is a very interesting world, I want to take a look too. Zhou Xian shook his head and said, diners cannot enter other worlds through the late-night cafeteria. However, Zhou Xian did not say anything to death, but went on to say, at least not allowed now. Baybeard and Nu Liang Huapiao also no longer insisted, each drank all the wine in their hands, and divided the reincarnated spring rolls. Nu Liang asked when she was leaving, Boss Zhou, you have left. Will the late-night cafeteria be closed for a while? Zhou Xian nodded and said, I will put up a sign on the door to suspend business later. During the suspension period, all diners will not be able to enter the late-night cafeteria. Nu Liang slid and nodded, then I hope Boss Zhou will come back as soon as possible, and I wish you success in your studies. Thank you, Zhou Xian thanked him. Baybeard opened the wooden door, and Zhou Xian stood at the door and looked out the door. It was not a street he was familiar with, but a spacious cabin room. Zhou Xian stepped out and walked out. Boom boom boom. The cabin door was knocked, and a Huangmao couldn't wait to push the door in. After looking at Zhou Xian, a pair of eyes became sharp instantly. Who are you? Marco's roar caused the entire crew of the Moby DK to rush into the captain's room. These pirates looked at Zhou Xian with a vigilant smile in astonishment. What is the origin of this strange young man standing beside his father? Everyone is guessing. Whitebeard smiled and said, don't worry, everyone, this is my friend A Xian, and I will walk with us in the next few days. Zhou Xian smiled and said, my nephews, called uncles. Uncles have delicious food here. Roar, the sentiment is exciting. Zhou Xian annoyed the people in a boat with a word. Asterisk. Chapter 32. Heh, what an arrogant kid, looking for death. Humph, even a thin monkey like you, wants to be on an equal footing with the old man. Wow, I'm so angry, don't stop me, I want to teach the stinky boy a lesson. One by one, the 5 big and 3 thick pirates gnashed their teeth at Zhou Xian, wishing to get him out of the Whitebeard and beat him up. It's just that no one took action. Because Zhou Xian is standing next to a Whitebeard. For Zhou Xian's uncle to be his son, the expression on Baybeard's face froze, and he looked at Joshien incredibly. This kid was not beaten to death when he lived such a big life. It can only be said that the people in other world where he lives are relatively kind. Ah, father, did you tear off the medicine line again? As the ship doctor of the Whitebeard Pirates group, Marco discovered the abnormality on Whitebeard's body for the first time, and a trace of blame and helplessness appeared on his face. The blame is because my father doesn't care about his body, which is worrying. The helplessness is because this is not the first time Baybeard has done this. Father, you can't go on being this wayward. Marco, do you believe in miracles? Marco was about to persuade his father to hang up the medicine bottle at ease, but was interrupted by Whitebeard's words. Marco froze for a moment, did not understand the meaning of his father's words, smiled and asked, Father, what are you talking about? Wouldn't you say that because a miracle happened, all the problems on your body have disappeared, right? Marco's words seemed like a funny joke, causing the pirates around to roar with laughter. Whitebeard also grinned, looking at his eldest son peacefully. The smile on Marco's face stopped, and an expression of disbelief appeared instead. He knew his father's character well. Is this an admission? Father, are you kidding? Your body really recovered? Wow! The pirates around also seemed to be frozen, all staring at the Whitebeard dumbfounded. Huh? Marco jumped over to Baybeard's side, and quickly gave him a quick test. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. Gradually, Marco showed a horrified expression on his face, and roared, How is this possible? It's incredible to have recovered so thoroughly. Instead, Marco laughed and said, Ha 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 ha, great, my father is very healthy, this is a great miracle. Roar. In an instant, a joyous roar sounded on the ship. Everyone had an expression of excitement on their faces, wherever they yelled, some even cried with joy. The Whitebeard is the backbone of the entire pirate group and the belief of these pirates. There is no news that the pirates are more ecstatic than the recovery of the Whitebeard. Ha 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 ha, this is the best news I have heard in the past 10 years. Such a happy event, should we hold a banquet? Don't be drunk or return tonight. After Marco thoroughly inspected Whitebeard's body, the last suspicion had disappeared. As a doctor, Marco knew that some of the problems with Whitebeard were irreversible, but now they have all disappeared. This is not right. Father, how did you recover well? Marco asked excitedly. A smile flashed across Baybeard's face, pushing Joshien a step forward. Thank you also for the little brother I just met. Marco. Pirates. What did the old man mean in his words, is to admit the generation of this kid in front of him. Do you really want to be called uncle? What a joke. Even if Kaido and red-haired Shanks, who are also the 4 emperors, stand here, they can't make these bold pirates succumb. But now, this kid has a famous kindness to his father. This is a great kindness to the entire Whitebeard pirate group. Marco looked at Joshien incredulously and questioned, Father, did you say that this kid cured your body? Looking at your age, are you Trafalgar Law? The demon ability with the fruits of surgery. Joshien shook his head and said, I am not a doctor, but a chef. Damn, he said he was a chef. Doesn't that mean that Marco's medical skills can't even be compared to a chef? Hey, do you want to die? You dare to provoke Marco. All the pirates were in a mess, and then they made noises and walked outside the captain. After walking to the deck, the pirates all breathed a sigh of relief and looked at each other, seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Daddy found us an uncle. That kid doesn't seem to be even 20 years old, right? I can't say it. But, the old man's body was cured by him. Hey. Everyone frowned and sighed, as if they had accepted their fate. It would be great if Ace was here. But he went to hunt down the traitor Titch. By the way, It seems that I haven't heard from Ace recently, right? Well, Ace is still too young after all, and it is inevitable that he is a little overwhelmed. If he tries to trick the traitor, it will be bad, so I should investigate it quickly. At the moment, Josiane, Baybeard, and Marco are the only three in the captain's room. Marco's expression was dazed, as if he had been played badly. Especially after he heard the recovery of his body from Whitebeard's mouth, Marco felt his worldview completely collapsed. A dish that shines. Can people see fantasy food? Can food cure diseases? If this wasn't from his father, Marco must have punched the opponent in the face. Marco watched Josiane staggeringly, not knowing what to call roar. Baybeard couldn't bear his son being teased by Josiane, so he explained to the side, Actuan wants me to teach him the practice of armed and domineering. I have agreed. Then he is my student. Marco breathed a sigh of relief, with a scowling smile on his face again, and said, Josiane wants to practice domineering? Where can I get your father? I will do it. After finishing speaking, Marco grabbed Josiane's shoulder and held it tightly. Josiane smiled slightly and stretched out his arms, directly free from Marco's confinement. Marco was surprised and looked at Josiane's body curiously. Actuan, you have a good physique. You don't seem to have many muscles. I can't imagine that you have such a strong explosive power. It seems that I should make a suitable training plan for Josiane. But tonight, Josiane, come to our party, don't get drunk or return. Josiane was pushed onto the deck by Marco, and was instantly surrounded by a group of malicious pirates. Asterisk. Chapter 33. It's very simple to learn to be armed and domineering, and that is to learn to be beaten. It's also easy to learn how to see, behave, and be domineering, that is, to be able to dodge unexpected attacks. From today, anyone on board can attack Josiane, weapons are prohibited, only fists and feet are allowed. Along with Marco's reading, there was a roar of joy on the entire deck. Yo roar, Josiane, you have to be careful in the next time. Ha ha ha, our ace also came through this process. Come on, I hope you can survive today. A loud ridicule came to Josiane, who was still a little confused. I drank wine all night. Josiane and his two generations had never drunk so much wine, so now his head is still a little dysfunctional. There is a flaw. Marco was standing next to Josiane, punched unexpectedly, and went straight to Josiane's door. Josiane perceives that the danger is approaching, and only feels that a rush of heat rises to his forehead. He awakens from the hangover and raises his hand to block Marco's fist. But it's all too late. Snapped. Marco turned his fist into a palm, and slapped Josiane's face with a slap. Josiane flew out in a whirl, and installed it on the wooden board of the cabin. Josiane's embarrassed appearance drew a burst of laughter again. But there was a glimmer of surprise on Marco's smiling face. Others didn't see it, but he saw it very clearly. At the moment when he attacked, Josiane, who was originally a bit muddled, had perceived the danger and even wanted to make a defensive action. But Josiane's speed was too slow, so Marco's strike succeeded. Is it an illusion? Marco shook his head, confident in his perception. It seems that Josiane is indeed a domineering genius in cultivation. Marco became excited. It was a very fulfilling thing to train a genius. Josiane struggled to get up from the ground. The strength of Marco's slap is almost 1,000 caddies, otherwise Josiane would not be shot more than 3 meters away. However, Josiane only felt that his face was numb and sore, and only a little bit painful. This is the change brought to him by the physique upgrade potion, Josiane knew very well in his heart. Come again. This time, Josiane took the initiative to launch an attack on Marco. After his physical transformation, Josiane himself did not know where his limits were, and the environment in front of him was the best challenge for testing his limits. Oh, something interesting. Marco is now full of interest in Zhou Xian. Just now Zhou Xian's extremely strong instant reaction speed surprised him. Now watching Zhou Xian launch an attack on himself again and again, Marco found that Zhou Xian is very likely to have a strong ability to domineering armed. Being able to polish a piece of rough jade himself, Marco could not suppress the urge to try. Boom! In front of Zhou Xian's fist, Marco also hit his own punch. This time he used a 3-point force. The fists of the two touched together, and Zhou Xian's expression instantly changed. The counter-shock force from the fist on the opposite side numbs the entire arm in an instant. Accompanied by the soreness and numbness, the huge pain swept like flames. Boom! Wow! Zhou Xian flew out and smashed the wooden wall of the cabin directly into the house. Hey, Marco, your punch is a bit heavy. Jaws, who was originally watching the show, said. As the captain of the 3rd Division of the Pirates, the Diamond Fruit ability, Jaws is usually taciturn, but Zhou Xian is their distinguished guest. He is kind to the entire Whitebeard Pirates. If they become disabled, wouldn't they? And will revenge? Marco shook his head and said, no, you look down on a Xian too much, he is very strong. Everyone was stunned, and even Marco's understatement could not take a blow. Where is Zhou Xian strong? He has great potential, even stronger than Ace back then. Marco's concise explanation did not make others dissatisfied, but looked at him in dismay. Marco, are you kidding? A Xian, this kid really can match Ace. Ace is the one of us who has improved the most in strength. Impossible, I don't believe it. Click. The door of the smashed ship opened and Zhou Xian moved out with his arms. It hurts, I feel like my arm is about to break. Zhou Xian looked at Marco, his eyes gleaming with belligerence. In his previous life, he only had a sick body, and now he can get such a strong body, how can he not have fun? Hiss. This kid is so strong? Others except Marco looked at Zhou Xian incredulously. In their hearts, Zhou Xian was just an ordinary teenager, and his thin body was simply unable to counter the punch of Marco. But this guy only received some minor injuries, not even a broken bone. This makes the pirates think Zhou Xian is strong. I suddenly wanted to give it a try. I mean it too. Then what are you waiting for, beat him up. Zhou Xian looked at the overwhelming attackers, his first reaction was to escape. As a result, all the idle pirates on the main ship of the mobile Mobike acted like a big net to Zhou Xian, playing hide and seek with him. There may be people hidden in every corner, and their unexpected attacks have tempered Zhou Xian's perception again and again. The kind of perception that can avoid the crisis in advance. This is also the beginning of seeing and hearing domineering. Everyone regarded this training as a game. From morning to night, Zhou Xian didn't even have a moment of rest. He was exhausted all the time. Maybe an ambusher jumped out of the horn and punched him. Even with the improved physique, Zhou Xian at the moment is already bruised, and his eyes are like panda eyes. This time, Zhou Xian quietly came to a corner. Suddenly, Zhou Xian's gaze seemed to pass through the corner of the wall, and he saw the foil Baista hiding on the other side, waiting for him to throw himself into the trap with a grinning face. Snapped. The picture in front of him disappeared, and Zhou Xian looked around the corner again, still the thick wooden wall. Vista, I found you. Zhou Xian tentatively shouted to the other side of the corner. Wearing a top hat and a curvy beard, Baista walked out from the corner with a depressed face. How did you find me? I obviously hid so well. Zhou Xian explained with a smile, I saw it. Impossible. Baista retorted, I'm over there on the corner. It's impossible for you to see me here unless you can see through, or is, you awakening? At the end of the word dominant, Baista's shocked voice became sharp, like a slaughtered chicken. You awakening in a day? Domineering. Enchanting. Asterisk. Chapter 34. Baista's shout attracted many people. Hey, hey, Baista, you're enough, what are you doing so badly at night? Yeah, Actuan, your kid is here too. Could it be that you beat Baista to cry? Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter, but Baista's face was frustrated, and the whole person was blown out of color. Baista, why are you crying and crying, aren't you really knocked down by Xian? Marco stepped forward and slapped Baista on the shoulder, laughing and teasing. Baista nodded mechanically, and said, yes, I was really hit. Ah! Everyone was stunned, their eyes switched back and forth on Baista and Zhou, but no one made a sound, and the surrounding was deadly silent. What a joke! Baista, are you sleepy? Is it my hearing problem? After a moment of silence, everyone uttered huge amounts of roars, trying to vent the turbulent emotions in their hearts. After a day of getting along, the people of the Whitebeard pirate group have already figured out Zhou Xian's strength. He is stronger than ordinary people, and barely enough to be an elite pirate. But compared with the captain of the Whitebeard pirate group like Baista, Zhou Xian is far from qualified. Even this gap in strength, even if Zhou Xian used a strategy, could not fill the gap in strength between the two. But Baista's expression didn't seem to be fake, and the roar around him gradually subsided. After everyone vented the shocked emotions in their hearts, they still looked at them incredible. Hey, Baista, make it clear, what happened just now? Jaws, the captain of the 3rd Division asked irritably. Baista stretched out his hand, pointed at Zhou Xian tremblingly, and shouted with excitement, Actuan, this guy awakening is domineering. Huh? Hundreds of eyes stared at Zhou Xian in an instant, and the scorching gaze seemed to penetrate him. Awakening can be seen and heard domineering in one day? What a joke! Baista, this is more unbelievable than you were defeated by Xian. At the beginning, I was more than half a year in Awakening's domineering experience, even if I have an extraordinary ability. The fastest awakening among us is Marco, and it took him more than 3 months to reach the threshold of the domineering experience. The pirates' onlookers yelled, and the news of Baista made them unacceptable. Awakening in one day, seeing, hearing and domineering, is there such a monster in this world? At the moment, Marco standing behind Zhou Xian was silent. Suddenly he raised his right arm and punched Zhou Xian on the back of his head. This punch is not fast, but it is silent. Zhou Xian only felt the cold hair blowing up behind him, vaguely felt the danger coming from behind his head, and the outline of a fist appeared in his mind. Whoosh! Zhou Xian leaned to the left, avoiding Marco's surprise attack, turned his head and stared at the pineapple head dissatisfiedly, and said, Marco, do you want to murder? Hiss! Inhaling sounds came from all around, and everyone looked at Zhou Xian like a monster. Marco's punch has proved Baista's words to be true, and Zhou Xian really awakening the domineering in one day. Damn, it turned out to be true, a Xian really awakening within a day? Domineering. What a monster, where did Dad find such a monster? Actuan, join us and become a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. I believe that with your potential, you will soon become the captain. By then, everyone will be brothers. Wouldn't it be nice to drink and fight together? For young people with great potential like Zhou Xian, any pirate group wants to absorb them. The eyes of the captains around Zhou Xian flashed when they saw the treasure. Zhou Xian grinned and said, My nephews, don't mess up your seniority, I'm your uncle. Roar! As if a cold wind had blown, it instantly wiped out everyone's enthusiasm. Gradually, the expressions on their faces became gritted teeth, their hands clenched into fists, eager to try. Beat him. In an instant, Zhou Xian's figure was buried by more than a dozen big men. Ping pong pong. There was a round of knocking sounds, which were the sounds of physical collisions. Zhou Xian only felt that he had fists in all directions, and the pirates also made their moves very well, avoiding the head and easy-to-hand positions. But soon, the muffled sound of fists hitting the body from Zhou Xian's body became much crisper. Bang bang. Bang bang. The pirates surrounding Zhou Xian all dispersed with a crash. Everyone once again looked dumbfounded at Zhou Xian in the middle. At the moment Zhou Xian is covered with a layer of green and black, full of metallic luster. Wu, armed color domineering. He awakening the armed color domineering. Just kidding, when is it so easy to be armed and domineering like eating meat and drinking alcohol? Father, what kind of monster A Xian is? Looking at Zhou Xian, who was wrapped in armed domineering, everyone swallowed in disbelief. They were indeed shocked. In one day, at the same time, Awakening had seen and heard domineering and armed domineering. This is simply an impossible thing. But there was a living example before them, which made all the pirates feel a little horrified. Fear of Zhou Xian's ability. It is terrible. Suddenly, the pirates surrounding here suddenly realized Bicester feelings just now. This young man in front of him is definitely an evildoer. Zhou Xian looked at his unfolded palm, the blue-black armored domineering layer covering his body like armor. For Marco, they were shocked that they had awakening the two-color domineering one day. Zhou Xian guessed that the reason why he was so enchanting was probably the ancillary benefits brought by the bottle of physique upgrade potion. According to the setting of One Piece world, domineering is a kind of energy that naturally exists in the human body, and it only needs to be stimulated to show it. If the domineering hidden in the human body seems to be blocked by a thick wall, then the physique upgrade potion is like TNT explosives, blasting the stone wall to a thin layer. Zhou Xian's encounter on the Moby Dick this day seemed to be the last straw that overwhelmed the camel, and the stone wall that suppressed the domineering completely collapsed. Therefore, Zhou Xian awakening two-color domineering is also a matter of course. But the pirates such as Marco and Bicester didn't know these things. They looked at Zhou Xian frantically one by one, with the collapse of the three views in their eyes. Asterisk. Chapter 35. Zhou Xian's awakening two-color domineering in one day, the entire Whitebeard pirate group is boiling. The stars were shining in the night sky, and the vast sea in the distance was pitch black, but the mobile and the four outer ships surrounding it were brightly lit and full of voices. Congratulations to Actuan awakening for the two-color domineering, cheers everyone. Cheers, I won't be drunk or go home tonight. Actuan, you need to drink more. A glass full of golden ale was held up in the air, and these glasses were all facing the protagonist of the banquet, Zhou Xian. At the moment Zhou Xian sat on the left hand of Baybeard, and Marco on the other side. Zhou Xian drank the beer glass in his hand, feeling the alcohol in his stomach pouring up, and went straight to his forehead. Zhou Xian hurriedly grabbed the grilled meat on the table and took a bite, then pressured the wine down. Fortunately, after everyone toasted Zhou Xian, they drank openly. Zhou Xian just took this opportunity to take a moment. By the way, I haven't checked in yet today. Zhou Xian sneaked his consciousness into the system and clocked in silently. Congratulations to the host for getting the sign-in reward cooking skill, Raptors and Blue Bull / Explanation, Raptors and Blue Bull / the inherited culinary skills from the dark cooking world of the Huxia Little Master, can instantly dismember the whole cow with a single knife, and perfectly separate the internal organs, flesh and blood and skeleton without any drop of blood. Remarks, if the host is strong enough and has more powerful power, you can use this move to directly increase the amount of living food. As the system subtitles disappeared, Zhou Xian perceives that he has more memories of the superb cooking skill of Raptor and Blue Cattle in his mind, as well as various detailed step-by-step instructions. In his mind, in Zhou Xian's consciousness space, a dark shadow man is holding a long knife in his hand, and beside the dark shadow man is a huge giant cow. Base. The black shadow man shot his sword in an instant, and the blade flew out like white training, hitting the giant bull. Zhou Xian could clearly see that after breaking through the hard cowhide of the giant cow, The blade light turned into hundreds to thousands of tiny blades of blades. These blades of blades wandered around the body of the giant like snakes. Cut out different parts of the giant cow accurately. Then, the giant cow bloomed like a flower, the bright red beef was petals, and the pale skeleton was like a stamen without a trace of blood. Bang! The picture is shattered, and the black shadow man gradually coincides with Zhou Xian's consciousness. Zhou Xian's consciousness withdrew from his mind. Before he could recall his surprise, suddenly his muscles trembled, especially the muscles of his arms trembling again and again. The muscle jitter lasted for a minute before it subsided. Zhou Xian was surprised to find that if he wanted to perform the raptor slash, his body seemed to be able to react instantly after thousands of hard work. This saves me a lot of hard training. If I can display the cooking skills of the raptors and the cattle slash, I can also use them as proficiently. Zhou Xian was very satisfied with the sign-in reward this time. It would be great if I had a cow now that I could try it. Zhou Xian's eyes flashed with an eagerness to try. Although he knew that he would be able to skillfully use the raptor and blue bull slash, he was still a little tricky and wanted to try his skills. Actuan, why did you stop? Tonight is a cocktail party to celebrate for you. It takes a few more drinks. Marco looked at Zhou Xian and laughed. Zhou Xian raised his wine glass, barely drank half of the ale, grabbed the barbecue on the table and took a bite, reducing the pressure of the wine that he wanted to pour up. I'm still not used to drinking like this. Without delicious dishes, even the best drinks lack a few flavors. The expression on Marco's face was startled, and he was silent for a moment before sighing, "Is this barbecue not to your appetite?" Zhou Xian nodded without concealment, and then directly pointed out the shortcomings of barbecue. As a chef, this barbecue fails me. The grilled meat tastes woody, which means that the roasting time is too long and the meat juice is lost. Also, the taste of this roast is only on the surface, there is no taste in it, and the marinating time is short. By the way, what kind of meat is this? There are still some fishy smells that have not been cleaned up. It's a failure. Speaking of the three defects of the barbecue on the table, Zhou Xian spread his hands and said, "I don't quite understand why the Whitebeard Pirates, one of the 4 emperors, doesn't even have a better chef." At the moment, the team captains close to Zhou Xian were all silent suddenly, and a trace of sadness appeared on their faces. "Actually, we used to have a very good cook." The Whitebeard sitting in the upper position spoke. "His name is Seiki, the captain of the 4th Division and the chef of the pirates. He is very good at cooking. It's just that he died and was killed by an ambitious and despicable traitor." Zhou Xian knew that the traitor in Whitebeard's mouth was Blackbeard, and the reason Ace was not in the pirate group was to hunt Blackbeard. Bramank, the 6th team captain on the side, was full of regrets on his fat face, and shouted, "Seiki's barbecue is delicious. It is the best barbecue I have ever eaten. It's a pity that I have never had it again in my life. I can't eat it anymore." For a while, Zhou Xian found that the atmosphere around him had cooled down. Moo! Suddenly, a roar of huge amounts of beasts sounded from the sea in front of the ship. A huge black shadow was quickly emerging from under the sea. Bang! That huge body rushed out of the sea, causing a huge wave nearly 100 meters high to swell and slap the hull. Zhou Xian's gaze was instantly attracted by the giant beast. The giant beast was wearing a white bull's head, but it had blue scales on its belly, no limbs, 2 huge amounts of fins on the sides, and a semicircular tail fin behind it. The 100-meter-long body blocked the way of the main ship like a wall. The ferocious bull head was full of cruel expressions, and the open blood basin was full of sharp fangs. "Aquaman?" Zhou Xian asked curiously. Others broke free from the heavy emotions. Marco looked at the giant beast disdainfully, and said, "It's a manatee, just an ordinary sea beast. Aquaman is a huge creature with a length of thousands of meters. Hey, is this manatee blind? How dare you come here to find death?" Bicester grinned, trying to deal with the sudden appearance of the manatee. Can you give me this opportunity? Zhou Xian said. You come. Everyone looked at Zhou Xian with a calm face. Marco worried that Zhou Xian had underestimated the manatee's strength, and persuaded, although you just awakening the two-color domineering, but want to deal with this rough sea beast, it is still too reluctant. Let me try it. Zhou Xian stood up and looked at the manatee with excitement. I need a knife, preferably a larger one. This. Marco wanted to persuade him again, when Whitebeard suddenly laughed and said, Go and get my naginata. Asterisk. Chapter 36. At the moment, Zhou Xian held a naginata in both hands and was lucky. The armed color was launched with domineering, and the chi from Zhou Xian's hands constantly converged on the knife and naginata, turning this supreme sharp knife into blue-black. The naginata and Zhou Xian are closely related to each other with armed S*X and domineering. Zhou Xian has a feeling that he can use this naginata proficiently as a finger. Seeing and hearing the domineering start, all the movements of the manatee behemoth are fully collected in the heart. Marco's eyes were full of worry, and he asked worriedly, Father, are you really sure that a Xian can deal with the manatee? With a smile on Baybeard's face, he said indifferently, Don't worry, it's just a manatee. This kid is enough to deal with it. Marco didn't know why his father would be so confident in Zhou Xian, but he chose to believe it. He stood aside and didn't speak, but he was also ready to respond. Bicester suddenly smiled and said, Would you like to bet on whether a Xian can kill this manatee? Ha ha ha, then I bet that a Xian will be embarrassed by the manatee. The 6th Division Captain Bramant grinned smirkingly on his fat face. I bet on a bottle of good wine that has been treasured for 30 years. I bet 100,000 Baileys, and I bet that a Xian can kill the manatee. For a while, many of the pirates who got to the front of the deck enthusiastically began to place their bets. Moo. The ferocious cow head of the huge manatee beast was full of ferocious aura, opened its mouth full of sharp fangs, and swooped towards Zhou Xian, who was standing on the bow of the ship. Standing on the bow of the ship, Zhou Xian started instantly when the bull's head landed 10 meters above his head. Base. The naginata slashed out from the bottom up, and a bright blade of light flew out, like a silver snake, touching the middle of the huge cow head of the manatee. The manatee's dive stopped abruptly, and then a trace of blood appeared on the manatee's forehead. Bang! The blood stain suddenly exploded, and bright red blood poured out like a fountain. Then, the white blade light continued to appear in the blood, broken into thousands of small blade lights, like earthworms plowing in the soil. These small blade lights dig into the flesh and blood of the manatee and constantly cut. Moo. The manatee screamed miserably, his eyes were covered with a layer of death, and his vitality was completely lost. Boom. The bull's head fell heavily and hit the bow of the ship. But the huge body of the manatee was still shaking, the solid and heavy scales split from the manatee's back, and then the flesh and blood in different areas bloomed like petals. Among the austere bones are the internal organs of the manatee, all intact. Raptors cut the blue bull. With a single stab, it completely cut off all the vitality of the manatee, causing the body's muscle response to stop instantly. Even the flow of blood was stopped, all blood was sealed in the blood vessels, and a drop of blood did not merge into the sea water. How can this be? Hi, I didn't expect a Xian to have such a powerful swordsmanship. The pirates' onlookers watched the scene dumbfounded. Bicester's jaw almost fell to the ground. As a swordsman of the Whitebeard pirates, he knew exactly how extraordinary Zhou Xian's sword was. Lift weights lightly. It seems that a powerful blade can destroy anything that stands in front of you, but swordsmen with such simple destructive power are not uncommon in the New World. But swordsmen who can reach the realm of lifting weight and lightness are as rare as phoenix feathers. This is a sign of swordsman's promotion to great swordsman. A Xian is a great swordsman? Bicester is dumbfounded. Is this kid pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Aside, Marco's eyes flashed with a look of horror, and he moved to the side of Whitebeard calmly, and whispered, "Father, where did Ashien come from?" Marco is not just the captain of the Whitebeard pirates team, nor is he just a ship doctor. He is more of a steward of the pirates. After Zhou Xian performed this stunning cut, Marco eagerly wanted to keep Zhou Xian on the ship and become one of them. Baybeard knew that Marco had moved his love for talent, shook his head and sighed, and said, "Marco, give up, he doesn't belong here." "Why? Looking at the whole new world, we are the best choice for Ashien, unless he joins the navy." Marco asked unwillingly. Whitebeard chuckled, "Because he doesn't belong to this world." Afterwards, no matter how Marco asked, Whitebeard didn't say much. At the moment, Zhou Xian has directed the pirates to salvage the huge body of the manatee. Tufts of beef are placed on the deck like a mountain of meat. Zhou Xian at the moment was very excited. The raptor's green bull cut just now made his blood boil. He immediately jumped onto the huge amounts of bullhead and roared, "Today I will show you a hand and let you taste what is good. Yakiniku food to eat." Whitebeard suddenly got up and laughed, "Old, la la la, finally waiting for you to show off your cooking skills, now everyone is obedient to Ashien's command." Whitebeard's order is like an imperial decree. Every member of the Whitebeard pirate group will obey it wholeheartedly, but it is inevitable that some people will also murmur in their hearts. "Isn't it just barbecue? As for using such a big battle." Immediately, Zhou Xian let people light a large pile of firewood directly on the deck. And Zhou Xian once again used his armed look and domineering, hammering his fists on the piece of beef that weighed 500 or 600 catties. Beating again and again, forcing out the blood inside, breaking the fascia in the beef, making the meat tender. At the same time, evenly spread the prepared marinade on the beef hill, and constantly blow the marinade into the beef. Later, Zhou Xian found the iron chain, connected the pieces in series, and then tied the iron chain to the mast. Blocks of giant beef are grilled on the fire. Roar! The flame burned, and the bright red beef quickly decolorized, changing from bright red to light red, and then to brown. Drops of fat ooze out from the beef, and a peculiar smell instantly permeates the boat. Suck! Suck! It's so fragrant, I can't wait to try this barbecue. Actuan, when will this barbecue be ready? The ale in my hand is not fragrant anymore. The green eyes, like hungry wolves, stared at the beef that was roasted into dark brown by the flames. Only after Zhou Xian gave an order, they immediately rushed to destroy the barbecue mountains. After Zhou Xian saw and heard the domineering color at awakening, he found that he had more control over the heat. The most important thing for barbecue is the uniformity of the heat. Every part of the barbecue bears the same temperature. Under the domineering perception, Zhou Xian can clearly see the heat penetrating in the barbecue and the flow direction of each drop of gravy. Plus the fire. Zhou Xian gave an order, and dozens of people threw all the firewood prepared by the side into the fire. Roar! The flames rose violently, and a wave of fire more than 10 meters high instantly swallowed all the barbecue. Sweat has surfaced on Zhou Xian's forehead. This is the second time he has made his own dishes. He is going to name this barbecue dish Barbarian's Giant Grilled Meat Cuisine. Eat big pieces of meat and drink big bowls. It's as generous as it is open, this is the most suitable dish for pirates. The fragrance has become more intense. At the moment, the entire 5 boats of the Whitebeard pirate group were enveloped in a cloud of white incense mist. Under the sea in the distance, huge figures were moving at speed under the sea, and black shadows came from all directions. The Whitebeard pirates are right in the middle of these black shadows. Asterisk. Chapter 37. It smells so good, my saliva is flowing out. Everyone stared directly at the giant barbecue wrapped in flames. As the top pirates in the sea, they were all characters they had eaten before, but they had never encountered such an attractive barbecue. Ah, Something is approaching here extremely fast from under the sea in the distance. It's Aquaman. At least 5 kilometers in length, it's a super large Aquaman. All the pirates all changed their faces. As the top pirates of the Four Emperors pirate group, the members of the Whitebeard pirate group almost mastered the domineering look and hearing, but they were high and low. The domineering of those more than a dozen division captains was naturally higher than that of ordinary pirates, and instantly seed the huge body hidden under the sea in the distance. These Aquamans must be attracted by the smell of barbecue. These damn beasts don't want to snatch any piece of barbecue from me. Kill them, this is sending us meat. All the pirates are excited, one by one sharpening their swords, waiting for the arrival of Aquaman. Bang! Huge amounts of waves soared into the sky, along with the huge marine creatures thousands of meters high rushing out of the sea. Hundreds of meters high waves hit the 5 big ships of the Whitebeard pirate group. These Aquamans have strange appearances, some resemble dinosaurs, some resemble frogs, and they have giant shells that drag the mountains like tortoises. Humph, a mere beast, dare to make trouble. At the moment, the Whitebeard sitting in the upper position gave a cold snort, got up from the seat, and punched the roaring waves ahead. Snapped. A series of cracks flew out the huge waves, turning them into waves and splashing around the ship. Hum. An extremely strong momentum bloomed from the Whitebeard, as if an electric current radiated in all directions. Zhou Xian only felt that his whole body was electrified, but his mind instantly stabilized. Domineering. Zhou Xian woke up in an instant. What was the extremely powerful aura exuding from the Whitebeard? As one of the strongest people in the sea, the domineering that Whitebeard has mastered is also the most top-notch. More than a dozen behemoths that showed their heads were stunned by the Whitebeard's domineering look, and they were frightened. However, the aroma of the barbecue on the boat is full of temptation. A dozen giant Aquamans are constantly hovering, but they are reluctant to leave. At the moment, Zhou Xian completely ignores the giant Aquaman around him. The barbecue has reached the final juncture, and all his attention is on the control of the fire. Quick, put out the fire! Zhou Xian yelled. It was just right at this time, the barbecue was just finished, all flames must be extinguished instantly, otherwise even a second of roasting will cause a bitter and astringent smell on the surface of the barbecue. Baybeard turned around and punched the fire again. Bang! The flames scattered and fell into the nearby sea water, and the fire on the entire deck disappeared in an instant. Noisy. More than a dozen giant barbecues made a sound of fat on the barbecue, and there was continuous flow of oil and water on the barbecue, shining brightly under the light of the lights on the ship. System, give me a point. Zhou Xian was full of confidence in his own dish, the barbarian's giant barbecue. 96 points. In my mind, the system screen flashed with golden scores, and the firework bloomed all around, as if to celebrate this cooking. But why doesn't it shine? Zhou Xian pondered for a moment, staring at Bicester beside him. Borrow the knife for a use. Immediately he drew out the sword that Bicester was hanging beside him. Hey, Actuan, I'm a big knife, it's used to kill people, not a kitchen knife, you respect me. Bicester complained dissatisfied. Base. Zhou Xian remained unmoved, and slashed directly at the giant barbecue in front of him. Hum. Massive aromas and water vapor erupted from the cuts of the barbecue, like the eruption of a submarine volcano, rising toward the sky. A group of red light erupted, and the red light turned into a huge amounts of Red Bull running on the sea. Hiss. Everyone sucked in air conditioning. They had never heard of such a strange phenomenon, staring at the Red Bull running with disbelief. A cow got out of the barbecue, how is this possible? I have a vision. Is it because I drank too much? Obviously I only drank 3 barrels of ale. Actuan, how did you do it? This is magic, right? At the moment, Everyone once again looked at Zhou Xian's eyes. In addition to shock, there was also a trace of awe. The scene before them has exceeded their cognition. At the same time, the dozen Aquamans ran away instantly after the Red Bull appeared, rushing to chase the Red Bull with their huge bodies. Roar! A sea breeze blew, and the tempting aromas spurted out of the barbecue again. Everyone woke up from the shaking spirit, only feeling that there was stomach acid surging, and the mouth was madly secreting saliva, desperately wanting to use food. Suppress the 5 internal organs temple that is about to rebel. Actuan, can you start eating? The Whitebeard's words represent the hearts of everyone, and their fiery eyes stared at Zhou Xian directly. As Zhou Xian nodded gently, the roar of the whole group of pirates resounded through the sky. Let me cut it. My 2 big knives cut the iron like mud. They are most suitable for cutting barbecue. Bicester couldn't wait to squeeze out the crazy brothers, holding double knives on the barbecue constantly, without the consciousness and dignity of a great swordsman. Zhou Xian squeezed a piece of grilled meat and put it in his mouth. A fruity meaty smell came from the tip of his tongue. As his teeth bite gently, the soft and rotten beef burst into turbulent gravy. He added a lot of lemon to the sauce of Yan Value beef. The fruity aroma of the lemon adds a richer taste to the barbecue. At the same time, the fruit acid decomposes the protein in the meat to make it softer and tender. In a daze, Zhou Xian saw a vast expanse of land. This is a wild land, like the scene when the world first opened. On the endless grassland, a group of giant bulls over 100 meters in length are migrating. 10,000 cattle are rushing, their sturdy hooves trample on the ground, and the whole ground is shaking. Suddenly, a giant flame hand fell from the sky and easily grabbed a bull. The scorching flame from the giant hand directly roasted the bull, and then the giant beast grabbed the whole bull and retracted into the clouds. Soon, the sound of chewing came from the clouds. Zhou Xian looked up, and a 10,000-meter high flame giant belched contentedly in the sky. The sound is thunderous. The burst of thunder awoke Zhou Xian from the food illusion. Barbarian's giant barbecue cuisine, effect, strength plus 30%, armed color domineering plus 30%, huge increase in the giant's bloodline, 7 days. The system gave the effect of barbecue, which surprised Zhou Xian. Oh my god, what a terrible illusion. That 10,000-meter high flame giant, is it the ancestor of the giant race? I feel my strength has become stronger. Sounds of excitement and surprise sounded one after another on the deck, and soon everyone discovered the magical power contained in the barbecue. Using barbecue can actually increase your strength and make the armed colors stronger? What kind of cuisine is this? Everyone looked at Zhou Xian in horror. They thought that after this period of contact, they had become familiar with the boy in front of them. But now, all the talents are surprised to find that this magical boy is so strange. Moo! A beast roar sounded in the distance, and more than a dozen Aquamans went and returned. But this Aquaman group of behemoths has undergone new changes. The Aquaman-like tortoise that Zhou Xian just saw at the moment changed its appearance. The body of the tortoise Aquaman has soared, extending to 8 kilometers, and the thick tortoise shell it carries is like a majestic mountain with a height of 1,000 meters. Suddenly Zhou Xian perceived that he had an idea of requesting in his domineering look. Asterisk. Chapter 38. Want to eat my cooking? Zhou Xian felt the message in that thought, and at the same time saw the humanized begging gaze emerging from the tortoise Aquaman's huge eyes. A dozen different-looking Aquamans floated quietly in the sea under the leadership of the giant tortoise Aquamans, but Zhou Xian could see their increasingly grumpy appetites in their eyes. Hey, what do these Aquaman eyes look like? You still want to treat us as food? These damn beasts dare to make trouble and kill them for barbecue. A manatee doesn't have much meat. Brothers eat a few bites and it's gone. These Aquamans are quite fat, enough for us to eat for a while. The members of the entire Whitebeard pirate group were as excited as if they had been beaten up, and their eyes flashed with excitement. Every squad leader can kill the Aquaman class alone, which is the confidence of being a Whitebeard pirate group. Therefore, in the face of a dozen giant Aquamans, no one will be afraid, because they are hunters. And these Aquamans in front of them are just prey delivered by themselves. Everyone got huge amounts of benefits from the barbecue dishes, although it was only a temporary increase effect, but this alone was enough to make the pirates deeply fascinated by it. They desperately want to let go of their belly and eat. Zhou Xian shook his head and said with a smile, "These big guys are also my diners. For their politeness, then I will try to make a dish to entertain you." The last sentence, Zhou Xian said to the dozen Aquamans. Moo. The Aquaman group screamed all the way up to the sky, swimming happily around the boat. "Hey, a Xian, isn't it? You really want to entertain these beasts? Obviously we can kill them and eat meat," Bai Sister persuaded. But Zhou Xian has already got into the kitchen. After half an hour, a scent of flour suddenly floated on the deck, accompanied by a little fermented breath, which was fascinating. The source of the fragrance is the galley on the ship. Everyone was eagerly looking forward to the fact that the dozen Aquamans were also still on the surface of the sea. If it weren't for fear of the mighty power on the ship, they would wait to squeeze their heads on the ship. Soon, Zhou Xian pushed a dining cart out of the kitchen. At the moment, there was a huge amounts of plate on the dining cart with 4-color steamed buns neatly placed on the plate. Sishan seafood babao genhuan steamed buns. No light was seen, except for the aroma of flour and the special color of the bun skin. These buns looked ordinary. However, the aroma from the plate still caught everyone's sense of smell. The Aquaman class not far away became restless. Zhou Xian directly threw the entire plate out. In the huge plate, nearly 100 4-color steamed buns flew over the sea hundreds of meters away like celestial flowers, falling straight into the sea. Moo. All Aquamans moved in an instant, but the huge body was extremely agile, the mouth of the blood basin that could almost swallow the entire ship, in stark contrast with the file-size bun with a fist. It feels like a person eating ant legs. Is this bun enough to stuff their teeth? I'm afraid I can't even taste the taste. Ah, I want to eat this bun too, it's so fragrant, it's a horrible thing to eat for these beasts. Everyone watched the buns fall into the giant mouth of Aquaman. Tweeted. There was a cry. I saw a blue flame on the deck, and an undead bird spread its wings soaring in the flame. It was so fast that it instantly rolled a few buns and returned to the deck. The fire dissipated, and Marco was holding 3 buns in his hand and chewing one in his mouth. Ah, Marco, you cunning fellow. Marco gives me one. Marco, I still have a good bottle of wine in my hand. How about I exchange a bun with you? Marco took a bite of the bun, a look of error appeared on his calm face, and then quickly ate all the 4 buns, and the whole person became calm and quiet, ignoring all the noise around him. Sishan seafood ate treasure steamed buns effect, calm the soul. At the moment, those Aquamans floated extremely quietly on the surface of the sea one by one, the cruel expressions on their hideous heads, as if they were turned into statues. Father, the big thing is not good. Ace was caught by the Navy. He just got the news that he was imprisoned in Propulsion City and will be publicly executed at Marine headquarters in 5 days' time. Suddenly, an angry roar interrupted this moment of silence. The originally cheerful atmosphere was instantly replaced by a heavy and cold mood. Then, the silent atmosphere erupted like a volcano. There was an uproar. How is this possible? How could Ace be caught? It's Titch, that traitor, definitely that damn BD. Father, let's attack Propulsion City immediately and rescue Ace. All the pirates looked at Whitebeard very angrily. At the moment, Baybeard looked at the intelligence in his hand, with a cold killing intent brewing in his calm eyes. Huh, since the Navy guys have set up the stage, how can we miss the appointment and turn the bow? Let's go directly to Malenvander to pick Ace home. Take Ace home. Take Ace home. Marco has broken free from the state of calmness. As the chief steward of the Whitebeard pirates, he immediately ordered, "Let all the affiliated pirates gather. If the Navy headquarters wants to swallow us, then we will break them teeth, smash their mouths." Soon, through the entire Whitebeard pirates group, they were mobilized in an orderly manner, and through the telephone worm's contact, one message after another was circulating around the new world. Zhou Xian at the moment became a spectator. He and Baybeard were the only ones standing here on the bow deck. He knew that the battle for the top that caused countless pirate fans to beat their chests and howl and cry was about to come. But now, because of his own influence, will the ending of the battle on the top change? Zhou Xian looked at the Whitebeard with his fist clenched to the side. "Actuan, thank you." It was here that Whitebeard suddenly spoke. Zhou Xian was stunned. Baybeard's eyes were calm and he didn't seem to see anger. He smiled, "I now have enough time and strength to continue to protect my children. At least, I won't fall down at this time. The Navy's wishful thinking has come to nothing." Asterisk. Chapter 39. Marin Vando, where the headquarters of the Navy is located, is a symbol of peace in the big pirate age and has a powerful force that can deter the sea. In the past, there were naval warships coming and going everywhere. Countless naval soldiers regarded this place as a holy land. It was the goal of all naval soldiers to enter the Navy headquarters. But now, the entire Malin Vatican was full of murderous air, and the wind blowing from the sea became much colder here. A prisoner came for all reasons. A prisoner who made the entire Navy headquarters stand on fire for days. This is a great pirate who has risen to fame in the sea. He is the top master of the younger generation. He offers a reward of up to 550 million baileys. It is the first time that many young naval soldiers have seen such a pirate big role. However, for an ace, Marshal of the Navy, 3 Navy generals, naval hero Carp, many lieutenants, major generals, and the King Kaiwuhe. At the moment, all gathered at Malin Vander. Isn't it a fuss? There are many large pirates more famous than Ace. Even if the pirate King Roger was arrested back then, it seemed that there was not such a big battle. At the moment, there are 100,000 elite soldiers staring at the endless sea with resolute expressions. No one thinks this kind of battle is too much, because the enemy they are about to face is worthy of their preparation. The Whitebeard Pirates. One of the 4 Emperors pirate group, there are no taboos in the sea, and it is the top force among the pirates. An ace is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. He was a bait thrown by the Navy to catch the giant whale of the Whitebeard pirate group. Today, the Navy headquarters will swallow all this giant whale to deter the increasingly rampant pirates. All young soldiers, at the moment, have a trace of fear for the bloody battle that is coming, but they are more passionate. This is the proof that their Navy has implemented justice. It is honor for the young soldiers to be able to participate in this battle. On the front of the Navy headquarters facing the sea, there are strong bunkers. On the square in front of the building is a high platform, which is used to kill Ace. At the moment, 100,000 elite naval soldiers gathered on the square. Below the execution platform, the 3 generals seated the 3 Navy generals. From the inside to the outside, the lieutenant generals and major generals, as well as other lieutenant-level officers, line up. In addition, there are several tall figures. They are the giant lieutenants of the Navy headquarters. There is also a city wall tens of meters high on the edge of Malin Vander, on which are piles of fortresses. At the same time, the King's Kaiwa Sea is standing there, and dozens of naval warships are floating on the surface of the sea below. The layout of the entire Navy headquarters is solid. In the distant sea, there is a huge amounts of whirlpool, surrounded by 3 huge walls towering into the clouds. The huge gate directly in front is called the Gate of Justice. Only through here can you enter Malin Vander. At the moment the door of justice is closed. Ace was bound by the sea tower stone chain and knelt on the execution platform. The Admiral of the Navy Warring States on the side announced his identity without hesitation. Son of One Piece Roger. There was an uproar in the entire Navy, and everyone was shocked. Ace turned out to be the son of One Piece, and such a sinful bloodline must be completely cut off today. Just here, a Navy soldier rushed to the execution stage to report to the Warring States period. Report to the Marshal, the gate of justice has not received any instructions, opened by itself, and the power room can't be contacted. What are you talking about? The Warring States was shocked, and hurriedly looked at the sea in the distance. The place where his vision was blocked was the gate of justice. At the moment, the giant gate that was originally integrated suddenly had a crack. The door of justice weighing hundreds of thousands of tons opened slowly. There is no shelter in front of him, and everyone can see the calm sea. No ship appeared. This is not normal. At the moment, a cloud of mist was suddenly rolled up on the surface of the sea. The mist was surging, and the soldiers standing on the observation tower watching suddenly saw that a pirate ship appeared out of thin air on the sea. Come! The observer yelled at the bottom of the tower. Soon, the entire Navy headquarters sounded sirens. Everyone is ready for battle. The muscles of all the Navy soldiers tightened, staring at the dozens of pirate ships that emerged from the mist. No, exactly 43 pirate ships, representing 43 pirate groups, all of them are the famous big pirate groups in the New World. They have a common identity and affiliated pirate group under the Whitebeard Pirate Group. But where did the Whitebeard pirates go? No trace of the Whitebeard pirates was found. I can't find their shadow at all. Everyone, be careful, they must be nearby. But everyone did not expect that a huge wave suddenly burst into the sky from the bay. A giant whale jumped into the sea and appeared directly under the Navy's eyelids. This giant whale is the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick. It turns out that they shuttled over from the bottom of the sea after coating the ship. The huge waves scattered into countless rainwater, which poured the Navy soldiers standing in front of the square transparently, but they could not feel the coolness from their bodies at all. Compared with the sudden appearance of the Mobile, a scene that panicked the entire Navy team took place. In the waters around the island of Malinvander, huge creatures emerged from under the surface of the sea. Each giant Aquaman is more than 5 kilometers in length. More than a dozen Aquaman-like huge bodies obscure the sky, especially the giant tortoise at the head, whose size is even comparable to the entire Malinvander Island. As the plan was laid out, Lieutenant General Crane, who was originally the think tank of the Navy headquarters, looked at the giant Aquaman in astonishment, and his face instantly became gloomy. In the square, the young Navy soldiers became at a loss. The giant Aquaman body was full of oppression, which made many people fearful. Why do these monsters living in the windless zone appear here? Things are beyond the imagination of all navies. Asterisk. Chapter 40. In order to make this justice action have the greatest impact, the Navy headquarters decided to broadcast Ace's execution publicly. Therefore, you can see the telecast of the phone worm in all parts of the world. The appearance of more than a dozen super-large Aquamans stunned everyone who was watching the live broadcast. Why did the giant Aquaman come with the Whitebeard pirates? Could someone in the Whitebeard pirates mobilize these Aquaman classes? In an instant, everyone's thoughts involuntarily turned to that taboo, the three ancient weapons. Uranus, Pluto, and Aquaman. One can cross the sea, there are no taboos. Legend has it that Aquaman can order all Aquaman types, which is similar to what is happening now. Aquaman. The Whitebeard pirates got Aquaman? Oh my god, how are you going to fight this battle? Don't underestimate the power of the Navy. As the most powerful force in the sea, it alone fights against countless pirate groups. The gap between the Whitebeard pirate group and the Navy headquarters is definitely not that a dozen Aquamans can smooth it. You two look down on the power of the four emperors, and the Whitebeard pirates didn't have to fight with the Navy headquarters. Their purpose was just to rescue the Huoquan ace. At the moment, the people who were watching the live broadcast were divided into two factions. Some people supported the Whitebeard pirates, and some people supported the Navy headquarters. There was no quarrel about this. However, there was an uproar at the scene of Malin Vandir. Faced with a dozen behemoths hanging above their heads, the entire Navy team was panicked. Ordinary Aquaman, even a major general or even a stronger school-level officer, can kill him. But the dozen or so big guys above their heads are super large Aquamans, and even if the general wants to kill them, I'm afraid it will take some effort. The giant tortoise is more than 10,000 meters long, and the turtle shell on its back is 2 kilometers high, like a high mountain island lying on the sea. After eating the 4 Shen seafood and 8 treasure steamed buns made by Zhou Xian, these Aquamans have evolved again. It is also true that Zhou Xian can dispatch these Aquamans and order them to drag the boats of the Whitebeard pirate group and other pirate groups through the sea. At this moment, the hearts of countless naval soldiers were out of balance. Seeing that morale is low, the Sengoku heart is not good, and we must find a way to get rid of these Aquamans and restore the confidence of the soldiers. At the moment, the 3 generals below have stood up from their seats, looking solemnly at the behemoth surrounding the island. Are we going to shoot now? The green pheasant looked around at the Aquaman, staring at the giant tortoise, and asked eagerly. We are moving now. Isn't it a weak momentum? After all, the main character on the opposite side hasn't appeared yet. Huan Yuan curled his lips and didn't care about the Aquaman. Silhouette of a beard. Wait, these beasts have nothing to do with the overall situation. The Red Dog's answer was concise and concise. For a while, there was a strange silence on both sides of the confrontation. I thought that Whitebeard would appear on the stage, but after waiting for a few minutes, the man known as the strongest man still did not show up. On the contrary, a peculiar fragrance gradually floated, and soon swept through the entire Malin Vando. This strong smell of meat invigorated everyone who smelled it. Gilialo. Everyone's belly is screaming, sending out a signal of hunger, and everyone's subconscious has a thought saying, eat, eat, eat. The determined people endured the sudden burst of hunger in their stomachs, but many young soldiers' hearts were occupied by hunger, and they had lost their combat effectiveness. Damn it, what the hell is the Whitebeard pirates? The warring state's complexion changed, watching the panic that had already appeared in the square, and an unknown premonition rose in his heart. At the moment, a golden light burst out of the mobile. Everyone on the Navy side suddenly became nervous, thinking that the Whitebeard pirates had launched an attack. However, the golden light quickly turned into a giant whale, and the golden giant whale swam to the island where the Navy headquarters is located, swinging its huge amounts of tail fin. This golden giant whale is the light of cooking produced by Zhou Xian's own dish, the Barbarian's Giant Barbecue Cuisine. This time the barbecue ingredient is a giant whale Aquaman. Suddenly, the dozen or so super large Aquamans rioted. The original peaceful eyes flashed with the desire to eat wildly, and they rushed towards the island. Their target was the golden giant whale suspended in the midair of the island. Swallowing this golden giant whale can get a chance for evolution, and no Aquaman can refuse it. Boom! The huge body of the Aquaman hit the foundation stone of the island base, the entire island trembles, those sturdy buildings instantly shattered, and pieces of rubble rolled down. The island instantly turned into a fragile glass product, as if it would collapse completely at any time. Those Aquamans are frantically devouring golden giant whales, their bodies are constantly crushing on the island, but for ordinary Navy soldiers, this is tantamount to extinction. There was a panic in the square, and the Navy had been in disarray before fighting with the Whitebeard pirates. This scene was unreservedly presented in the live broadcast, and countless viewers were full of absurdity. What is the strength of the Navy that talks about justice and guarding the world all day long? Do it! Kai Wuhei, it's time to show your value. The warring states immediately ordered that Malin Fando must not be destroyed in the Aquaman category. Huh, does that old fellow in the warring states period want us to die? Moonlight Moria looked at the Aquaman with a numb scalp, and he felt terrified. Hawkeye held a big black knife in his hand, and a sharp light swung out, turning into huge amounts of sword light and slashing towards the giant tortoise. Bang! This knife slashed the giant tortoise's shell, but the tortoise's shell was too thick to injure the giant tortoise's flesh and blood. And after the giant tortoise that swallowed most of the golden whale, after gaining the power of the cooking light, the wounds on his body were healing quickly. At the moment, Kaiwahe, who was attacking other Aquaman types, also encountered a similar situation. The damage their attacks caused to these super large Aquamans was all healed in a very short time. The Whitebeard pirates did not take the opportunity to attack, but from time to time some people distributed pieces of enticingly scented barbecue to each pirate ship. At such a serious battle scene, you are eating and drinking, do you look down on our navy? However, the warring state's heart was only fortunate, and fortunate for the contempt of the Whitebeard pirates, immediately signaled the three generals to take action to solve the trouble. Just when the three generals were ready to take action, the golden giant whale floating above Malin Vando was finally eaten by the Aquaman class. Moo! The giant tortoise roared, and the huge body left the island, dived into the sea and disappeared. Other Aquamans also left, leaving only a mess of the Navy headquarters. The warring state's heart was relieved, and Malin Vando kept it. At the moment, the Whitebeard that had not been seen appeared on the bow of the ship. Warring states, return my dear son to me, otherwise the entire Navy headquarters will cease to exist. Asterisk. Chapter 41. Facing Baybeard's arrogant words, the warring states period wanted to refute it instantly, but suddenly his eyes condensed and he stared at Baybeard. As an opponent for decades, the warring states period knows Baybeard almost as much as he knows himself, and has the title of the strongest man in the world. This is the result of Baybeard's fights again and again. It is inevitable to get injured in battle, and even if healed, it will leave scars. According to the intelligence, the dark injury of the Whitebeard is about to wear down his body. But now the warring state's heart is horrified, looking at the upper body of the Whitebeard only wearing a coat. All the scars that were once tired have disappeared. Whitebeard has completely recovered his strength. Is it just a bluff? No, he must have cured his physical troubles. The warring states period knew Baybeard, the other party was an arrogant guy, and he would never engage in such a false thing. The trouble is coming. Whitebeard, you can stay today. You are no longer needed in this era. Although worried in his heart, the warring states is not weak. Goo la la la, let's try it. Whitebeard looked at Ace softly and smiled. Ace, I'm here to take you home. Father! Ace yelled up to the sky, tears filled his eyes. Whitebeard's smile became stern, his fists clenched in front of him, and waves gradually rose on the originally calm sea. Since just now, the sea level seems to have been slowly rising. What's going on? The waves are getting bigger and bigger. Bang! Whitebeard slammed his fists out, and the Navy soldier standing in the front section of the square was horrified to find that the atmosphere centered on the Whitebeard's fist appeared like a cobweb-like crack. It seems that the space has been shattered. Several meters of waves hit the solid walls, and suddenly the sea level on both sides of Malin Vander rose rapidly, as if two high mountains had risen. The huge amounts of ocean waves seemed to hold Malin Fanduo in their hands, wanting to hold it. This is the power of shaking fruits. Baybeard caused a sea quake with his own power, causing a huge tsunami that could destroy Malin Vander. The island has experienced the impact of a super large Aquaman before, and it is already crumbling. If it is hit by a huge wave, the whole island will only sink to the bottom of the sea. All the Navy soldiers watched in horror at the huge waves coming towards their faces. Such a majestic scene was even more thrilling than the dozen Aquamans before. That's it? At the moment the green pheasant rose into the air, his hands covered with cold ice, extending two long ice chains into the waves on both sides. Click. The monstrous waves stopped the movement and turned into huge amounts of ice sculptures and stopped high in the sky. Ice Age. A crisis that destroyed Malenvander was resolved by the green pheasant. The green pheasant's shot greatly boosted the morale of the panicked Navy soldiers, and once again returned to the aura of being ready for battle. Whoosh whoosh. Ice spears appeared out of thin air, piercing the white beard on the bow of the ship. Huh, green pheasant kid. The Whitebeard snorted disdainfully and smashed the ice spear with a punch. Vibe's power even spread to the blue pheasant in mid-air, directly knocking it down from the air and falling straight to the sea. The green pheasant instantly elementalized into Iceman and fell on the sea. The sea water under his feet was frozen, and the sea in the bay turned into a world of ice and snow. All the boats floating on the sea were imprisoned in place, unable to move at all. So far, everything that has happened, the appearance of Aquaman, is similar to the battle on the top in Zhou Xian's memory. Just as the Navy was preparing to bombard all the pirate ships that had been frozen, a loud roar resounded through the sky. Ah! Everyone subconsciously looked at the pirate ship at the end. Compared with other pirate ships, a tall giant on the pirate ship was several times larger, standing on the deck, his hands still stuffed with barbecue in his mouth quickly. This giant was several times taller than the several lieutenants on the Navy side. Little Oz, the descendant of Oz, the demon transport country, is 38 meters tall. In the food illusion, Little Oz found himself standing in the palm of a giant. He was originally proud of his height, but at the moment he was not as good as this giant's shabby hair. The giant stood upright, with eyes like the sun and the moon in the sky, shining on Little Oz. My name is Pangu, and I am a giant who pioneered the world. If you have the blood of a giant, I will shelter you for a period of time. The illusion was shattered, and Oz looked at the barbecue in shock. It was said that this was the cooking of a magical chef on the ship of the Whitebeard pirates. But this is amazing, right? Thinking of the giant named Pangu, Oz suddenly felt a burst of heat in his heart. It's so hot, so hot. After swallowing the last piece of barbecue into his belly, Little Oz jumped down from the bow and stood firmly on the frozen sea with a weight of tens of tons. I need water to cool down. At the moment, Little Oz was red and steaming, punching the ice with his fists. Bang! The thick ice was smashed into a hole by Little Oz, and the tall giant was swallowed directly by the sea. What happened? This big guy was poisoned by food and committed suicide by jumping into the sea? When the Navy soldier was scratching his head, he saw the ice near the hole shattered in an instant, and a taller giant appeared. He stepped on the bottom of the sea only reached his waist, and the body exposed on the sea was still more than 2,000 meters high. It's Little Oz. His body at the moment is like those super large Aquamans before. How can this be? Is this still human? Looking at Oz's huge body, the Navy soldiers who had just been inspired by the green pheasant became wilted again. At this moment, all the members of the Whitebeard pirate group suddenly realized why Zhou Xian requested that the barbecue be given priority to Little Oz as much as possible. Only Zhou Xian knew in his heart that his barbarian giant barbecue dish had a powerful boosting effect on the giants. Everyone jump into my hands, and I will send you directly to the square. Little Oz spreads out his hands, one hand is hundreds of meters long and more than 50 meters wide, and his hands can hold tens of thousands of people. All the pirates greeted roar, jumped directly from the boat and landed on Little Oz's palm. Little Oz raised his arm, and the long arm like a mountain directly smoothed the distance of the inner bay and touched the square of the Navy headquarters. The pirates wielded their weapons and boarded the square, directly fighting with the Navy soldiers at close range. Damn it! Suddenly, the warring state's heart also became flustered, and Little Oz suddenly became huge, causing all the backhands in their plan to fail. Next, we can only fight for victory by strength. Don't have any more accidents. Asterisk. Chapter 42. The Whitebeard pirate group and its subordinate pirate group totaled about 50,000 people. Oz sent all the pirates to the Navy headquarters square in 5 times. When sending the first batch of 10,000 people, the Navy wanted to take advantage of the number of people to wipe out the 10,000 pirates in a short period of time. But when the two sides fought, the Navy soldiers suddenly discovered that the strength of these pirates was too great. In particular, many pirates have super-armed domineering, comparable to a captain-level naval officer. This is ridiculous. The first group of pirates abruptly withstood the Navy's impact, and when Oz sent the second group of pirates to the square, the pirates had already established their footing. When all the pirates were sent to the square, the pirates were ready to fight back. After Little Oz sent all the pirates to the square, the increase brought by the barbarian's giant barbecue meal disappeared, and he regained his original shape. Just a piece of barbecue cannot support the energy consumed by the body of the Little Oz giant for a long time. The battle situation exceeded everyone's expectations, especially the Navy's expectations. According to the plan, the green pheasant will freeze the sea in the inner bay. This will be the main battlefield to bombard and kill the pirates. At the same time, elite soldiers will be dispatched to fight with the pirates to prevent the pirates from boarding the square. Eliminate most of the pirates in the inner bay. But this arrangement has been completely disrupted by the suddenly huge Little Oz. A battle was formed on the square of the Navy headquarters. Hawkeye stared sharply at the Whitebeard standing proudly on the bow. One is the strongest man in the world, and the other is the world's #1 swordsman. Hawkeye wants to weigh the strength of the Whitebeard with his black knife. The huge amounts of slash pierced the hard slabs of the square and slashed straight towards the Moby Dick. Before, Hawkeye's sword beam slashing the giant tortoise looked relaxed and free, as if it were a random blow. But now this sword carries the unparalleled sword intent of Hawkeye. However, Jaws, who was transformed into a diamond man, suddenly appeared at the front of the blade and intercepted him. The body of the original sparkling diamond, at the moment glowing with dark light, after being diamondized, Jaws added armed domineering, and his defense power was even higher. General Huang Yuan shot, Bhe Qianguyu emitted light bullets all over the sky, but all was stopped by Marco, who was transformed into a phoenix. The remaining captain and the pirate captain were fighting against the King's Chi Wuhei and the lieutenant admiral, and the entire square was in chaos. The warring states decided to execute Ace in advance, and he couldn't wait to let the executioner cut off the head of the son of Sin with a knife. Warring states, what do you want to do to my son? A roar came, and the voice quickly appeared on the Navy headquarters square from far to near. Vibe, a powerful Whitebeard, directly smashed the big knife that was about to slash at Ace. I won't let you stop this execution. The General Green Pheasant and the Red Dog join forces to attack the Whitebeard. Huge amounts of molten magma and the aura of ice swept towards the Whitebeard respectively. Two little ghosts. Baybeard waved the naginata in his hand, directly cutting off all attacks. Regaining his peak strength, he was able to deal with the two admirals of the Red Dog and the Blue Pheasant with ease. The Whitebeard directly resisted the attacks of the Red Dog and the Green Pheasant, and walked towards the execution platform step by step. Whitebeard, you don't want to save him. On the execution stage, the warring state's face was pale, looking at Carp on the side, and asking, Kapu, you still don't make a move? Carp sat beside Ace with a cold face, and said coldly, I'll stay here, why don't you go down? He gritted his teeth with the anger of the warring states period, but he was helpless for Carp. Seeing that Whitebeard was about to go to the execution stage, he could only gritted his teeth and warned, if you let him go, you can't bear the consequences. I am the Navy. Carp only replied the sentence and ignored the warring states period. Warring states motioned the executioner to change a knife to continue the execution, and then jumped off the execution platform. A giant golden Buddha appeared, completely blocking the path of Whitebeard. The Warring States period of the Buddha was once known as a wise general, but his combat effectiveness was also extremely powerful. After all, he has been an opponent of Whitebeard for decades, and even with the help of aka Dog and Green Pheasant, he directly defeated Whitebeard. On the execution stage, the executioner had already changed a big knife. Carp was sitting there without squinting, but his whole body was shaking at the moment. He seemed to use all his strength to overcome the instinct in his heart, the instinct to save Ace. Base. The knife rubbed against the air and let out a scream. Suddenly, a figure filled with blue flames rushed to the execution platform, blocking the knife that was about to slash at Ace. Marco got rid of the yellow ape and arrived in time. Carp bounced from the ground and knocked Marco away with a punch. Perhaps it was too strong, and even the executioner who was on the side was accidentally affected, was beaten up, and the big knife was directly broken into pieces. Hey, it's been a long time since I shot, the accuracy of the fist is off. Carp sighed with regret on his face, and then sat cross-legged beside Ace. His tight body was much more comfortable at the moment. Marco was hit by Cap with a punch. The force of this punch was so powerful that Marco could not resist at all. He could only watch as he crossed the square and fell into the inner bay. Suddenly, Huang Yuan teleported to the top of Marco, and smiled with his lips. Ah, he is obviously fighting with me, so he dared to get distracted and save Ace. Do you despise me? Bashaki and Guyu once again turned into a sky full of light bullets, all rushing into Marco. The blue undead flame was weakened by this burst of light. Marco was hit directly aboard the Moby DK, smashed several layers of shipboards, and his entire body was embedded in a piece of rubble. There is also a person in the ruins, Zhou Xian. His hands each have a plate, covered with a cover, can't see the contents inside, and can't smell the smell at all. Ahem, Akshuan, you are here. Marco coughed up blood from the corner of his mouth, and Carp's full punch, coupled with the yellow ape's sneak attack, caused him to be seriously injured. Even the phoenix form could not be maintained, and the injuries to various parts of the body could not be healed. Ah! There is a fish that slipped through the net. You are hiding in the boat. Are you a coward? Your Whitebeard pirates would allow such a guy to board the ship? Huang Yuan's disgusting voice came. Zhou Xian handed the plate in his left hand to Marco, with a very plain expression on his face, without any fear of the yellow ape. Eat it and beat this monkey violently. Marco opened the lid, and golden light bloomed on the plate. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, Huang Yuan retreated violently and left the Moby DK suspended in the air. The relaxed expression on his face became more solemn. It's that kind of light again, is it from this person? Worried that Jingguang was hiding a powerful attack, Huang Yuan would not let himself fall into danger at all. On the plate, there are 6 uniform spring rolls. Marco's eyes flashed with excitement, and he ate the spring rolls without hesitation. A huge amounts of dragon gate appeared before his eyes, and at the moment Marco had the urge to soar freely, he wanted to leap over this dragon gate. So Marco flew into the sky with its defective wings, flapping its wings vigorously, exhausting its last breath, and leaping over the top of the dragon gate. Bang! A group of golden flames burned, enveloping Marco. This is not in the food illusion, but the reality. Huang Yuan looked at the golden fire group in horror, and attacked without reservation. A large number of light bombs poured into the fireball, but like a clay cow into the sea, it couldn't make any waves. Tweeted. A phoenix rang through the clouds, the golden flame burst, and Marco, with a brand new form, was reborn from the ashes. Phoenix form. Asterisk. Chapter 43. Legend has it that the phoenix can rebirth from nirvana, burn its old slough in the fire, and obtain a new body. In myths, the phoenix gave birth to 2 sons, one is a peacock and the other is a daypen. Zhou Xian knew that there are two most famous peacocks in the mythology. One is the Great King Peacock. This peacock was extremely vicious when it was born. It can eat all the creatures on the road 45 miles in one go, and even the Tathagata who will cultivate into a golden body. The Buddha swallowed it into his abdomen, and the Tathagata cut the peacock's back to escape, and named him the Lingshan Buddha Mother. There is also a peacock named Kongxian, who masters the five-color light and can wipe out all the treasures of the world. And the most well-known of the roc is the golden-winged roc. With its extreme speed, it will be 94,000 miles when it flaps its wings. Both children are so powerful. Isn't Phoenix even better? Although Zhou Xian's familiar Phoenix myth has nothing to do with Marco's at the moment's Phoenix form. After all, this is the world of One Piece, and Marco is not a real Phoenix. His at the moment state is only due to the redevelopment of the ability of the demon fruit of the Phoenix. But Zhou Xian is certain that Marco has become stronger. Marco, who was floating in mid-air, opened his eyes, golden light flashed in his eyes, and his hands turned into a pair of huge amounts of golden fire wings. The golden flame entwining Marco's body is not a real flame, without any hot breath, but a feather in the form of a phoenix. Marco could clearly feel the changes in his ability, and was once again shocked by Zhou Xian's luminous cuisine. The same as the previous barbecue dishes brought great changes to Little Oz. Marco believes that Zhou Xian's spring rolls for him are the most suitable for him, and he directly developed his devil fruit ability to a very high level. Rise from the ashes? It's really interesting. Marco Jin stared at the curious yellow ape, and sneered, "Actuan, don't worry, I will definitely beat the stinky monkey." Ah, what a terrible look in the eyes. Huang Yuan put his hands on his shoulders and said that he was afraid, but his face had a playful smile. Huh. Marco's wings spread out, and the whole person disappeared from the spot in an instant, like a golden cloud floating in the sky instantly appeared in front of the yellow ape. What a fast speed! Huang Yuan was shocked in his heart, the lightness in his eyes was gone, and a look of horror appeared instead. But Huang Yuan soon woke up from his surprise, and the cynical smile appeared on his face again. Ha ha ha, compare speed with the old man? It's really interesting. Huang Yuan turned into a golden light and flashed away from the place. Whoosh! 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 In the sky of Marin Vando, two golden lights are constantly chasing after him. Many people who cared about the battle in the sky were stunned, because Marco actually caught up with the yellow ape. Huang Yuan, that's the fastest person in this world. The ability, which holds the shining fruit, can theoretically reach the speed of light. Is there a speed faster than light in this world? No. But why can Marco's animal devil fruit catch up with the speed of light? Even if it is an extremely cherished eudaemon's, even if it is fruit ability, it has been redeveloped to a very high level. How fast can a bird fly? But reality shattered everyone's doubts mercilessly, and Marco could really catch up with Huang Yuan's speed. Huang Yuan's speed can theoretically reach the speed of light, but the human body has a limit, and the response nerves also need time to process information. As long as Huang Yuan acts consciously, he cannot reach the speed of light. Huang Yuan has already determined that Marco really has the speed to catch up with him, and he no longer hides and seeks. He is ready to take the pirate. Sky Kong Yunjian. A lightsaber condensed in Huang Yuan's hand and pierced it straight towards Marco's chest. Roar! The golden flame enveloped Marco's upper body, and Huang Yuan was shocked to find that his lightsaber seemed to be inserted into the void. Inserted a loneliness. It didn't hurt Marco at all. How is this possible? Huang Yuan couldn't believe it. Isn't this kind of ability too incredible? Just like an unarmed and domineering person facing a natural demon fruit ability, it can't be hit at all. No solution. It's my turn. Marco's right foot was covered with armed domineering, and he struck Huang Yuan with an axe from top to bottom. Astonished, the yellow ape had no time to react, and was kicked down from mid-air by Marco, and the whole person crashed into the ruins of the building on the island. Marco was about to take advantage of the victory, but Zhou Xian, who was still aboard the Moby Dick at the moment, suddenly stopped him. "Marco, take this dish to the execution table and feed it to Ace." Zhou Xian handed Marco the remaining plate and a spoon. Marco took the plate carefully, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and asked, "What kind of cuisine is this? Could it be possible for Ace's burning fruit to develop again?" Zhou Xian nodded, "This is my magic mapo tofu, and Ace will be the first eater to enjoy him. Go, I must let Ace eat it?" "Don't worry." Marco nodded heavily, guarding the plate and leaping into the air again, falling onto the execution platform like a meteor. "Boy Golden Bird, do you think the old man can't kill you?" Carp stared at Marco unhappily. "Is Laozi's fist not strong enough, or is your kid floating?" As long as Ace is not executed immediately, Carp does not want these pirates to approach him. Marco dispersed in a golden flame, sitting in front of Ace like an okay person, and smiled, "Master Cap, I'm not here to save Ace, I'm here to bring him food. After all, Ace is about to die, you can't let him be a starving ghost, right?" Carp frowned, stared at the plate with the lid, and lifted the lid with lightning speed. Stabbed. The scorching breath burst out from the plate, like thin needles constantly piercing the three people's cheeks, and in an instant, sweat oozes from their foreheads. No light. Marco stared at the steaming plate in amazement. On it was a pool of red sauce and pieces of tofu. The red sauce was like flowing magma, and the originally white tofu had strands of golden oil on it, like a beating flame. The flame burned violently, and the fire became more and more vigorous. Marco closed his eyes subconsciously before breaking free from the hot flame. At this moment, Marco suddenly realized. This dish is not without light, but in a different form. Gudong. Carp on the side couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He wanted to taste it too, best served with a bowl of rice. "Ace, come on, try this tofu dish, you will get your heartfelt voice." Marco put the tofu wrapped in spicy sauce into Ace's mouth with a spoon. Roar. Ace only felt that he swallowed a fire, which was a fire of extremely high temperature, which exceeded the temperature of the fire controlled by his burning fruit ability. At the moment, Ace opened his eyes and found that he was actually standing on a huge amounts of fireball at the moment. No, this is the sun. Suddenly, Ace felt a stalwart life in the sun waking up. Asterisk. Chapter 44. Ace felt that his whole body was burning, and the moment he burned the fruit, he lost its ability. Is it because of the restrictions of Halashi? No, it's not. It is the temperature of the flame here that exceeds the limit that the burning fruit can control. When the mouthful of mapo tofu swallowed into his abdomen, Ace only felt his whole body hot and painful, and the fire in his mouth at the moment burned in his abdomen, as if he was about to burn out his internal organs. Unable to bear this hot taste, Ace was directly squeezed out of the food illusion. So spicy, so numb, so hot. On the execution stage, Ace couldn't help but stick out his tongue, letting the hot tongue heal in the cool sea breeze. But the strong aroma of beans and the crispy taste in the sauce made Ace miss the bite of mapo tofu just now. The 6 flavors of magic mapo tofu are 1, the spicy flavor constructed by the pepper, the fragrant flavor produced by the garlic seedlings after cooking oil, the red of the pepper, the white of tofu, and the green of the garlic seedlings are all in one. The taste of color, the hot taste of stir-fried on high fire, the hemp taste of sesame pepper, and the crispy taste of ground meat replaced with fried soybeans. The power of the unity of the 6 flavors integrates into the secret of this magical mapo tofu, flame. Only by being able to resist the flame essence contained in the magical mapo tofu can the effect of this dish be perfectly obtained. Ace's stomach was screaming, eager to enjoy the extremely hot and fragrant mapo tofu again. In his subconscious, he yearned for the world of the sun that he had just seen, and he wanted to see the stalwart being who was waking up. That supreme being made him feel kind. Ace can't wait for Marco to give him a second bite with a spoon, and he plunges in as he looks at the plate in front of him. Wow! Wow! Ace swallowed the magic mapo tofu. Whether it was tofu or the spicy sauce, he didn't want to miss it. Carp stared at Ace blankly. What kind of horror is his godson? Are you hungry when you grow up? It must have been learned from Baybeard, and sure enough, the pirates are a bunch of vulgar things. Carp glared at Marco with disdain. At the moment, Ace felt the intense scorching breath again, and he had appeared on the huge amounts of sun again. Bang! Suddenly, a wave of enthusiasm was rolled up above the sun, and groups of golden flames gathered and turned into a god of flames. Who disturbs my sleep? The majestic voice of the flame god roared like thunder in Ace's ears. Ace looked at the flame god with excitement, as if there was a kind of physical strength in his body about to come out of roar. He couldn't wait to ask, "Who are you?" "I am Zurong, the god of fire, and control all fire in the universe." At the moment, Zurong's pair of fire eyes looked at Ace, making Ace feel like he was seen through. In front of this Vulcan, he has no secrets at all. "Mortal, there is a good fire in your body. Since you are also my believer, I will give you a sun flame." Vulcan Zu melted into a ball of white inflammation and penetrated into Ace's body. "Ah!" Ace yelled in pain, and his consciousness broke free from the food illusion. At the moment, Ace is like a porcelain that is about to shatter, and his body is covered with cracks, and white flames are flowing in the cracks. How is this going? Damn golden bird boy, what did you do to him? Carp jumped directly from the ground in shock and looked at Marco angrily. This golden bird is going to kill Ace? But why? Is it because you don't want the Whitebeard pirates to lose too much power here, so they chose to attack Ace quietly, push it to the navy, and then retain the strength of the pirates, and then retreat? This golden bird boy seems to be the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Does this guy want to be in the top position? Carp analyzed it and found that his anger toward Marco became stronger and stronger. He felt sad for a while watching Ace, who was rolling in pain on the execution stage. "My silly grandson, you did not die in the hands of the navy, but you died in the hands of your most trusted brother. This grudge, Grandpa will definitely take revenge for you." Carp's fist turned into a dark iron fist. Marco's heart suddenly burst, golden phoenix fire feathers wrapped around his body, his arms instantly turned into unfolded phoenix wings, and rose into the air. "Ace, enjoy your new life and feel this new power." Carp was furious. "My grandson is dying, and there is a fart freshman." "Ah!" Roar. Suddenly, accompanied by Ace's scream, the entire naval headquarters square was silent. Everyone temporarily gave up on the enemy in front of them, looking involuntarily at the execution that was swallowed by the incomparably hot white flames. Tower. On the other side, Carp had violently retreated to the execution stage, secretly rejoicing in his heart. Just now, after seeing the aggressive and violent warnings, Carp felt that if he did not leave the execution platform, he would be injured, and the source of his injury was Ace. The white flame instantly melted the execution platform made of stainless steel, and molten iron flowed freely. The red dog stared at the white flame, and from the flame, he felt that his rock berry was actually suppressed. So what happened? The Ihuoquan Ace broke out. Impossible, but he is tied up by Halashi handcuffs, and the ability of Devil Fruit cannot be used at all. The white flame broke out again, and the extremely hot high temperature caused many people to retreat, except for some masters who controlled the extremely strong-armed color and domineering. Roar. Suddenly Bai Yan converged in an instant, and the scorching breath in the air also cooled down. Everyone was shocked to find that the execution platform was missing, and there was a large hole tens of meters wide and 100 meters deep on the ground. In the bottom of the pit, a man with bayan wrapped around a key part stood quietly. It's Ace. But the halostone handcuffs on his body disappeared. Ace sent the white flame just now? Like Marco, the ability of Devil Fruit was redeveloped in this battle. And the level of development is very high? Everyone woke up, but the Navy's heart sank to a trough. The bait has broken free from the hook, so will the giant whale of the Whitebeard pirate group eat the angler? Father, I'll help you. Ace yelled at the bottom of the pit, and flames rose below his feet, and the whole person flew out of the pit, and the fist wrapped in bean blasted towards the red dog who was about to attack the Whitebeard. This is a duel between burning fruit and rockberry fruit. The temperature of an ordinary flame is 800, and the magma is 1200 degrees. The rockberry is actually the upper fruit of the burning fruit, and it has the power to suppress the burning fruit. But now, Ace received the solar flame bestowed by Vulcan Zurong, with a temperature of 6000, far exceeding the temperature of the rockberry. This is the undergrowth. Asterisk. Chapter 45. Boom. Facing Ace's Sunflame Fist attack, Akagi hurriedly set up his Magma Fist to resist. The white flame spread to the top of the magma, burning extremely fast, like a white python swallowing its prey, swallowing the entire arm of the red dog. The red dog was quite decisive and broke his magma arm directly. The magma surged at the broken arm and a new arm appeared. But aka Inu at the moment was extremely vigilant in his heart. The white flame made him feel the scorching pain. His rockberry was really suppressed. At the moment, as Ace got out of trouble on the naval headquarters square, the melee continued. However, the situation has completely got rid of the Navy's expectations. According to the Navy's plan, it will be their overwhelming force to extinguish the Whitebeard pirates, but what is the situation now? Evenly matched. The Whitebeard pirates fought the Navy evenly. The fierce aerial battle between Marco and Huan Yuan continued, and the battle between the two was evenly divided. Ace fisted at the red dog, who had broken free, and the fiery sun flame burned the magma to ashes, but the red dog was an admiral. His strength not only relied on the devil fruit, but the battle between the two was inextricably difficult. Diamond Man Jaws barely contends with the blue pheasant, but in the black diamond state, Jaws broke free from the frozen state again and again, dragging the blue pheasant's offensive pace. After Carp got off the execution platform, he also joined the battle, working with the warring states to deal with the Whitebeard who was not hurt by any hidden injuries. The three of them are in the same era. Whitebeard is proud of the pirates, but warring states and Carp are also the top combat power of the Navy headquarters. In the world of One Piece, the aging of the body has little effect on strength. In addition, the three-person combat method is all open and close, and the entire battlefield is centered on three persons. Although Baybeard is known as the most powerful man in the world, he has fallen into a disadvantage in the face of the joint attack between the warring states of Buddha and the hero Kapu. At the moment, aboard the mobile, Zhou Xian placed a set of tables and chairs on the deck. He lay on the chairs and watched the battle on the Navy headquarters square. On the table, a plate with a lid appeared again. Unexpectedly, I was lucky today and made this dish, but this secret weapon should affect that guy, right? Zhou Xian was not sure whether the food on the plate could restrain that guy's devil fruit. However, the reincarnated spring rolls and magic mapo tofu have greatly improved Marco's phoenix fruit and Ace's burnt fruit, giving Zhou Xian more confidence. However, what Zhou Xian worries about is that the outcome of the battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy is unpredictable. The situation of the Battle of the Top has been changed by him. Will the subsequent plots appear? Suddenly a huge figure appeared behind the Navy headquarters building, poking out huge amounts of head to look at the battlefield. I don't know when, a group of people appeared on the high platform. Thieves, ha 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 ha, the Navy is really incompetent. Hasn't the Whitebeard pirates been solved yet? An extremely arrogant voice came from the high platform. It's Blackbeard. Marshal D. Titch, the culprit that led to this top battle. Blackbeard led a few hands to Advance City and incorporated many masters, and even the deputy warden Eushilio of Advance City betrayed Warden Magellan and became a member of the Blackbeard Pirates. Originally, Blackbeard wanted to wait for the battle to settle before he jumped out to pick the fruits of victory. But after Blackbeard left Push City, he got news that the Whitebeard pirates might turn defeat into victory. At that time, Blackbeard's mood was as gloomy as the sky that had been raining for a whole month, and he wanted to grab the collar of the Warring States period and ask, "Does your navy have this kind of strength?" As a result, Blackbeard led his new crew and rushed to Malin Vatican non-stop, even coming here before Luffy and his team. Taking advantage of the melee between the navy and the pirates, Blackbeard's Lafitte controlled the naval soldiers of hypnotic ability to open the door of justice and sneaked into Malin Vander. When Marin Vander had a look, Blackbeard took a look. Good fellow, Ace not only got out of trouble, but also exploded. If the Whitebeard pirates retreat, then all his plans will fail. Therefore, the Blackbeard can only jump out now, taking advantage of the Whitebeard now falling into the wind. He will become the last straw that overwhelms the camel. All his purpose is to get everything about the Whitebeard. He wants the Whitebeard's territory, the position of the 4 emperors, and the shocking fruit he dreams of. Titch, why are you suddenly here? Zenguo frowned and stared at Blackbeard. His eyes moved suddenly to see Eushilio standing next to the plate. Hilio, why did you damn BD appear here? The complexion of Warring States had changed. At this moment, his uneasy heart became even more flustered. Eushilio had a cigar in her mouth and smiled. I don't think this job in Pushing City is suitable for me. I have already resigned from Magellan and will be with these guys in the future. Thief, ha ha ha, Blackbeard's perverted laughter sounded. I am also one of the 7 martial arts under the king, and I have an obligation to fight the pirates. What do you mean, Daddy? The Blackbeard looked at the Whitebeard provocatively. The moment Whitebeard saw Blackbeard, his anger had reached its peak, and he sneered, Titch, you violated my rule. You killed your companion. Today I will complete Sachi's last wish and kill you. Thief, ha 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 ha, Marshal of the Warring States period, I can help you kill Whitebeard. The Warring States was silent. If Whitebeard can be killed here, then the Navy's face will also be preserved. Therefore, the Warring States acquiesced to the existence of Blackbeard. The melee of 3-on-1 broke out suddenly. Whitebeard directly resisted the attacks of the Warring States period and Carp, desperately killing Blackbeard. Titch, go to hell. At the moment, Whitebeard swung a knife with his right hand against the King Kong fist of the Warring States period, and his right hand condensed a wave of shock to kill Blackbeard. Dark water. Blackbeard's body spilled out with strands of black aura, and a black whirlpool appeared on his hand, completely absorbing the wave shock ball on the Whitebeard's fist. Father, it's useless, all devil fruits are useless to me. Blackbeard laughed, his eyes flashing crazy. Warring States Marshal, come on, come and kill him. Suddenly, a large amount of darkness was released from the Blackbeard, and the whole person seemed to be transformed into a huge amounts of black hole. The Whitebeard's adsorbent was tightly held in the black hole and could not move. The Warring States had disdained to take advantage of others, but he also knew that this was indeed an excellent opportunity. The pride of being a master is finally weaker than his responsibility as a Navy Marshal. The Warring States period pursed his mouth, he chose to shoot, and the King Kong fist slammed into the temples of the Whitebeard with a huge force. No, old man. For a while, Ace, Marco, and others got rid of their opponents one after another, rushing into the black hole like crazy. Right here, there was a cry from the Moby Dick far away in the inner bay. A golden crow came into the air, directly crossing the distance from the pirate ship to the square, and plunged into the black hole like a meteor. Damn it, what is this? Blackbeard's panicked roar came from the black hole. No, don't. Then, The roar turned into a scream. Boom! The entire black hole exploded. People in and near the black hole were blown up instantly. Asterisk. Chapter 46. Tweeted. The golden crow screamed and flew out from the bursting black hole. The overflowing darkness retreated like a tide, and the black aura disappeared completely. No, not yet, there is still a black light constantly twisting under the claws of the golden crow, and it is taken by the golden crow back to the Moby DK. Zhou Xian didn't expect this result either. He watched the golden crow fly around and circled his head. It seemed that he hadn't found a good place to stay, and then the golden crow went straight into the back kitchen of the ship. Looking at the battlefield again, everyone at the moment regained their footing, but Blackbeard was shrouded in frustration of decay, lying helplessly in the ruins. No, no, my dark fruit! Blackbeard screamed desperately. He single-handedly planned this battle on the top, just to make the most profit for himself, but now he is still a handful of golden rice. Dark fruit! He has been lurking in the Whitebeard pirates for decades, killing the brothers who get along day and night, just wanting such a devil fruit. This is his greatest support for rising in the sea and realizing the ambitions in his heart. But now, his dark fruit is lost. Blackbeard only felt that he was extremely empty, and the golden crow that appeared suddenly went straight into his body, as if it had drained his strength in an instant. After only 3 breaths, the Blackbeard could clearly feel that the originally full darkness was shrinking rapidly, regrouped into a ball, and was taken away by the golden crow. How can this be? It's absolutely impossible. This has never happened before. The devil fruit ability is still alive, but his own devil fruit has been looted. With the desperate roar of Blackbeard, everyone woke up to what had happened. The navy became turbulent in an instant. The Whitebeard pirates still hide such a terrifying secret. The previous golden giant whale almost destroyed Malin Vando by more than a dozen super-large Aquamans. Now this golden crow can plunder other people's devil fruits. And the devil fruit ability of Marco and Ace suddenly evolved. Did the Whitebeard pirates master the secret of the devil fruit? Huang Yuan suddenly remembered the young man he had seen on the Moby DK, the cooking that could shine with golden light. After Marco had eaten it, he evolved. Could it be that all of this was caused by that mysterious boy? Huang Yuan was horrified, staring straight at the Moby DK. Marco, Ace, lead everyone to retreat. Whitebeard suddenly said. Fight against the Navy headquarters, or is it a showdown? Baybeard had never thought of this before. They are pirates, and it is the job of revolutionaries to overthrow the Navy headquarters. From beginning to end, Baybeard's only thought was to rescue Ace from the Navy. This goal had been achieved, and he didn't want to continue fighting with the Navy and lose his strength by nothing. Father, what about you? Ace asked worriedly. Baybeard smiled and said, after I'm here, I will solve the last problem by the way. Seeing the pirates receding like a tide, Whitebeard turned his gaze to Blackbeard, with a trace of pity in his eyes, but it was more of a cold killing intent. Titch, you are too arrogant and rash. This is your biggest weakness. Be a good man in your next life. Suddenly the Whitebeard brandished the naginata in his hand and looked at the black-bearded Titch. The cold killing intent and fierce sword aura made Blackbeard wake up from the desperate thoughts in an instant. Father, I'm your son, do you really want to kill me? Blackbeard begged frantically for mercy. He finally got to the step and died like this, he was not reconciled. Base. The naginata slashed Blackbeard's chest directly, cut his flesh and blood, and shredded his ribs. Bang. Blood is as useful as a fountain. The impact of Julie directly flew Blackbeard more than 5 meters away, hitting a stone wall on the side, and smashing the wall into ruins. Whitebeard's blow was too quick, no one expected it. The warring states of Buddha on the side moved horizontally in front of Baybeard, and shouted with a cold face, Whitebeard, you don't do too much. Although the Warring States period did not have any good feelings for Blackbeard, he still occupies the title of King Kaiwilhe and is also the owner of the navy. Naturally, the Warring States period can't die. Baybeard sneered, "Warring States, I want to kill him, you can't stop it?" The Warring States hurriedly signaled to Carp to deal with Whitebeard, but Carp stopped, clasping his nose indifferently, and said, "The old man won't interfere in the battle between their pirates. It's best to die together. You." The Warring States was violent by the anger of his old partner, but he was helpless. Bang! Whitebeard shot again, and a strong vibe hit Blackbeard's head and exploded like a balloon. At this point, a hero of the One Piece world has fallen. Standing on the high platform, the Blackbeard pirate group stared blankly at the killing of their captain, all of them smashed their claws. Yuzhilia regrets that, leaving her original high-paying iron rice bowl to quit, and preparing to do a big job with the new boss, making her famous. As a result, the new boss was gone in less than a day. Marshal of the Warring States period, is it too late for me to regret now? AKA Dog, the green pheasant will take down all the big pirates who escaped from the advancing city. The Warring States command pointed to the Blackbeard pirate group on the high platform. It is an established fact that the Whitebeard pirates successfully rescued Ace, and the Navy can only try to save its face from other aspects. The Warring States period originally wanted the three generals to quickly suppress the Blackbeard pirates, but the yellow ape who likes to steal, and slip is gone. Huang Yuan should deduct his salary. Huang Yuan, don't want to leave. Suddenly there was Marcos yelling from the sky. Everyone looked up, but they couldn't see exactly what happened with their naked eyes. Only a powerful master who has seen, heard, color can capture a clear picture. Huang Yuan is at large, and Marco is chasing. Huang Yuan escaped because he snatched a person from the Moby Dick Zhou Xian. At the moment, Zhou Xian was caught under his arm by the yellow ape with a speechless expression, "So I'm so bullied if I co-authored it?" Although Marco was extremely anxious, he did not dare to perform a powerful attack because he was afraid that Zhou Xian would be injured. Suddenly, Marco heard Zhou Xian's voice, "Lend me your power, don't refuse." Marco didn't understand it yet, he just felt that his power was being quickly taken away, and he was about to rebel in an instant aftertaste. Actuan. After trying to understand, Marco did not resist anymore, and the Phoenix Demon Fruit ability was directly taken away, and he also regained his human form and landed safely from mid-air. Zhou Xian launched the magical combination in Huang Yuan's hands. This skill comes from the gift of Qian Fang Fang, the ghost of the fifth stage, which allows Zhou Xian to borrow the ability of someone who has a friendly relationship with him. Bang! The huge amounts of phoenix golden feathers bloomed, and Huang Yuan subconsciously let go of his hands. Marco's phoenix form left a deep impression on the yellow ape. At the moment the yellow ape thought that Marco suddenly got into his arms. "How could it be you?" Huang Yuan looked at Zhou Xian in shock. "Are there two phoenix devil fruits in this world?" Asterisk. Chapter 47. How is this going? Another phoenix demon fruit ability. Everyone looked at Zhou Xian suspended in mid-air in amazement. This is an extremely strange young face, but why does Huang Yuan want to take him away desperately? And why does he have an ability similar to Marco? Everyone is guessing. Zhou Xian broke free from Huang Yuan's hand, and took advantage of this guy's moment of loss of consciousness, and gave him a hard blow. Bang! With his right leg covered with armed domineering, Zhou Xian kicked Huang Yuan with all his strength and kicked it down from mid-air. Zhou Xian fluttered his wings and flew, instead of catching up with the victory, instead he returned to the Moby Dick. He doesn't have the two-color domineering style of Marco, and he has only this opportunity to attack the Admiral, so Zhou Xian will accept it when he sees it. The magical combination was dissipated, the phoenix form on Zhou Xian's body dissipated, and the phoenix fruit ability reintegrated into Marco's body. "Xian, how did you do it?" You are also a devil fruit ability. Ma Ke looked at Zhou Xian brightly. Such a magical ability, he encountered it for the first time. Zhou Xian shook his head, and explained with a smile, I have never eaten devil fruit. The reason why I can borrow your power, you regard it as my special ability. Marco gave up his intention to ask questions. Zhou Xian's origins are mysterious and he has many secrets. Maybe the old man knows some, but as long as he is his friend, Marco doesn't care. Well then, I will pick up the brothers and retreat to the boat. Axuan, be careful yourself. Marco flew away, and together with Ace and other captain-level people, broke the queen for the pirates' evacuation. Seeing that no one has boarded the ship yet, Zhou Xian hurried into the kitchen. Before he was about to check why the golden crow fell in the kitchen, he was caught by Huang Yuan. Soon, Zhou Xian found a wooden box full of fruits in the warehouse under the kitchen. In the box lay a black or a lingering fruit. Dark fruit? Although there have been some speculations, Zhou Xian was shocked when he saw this devil fruit. Then, Zhou Xian showed an extremely surprised smile on his face. Ha ha ha, this time I can make a lot of money. It is worthwhile to spend a lot of good ingredients to make 100% golden fried rice. The Whitebeard pirates rushed from the New World to Malin Fando for a few days' voyage. Zhou Xian checked in and clocked in every day, and the system rewarded several peculiar ingredients such as pearl rice, fire crow eggs, and spring water from the fountain of life. Pearl rice, according to the system, the tears of the shark people from the East Daxia Sea can turn into pearls. They will grind the pearls into powder and grow rice on the islands in the ocean. Each pearl rice is as crystal clear as a pearl. It can stay and beautify. Fire crow eggs are produced in a certain fantasy world. Fire crows are said to be a strange species born from the nourishment of the sun's essence by ordinary crows. The fountain of life is the treasure of the elves in the forest. The elves use the fountain of life to water the mother tree, and the fruit of the mother tree will give birth to new elves. The spring of the fountain of life can restore youth, extend life, and treat injuries and diseases. The effect of so many good ingredients have made this 100% golden fried rice. In the system's appraisal and scoring, the golden fried rice, which integrates 3 excellent ingredients, won a 100-point evaluation. That golden fried rice has gone beyond the scope of cooking. The essence of this cooking is all integrated into the light of cooking, condensing the golden crow. When the golden crow flew away, the golden fried rice turned into a dry rubbish. But the golden crow had incredible powers, and could do what Zhou Xian wanted to kill decisively. It's a pity that wanting to make full-fledged dishes is an unforgettable opportunity. Zhou Xian sighed. Golden fried rice is his most proficient dish, and it is blessed with special ingredients to achieve full marks. If only ordinary ingredients are used, it can only become a high-scoring dish. Zhou Xian grabbed the dark fruit, the system in his mind quietly appeared. Special ingredients, dark fruit. Place of origin, One Piece world. Efficacy, it can be transformed into darkness and obtain special ability. Limitation, fear of sea water. Taste, extremely unpalatable and disgusting. Note, this is a difficult ingredient to cook. Zhou Xian saw the identification of the system and put his consciousness on the last remarks. It just said that it is difficult to cook, but not that it cannot be cooked, so this dark fruit can still be used as an ingredient. If the secret fruit is cooked, can the restriction of the devil fruit be removed? Zhou Xian decided to keep the dark fruit for the time being. He doesn't need to use a devil fruit to increase his strength now, and the restriction of not being able to touch the sea water makes him somewhat repulsive. After collecting the dark fruits, Zhou Xian left the kitchen. The members of the Whitebeard pirate group gradually returned to the ship, everyone with more or less injuries. Some people stayed here completely. Although it seemed that the Whitebeard pirates had won, because they successfully rescued Ace. However, the original pirate group of 1,600 people now only has more than 1,000 people left. This is a tragic war. After Whitebeard killed Blackbeard, he finally boarded the Moby Dick. At the moment the giant whale ship has turned around, and the Whitebeard is standing at the stern, laughing proudly. Waring states, "Thank you for this reception, we will have a period later." Damn it! The Waring state's complexion was pale, and he was almost squeezed out of internal injuries. The Whitebeard pirates made a big fuss here, leaving behind the Navy headquarters all over the place. Waring state's Heart and Whitebeard fought to kill each other, but they suppressed the anger in their hearts. If the Navy headquarters worked hard, it would definitely be able to get rid of the Whitebeard, but it would also hurt itself. However, the Whitebeard pirate group is not the only one in the sea. Once the Navy headquarters is lacking, Kaido, Ant, Redhead, and the other three royal pirate groups will only take advantage of the fire and rob, and the sea will be extremely turbulent. Now, the balance is still there. And the lost face of the Navy. The Warring States is ready for the end of get out of class. Someone must be responsible for the defeat in this top battle, and the Warring States period as the Admiral of the Navy is duty-bound. At the moment, after some hardships, finally came to a naval battleship in front of the Gate of Justice. The 10,000 Demon King cried out incredibly, "Ha ha ha, it is God's favor, the Gate of Justice is actually open." Joker Bucky smiled with hands on his hips, "This must be because the Navy feared my prestige, so I decided to open the door and surrender." The pirates who have been completely divorced and escaped from Pushing City Huon roar, "Captain Bucky is mighty." Luffy was extremely excited and shouted, "Ace, I'm here to save you." When everyone was excited, suddenly a huge fleet rushed out of the Gate of Justice. Ah, did the Navy fight it out? Someone was horrified. Bucky shivered and bent down, "Can't see me, can't see me." "Yo, Luffy, are you here too?" The main ship in front of the fleet burst into the sky and quickly approached the battleship. A familiar voice rang in Luffy's ears. Asterisk. Chapter 48. Crazy. Completely crazy. The battle on the top has just ended, and a lot of inside stories, rumors, news, and gossip have spread all over the world. In the sky, black newsbirds delivered newspapers, and even the most stingy granddad was willing to spend money to buy a newspaper. The Whitebeard pirates' battle with the Navy headquarters stirred everyone's nerves. Although there are live broadcasts in a few places such as the Chambord Islands, there are still a small number of people who have seen the battle scenes, and all of them are madly absorbing the news in the newspapers. The Whitebeard pirates attempted to attack the Navy headquarters, but were eventually repelled. In this battle, more than 8,000 pirates were killed, and the Whitebeard pirate group was greatly injured. The original Kaiwuhe Marshal D. Titch attacked Propulsion City while the Navy headquarters was in danger, and has now been killed. The prisoners who escaped from Propulsion City have all been redetained under the pursuit of 3 Navy generals. The news in the newspaper, about Ace's escape, was very vague about the number of Navy casualties, and the description of who killed Blackbeard was also ambiguous. The 5 old stars came forward and used the high-pressure power of the world government to make all the news agencies and newspapers obscure the actual news of the battle for the top this time. The face of the Navy cannot be damaged too much. Otherwise, once the pirates lose their awe, the sea will be completely chaotic. Ha ha ha, the content in the newspaper is fart. A drunk man roared. The grandfather of my brother's father-in-law's cousin and nephew lives in the Chambord Islands. He watched the live broadcast with his own eyes. The Navy was beaten badly. Every tavern is already crowded with people, and the person who holds the insider information has become the star of the tavern, the absolute center. In the next half-month, he will not be short of alcohol. Navy headquarters. After cleaning up after the war, a relatively complete conference room was found. This is a meeting hosted by the Warring States period with the participation of all generals, lieutenants, and major generals. The atmosphere was heavy and cold, with a trace of depression. The reason for the frustration was that the Navy did not defeat the Whitebeard pirates, but instead let them come back. Justice was not carried out, and the self-confidence of all the generals was hit. As for the defeat in this battle, the responsibility will be borne by me. I have already requested the resignation of the commander-in-chief of the entire army. The words of the Warring States period made the originally quiet meeting room a little more noisy. Akaga's eyes flickered a few times. The old god Huang Yuan was there and he curled his lips and said, "I don't know how to be a navy marshal. I'm too tired and too hard." The green pheasant looked at the yellow ape and didn't say anything, and he didn't want to be, but looking at the red dog, the "it's me" aura emanating from the invisible, the green pheasant felt it necessary to compete. Because he has an ideological conflict with Akinu. He does not agree with the justice of the red dog. After Warring States announced the news that he would retreat to the second line, the whole person was a lot more relaxed. Although the expression on his face was still cold, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. Well, let's discuss the gains and losses of yesterday's war. This time, we completely failed. A word from the Warring States period caused the entire conference room to fall into silence again. Don't keep your mouth shut, let's talk about it. What caused our huge failure this time, Carp? The Warring States period wanted his old mate to take the lead. Roar roar roar. Carp's nose was bubbling, and he fell asleep in roar roar. Kapu. The Warring States roared angrily, "If you hadn't had the title of naval hero, the old man would have beaten you and you can't take care of yourself." Snapped. When the bubble burst, Carp opened his eyes and stared at the Warring States period. He grabbed a handful of senbei in his arms and chewed it in his mouth. He sneered and said, "If you fail, you will fail. What can I say? You." The Sengoku fists clenched tightly, suddenly grabbed the senbei bag in Carp's hand, and poured all the senbei inside into his mouth. "Ah, my senbei, you BD in the Warring States period." Carp shouted cursingly. Warring States momentum was uncompromising, and he cursed, "I'm in a very bad mood right now. Are you an old BD sure you want to provoke me?" Carp curled his lips, muttered, "I don't know what you are," and did it. After a farce, the icy atmosphere in the conference room finally became a bit more lively. "Our intelligence is wrong." It was Lieutenant General Crane who spoke this time. As a lieutenant admiral at the same time as the Warring States Carp, he used to be a beauty when he was young. Although she is now an old woman, she still wins the respect of all navies, including the general. Because she is the think tank of the Navy headquarters. Lieutenant General Crane said, "We miscalculated the strength of Baybeard. According to intelligence, Baybeard's physical function has declined. Because of illness and hidden injuries, he can only receive infusion treatment every day, and even rely on roar to inhale oxygen. But yesterday's World War I Whitebeard showed no signs of decay." Warring States nodded in agreement, and said, "I also discovered this yesterday, and many of the scars left on Whitebeard's body have disappeared." "Is it Marco treated?" someone asked. "Impossible. If Marco had a way, he wouldn't have allowed Whitebeard to suffer from the disease for several years. Furthermore, according to the previous news, before half a year ago, Whitebeard was still suffering from disease." The green pheasant also spoke at this time, "I am concerned about one thing, why can the Whitebeard pirates drive the super large Aquaman? What happened to the golden giant whale and golden crow that suddenly appeared? The golden giant whale is very likely to be related to the Aquaman class. Everyone has seen the Aquaman madly devouring the golden giant whale. The golden crow actually plundered the dark fruits of Blackbeard, which made the admirals confused. By the way, the sudden evolution of Marco and Ace's ability is also weird. Also, there is that little Oz, who suddenly became so huge, it is precisely because he made many of our arrangements invalid. Moreover, the strength of the ordinary pirates is abnormal, obviously stronger than before. At this time, everyone discovered the weirdness of the pirates. "Salino, what's the matter with the boy you took from the mobile? What's wrong with him?" At this time, the warring state suddenly asked the yellow ape on the side. When Zhou Xian turned into an undead bird phoenix form, it shocked everyone. Such a weird thing made the warring states think that the strange boy might find a breakthrough. Huang Yuan groaned for a moment, his face rarely became serious, and said, "Everything weird mentioned earlier is probably related to that young man." "What?" Huang Yuan's words were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 waves, and the entire conference room was instantly fried. The warring states could not wait to ask, "What's your basis?" Huang Yuan said the scene he had seen. "A dish that shines." After Marco ate the food, the fruit ability evolved. How can this be? Very possible. The old and unscrupulous carp suddenly thought of the plate of mapo tofu that Ace had eaten. After eating, Ace's fruit ability also evolved. A few days later, a new newspaper appeared, with a wanted warrant in Kishong. Code name, Mystery Chef. Identity, suspected chef of the Whitebeard Pirates. Bounty, 2 billion Baileys. Condition, catch alive. Asterisk. Chapter 49. Squeak. The heavy wooden door was pushed open. Zhou Xian returned from a noisy boat to his quiet late-night canteen. "Roar, come back." Zhou Xian breathed a sigh of relief and closed the wooden door behind him. He fled back embarrassedly. He was really scared. 3 days have passed since the battle on the top, and the entire Whitebeard Pirates group has turned the sky over the past 3 days. The barrels of wine consumed every day are piled together to fill a boat. In addition to the Whitebeard pirate group and its subordinate pirate group, there was also the group of criminals advancing the city led by Luffy, and later the pirate group led by the Red Hair also joined the Wine Bureau. After all, Red Hair has also worked hard, and face is still to be given. Kaido aggressively invaded when the Whitebeard's territory was empty, and wanted to swallow it, but the Red Face stopped it. However, after the news of the battle on the top came out, the entire group of beasts and pirates instantly shrank. Many people thought that Whitebeard was old, and gradually forgot his horror, but after this battle, Whitebeard once again became famous. With Marco and Ace, the two mainstays who can stand alone against the Admiral, the Whitebeard pirate's position in the sea is extremely stable. Even if it is Kaido, who is looking for death for joy, at the moment can only avoid the edge for a while, and dare not provoke the Whitebeard. He hunted for death everywhere just to show his powerful strength, but he didn't really want to die. Tonight is the carnival night of the Whitebeard pirates. After Zhou Xian called on Roar with the Whitebeard, he silently returned to the late-night cafeteria. The Whitebeard's bedroom door instantly turned into the wooden door of the dining hall. He took off the no business sign hanging on the wooden door handle, and Zhou Xian pushed the door directly home. After turning on the light, Zhou Xian looked around and nodded. He was as good as when he left, and still spotlessly clean. Jingle bell. The wind chimes hanging on the wooden door rang with a pleasant sound. Tony Shi Stark walked in wearing a straight suit, his eyebrows were raised slightly, and he asked Zhou Xian who appeared at the door. "Boy, are you welcome me here? This arrogant look is really unbeatable." "Welcome? Then you think too much, I just came back from outside." Zhou Xian squinted at Tony Shi Stark, especially the calm face. Although it was well covered up, the bruised eye circles and the bruises on the cheeks covered with concealer could not escape Zhou Xian. See and hear the domineering exploration. "Why, you got beaten up this time, right?" Zhou Xian's words made the corner of Tony Shi Stark's eyes twitch a few times unconsciously, and his previous look immediately collapsed. "Sure enough, I can't hide from you." Tony Shi Stark sat down at the counter seat and shouted at Zhou Xian, "Waiter, give me a glass, no, give me a bottle of whiskey." "Yo, you got hit? Want to get drunk with me?" There was no foreign wine in the late-night cafeteria. Zhou Xian simply poured Tony Shi Stark a glass of Niolanchen at 65 degrees. Tony Shi Stark was suffocated in one sip. As soon as the spicy and stimulating wine was taken, it released hot heat and instantly boiled in Shi Stark's stomach. Shi Stark's face instantly reddened, his frustrated expression became distorted, he stared at Zhou Xian ferociously, and said, "Boy, what wine are you giving me? Do you want to murder?" Zhou Xian shook the bottle in front of Shi Stark's eyes and said with a smile, "Niolanchen, our famous brand here, the 65-degree strong flavor liquor is not delicious. Ordinary whiskey has a degree of about 45 degrees, an instantaneous increase of 20 degrees of alcohol, almost making Shi Stark hoodwinked. But with the stimulation of alcohol, Tony Shi Stark finally confided in his heart. You know, I almost died today, I was betrayed by the person closest to me." Obodstan's betrayal and even wanting to kill himself made Tony Shi Stark very chilling. He once trusted this elder who was similar to his uncle. However, Obadiah took away the arc reactor that Shi Stark relied on for survival, and almost caused the iron slag around Shi Stark's heart to flow into the ventricle. Once Obadiah succeeded, Shi Stark would have to die. After a battle, Tony Shi Stark personally executed Opadri, but this incident made him feel terrified. What if arc reactor leaves his body again one day? Thinking of this, Tony Shi Stark sleeps and eats awkwardly. At the moment, the suspension sign hanging outside the wooden door of the canteen late at night was removed, and Shi Stark hurried in. "Boss Joe, you have a way to solve the iron slag around my heart, right?" Tony Shi Stark, staring at Zhou Xian with extremely hopeful eyes, in order to be able to heal his troubles, he had to bear the humiliation temporarily. Jingle bell. The wooden door opened again, and the bald-headed Nuliang Slippery walked in wearing a bathrobe. "Oh, it's been a long time since Boss Joe. Hey, Tsundere man, you are here too." Nuliang slid skillfully and called roar, then sat in front of the counter, and asked curiously, "Boss Joe, is the world where the Whitebeard brother is fun?" Stare. Tony Shi Stark stared at Nuliang Slippery Scoop with dissatisfaction, caring very much about the word Tsundere male, but the old monster's last sentence made him even more concerned. "Can you go to our world?" Tony Shi Stark looked at Zhou Xian in shock. Zhou Xian nodded and said with a smile, "After all, the purpose of this canteen is to cater to the diners of all the worlds. Each world has its own unique things. As a chef, I also have to be exposed to the ingredients of different worlds." Zhou Xian placed the dark fruit on the counter. "What kind of fruit is this? It looks a little disgusting." Tony Shi Stark instantly forgot his purpose, and looked at the dark fruit curiously with Nuliang, and even reached out and touched it a few times. Jingle bell. The wooden door opened again, and the Whitebeard's low voice sounded, "That is the dark fruit, a fruit cursed by the devil." Huh, all three diners gathered tonight? Zhou Xian was a little strange. Why did Bai Ziyuan come here if he didn't celebrate with his sons? Baybeard sat down expertly, and his eyes instantly fixed on dark fruit, Niolan Mountain next to him. "Have wine." With bright eyes, Baybeard poured himself a glass, and then drank it in one gulp. Hiss. The Whitebeard's face instantly turned red, and even the ivory beard was dyed a little red. "Good wine. Pirates drink the most ale, a low alcohol similar to beer. Have you ever drunk such a strong alcohol?" But this also fits Baybeard's appetite. Tony History Stark saw Whitebeard for the first time, and his first reaction was that the old man was so tall. In the world of One Piece, the Whitebeard is 7 meters tall, but after entering the late-night cafeteria, his height has shrunk, but it is also nearly 3 meters high, so Tony Stark can only look up. "Why do you say this is a fruit cursed by the devil?" Tony Stark asked familiarly. Baybeard explained, "Because anyone who has eaten devil fruit, although able to obtain a powerful super ability, has become a land duck from then on and fears the sea." Super ability? Tony She Stark stared at the devil fruit with scorching eyes. Asterisk. Chapter 50. This is the devil fruit you call the Whitebeard brother. Nu Liang looked at secret fruit curiously. After the two bowed to each other, they had discussed the uniqueness of each other's world. What's the super ability of this dark fruit? What's the matter with the devil fruit? At the moment's Tony history, Stark is once again incarnate as a researcher with a thirst for knowledge. For this supernatural object, no scientist can resist the temptation to study it. Although She Stark is more often a dude. Whitebeard looked at dark fruit with gratitude. Because of it, Marshall D. Titch betrayed their extended family and killed Sachi, making Whitebeard feel that the devil fruit was indeed a cursed fruit. The dark fruit is naturally a devil fruit, and the eater can be transformed into darkness. Whitebeard not only talked about the ability of the dark fruit, but also briefly said the message of the devil fruit. Eating a fruit can get a powerful super ability. Tony History Stark looked at dark fruit incredulously, his eyes full of eager curiosity. The natural devil fruit is too powerful. As long as the body enters the elemental state, wouldn't it be invincible? Compared with the mighty power of the devil fruit, the shortcoming of just being afraid of sea water is almost insignificant. Boss Joe. Not for sale. This is a new ingredient that I finally got. It is ready to be used to research new dishes. You will die of this heart. She Stark opened his mouth and Zhou Xian knew what he was going to say, and he refused without hesitation. Besides, you guy who eats free food, why should you buy this devil fruit? She Stark blushed instantly, muttering, I'm a magnificent Tony She Stark, I am a billionaire, a genius scientist, a well-known philanthropist. The succession is a series of incomprehensible words, such as parallel time and space migration, time and space anchor and so on, which caused a few people to laugh, and the dining hall was filled with cheerful air. She Stark retorted unwillingly, didn't the old monsters and giant old men pay? Yudeo is a dead Deo friend does not die a poor Deo. Although She Stark didn't know the sentence, he immediately dragged Nu Liang's slippery scoop and Whitebeard into the water to endure Zhou Xian's ridicule. Ahem, come here tonight just to pay for the meal. Nu Liang coughed slightly, and under She Stark's stunned expression, an unfavorable knife appeared in his hand. Pull the knife out of the white scabbard, revealing the rusty blade inside. But Zhou Xian was not dissatisfied at all, but stared at the knife with interest. Little cone of the devil. This is a magic sword, and it is a magic sword specially used to deal with monsters. In fact, Nu Liang's son, the second-generation general of the Nu Liang group, Nu Liang Liban, died under this knife. And Nu Liang Liban inherited the powerful self-healing ability of his mother Yingji. Even if he was seriously injured, he could recover, but after encountering the Demon King's little cone, not only the wound could not heal, but his own demon power was affected by this. Demon knife absorbed. Being able to restrain demons and ghosts is exactly what Zhou Xian needs, although this knife is very evil, and can even erode the mind of the controller, making it extremely tyrannical and bloodthirsty. But Zhou Xian is not afraid of the intrusion of these negative emotions, and he can be restrained to death by eating a bowl of golden fried rice. Zhou Xian's only concern is whether he can drive the demon power of this knife. She Stark saw Nu Liang's sliding scoop withdraw a broken knife, his face instantly showed contempt, and he sneered, just a broken knife can be used for meal expenses. Is this an antique knife? But it's not worth much. Its only purpose is to send it to a recycling station. She Stark's poisonous tongue is merciless. As a representative of the technology side of the Marvel world, he is not interested in anything old. Really? Nu Liang didn't explain, but smiled slightly. Bang! The evil spirit on the demon sword was overflowing, and the blade suddenly seemed to have an extra heart, which was beating. Masses of flesh and blood covered the knife, followed by hard scales and sharp fangs. At the moment, the devil's little cone is no longer a knife, but like a living monster. Thousands of ferocious demon souls can be seen struggling in the ascending demon energy, and bursts of piercing and screams directly pierced into the soul. Ah! She-Stark was taken aback by the look of the demon blade. He fell backwards involuntarily, and then slumped down on the ground, his face pale, and the sweat couldn't stop streaming. Huh! As Nu Liang's sliding scoop removed the demon power, the demon sword once again returned to its previous rusty appearance. Tony She-Stark awoke from the horrific scene just now, but changed a position and sat down again, never again willing to get too close to Nu Liang. But this couldn't stop his venomous mouth complaining, "Boss Joe, do you really want to collect such a demon knife? You are too heavy." Even Whitebeard was shocked by the unknown aura of the Demon King's little cone just now, but he didn't care about Zhou Xian's many magical methods. After all, this demon knife was what Zhou Xian wanted. Zhou Xian put the small cone of the Demon King back into the scabbard, and then placed it in the free position of the counter. He was going to find a knife holder, and then put the demon knife directly in the shop. Fortunately, my life has been paid, and I can come and eat free meals in the future. Nu Liang squinted his eyes and looked at Stark. On the other side, Whitebeard also laughed gull-a-la-la and said, "I also came to pay for the meal." Whitebeard took out a few phone bugs. When he was in One Piece world, Zhou Xian was very interested in phone bugs, but at that time everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was focused on rescuing Ace, so Zhou Xian did not search for phone bugs. Now, Whitebeard personally came to make up for this gift. Hearing that this kind of phone worm can conduct instant messaging like a mobile phone, She-Stark once again broke out a strong desire for research. But then, a basin of icy water extinguished the heat in his heart. At present, there are only 3 diners in the canteen, and both of them have already ordered their meals. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to be alone? A bit depressed. She-Stark poured himself a cup of Nihulanshan, wanting to take a drink to ease his sorrow. Zhou Xian suddenly brought a pile of beans in front of him. "Try it, our specialty appetizer fennel beans." She-Stark picked up an fennel bean and threw it into his mouth. The strong flavor of fennel mixed with the aroma of the bean, with a hint of saltiness, burst into the mouth instantly. Suddenly, She-Stark felt like he was in a tavern full of people. "Kong Yuji, I heard that you owe wine money again." She-Stark blushed instantly. "How can you slander people's innocence out of thin air?" "Ha, we all saw it, you look at the display card." She-Stark looked at it, and on a small blackboard it was written in chalk, "Tony She-Stark, I owe food twice." And the shopkeeper who hid behind the counter and fiddled with the abacus, his face more and more overlapped with that of Zhou Xian, that stinky boy. "No, I won't owe you money." Asterisk.